Good morning from New Road, Worcester, where play is about to get underway on day one of this Rothesay County Championship game between is that it has been won by Durham and they have chosen to bowl this on a pitch which we have difficulty in predicting because it's nature, because it's been underwater for quite a bit of the winter, 39 days to be exact, between October and the spring, and it looks a good toss to win, I would think, this morning. One imagines that there'll be a fair bit of assistance in it, but that will remain to be seen. So Durham with a bit of an injury crisis, having brought in 3 seam bowlers on loan yesterday, and they all play today. They have won the toss and will bowl first this morning. So the Worcestershire openers Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby are out there in the middle, and play is about to get underway, and it's going to be Ben Rain bowling from the Diglis end. Apologies for a slight delay in our commentary beginning this morning. We had a very moving tribute paid to the long-time Worcestershire journalist John Curtis. A minute's silence and tribute paid to him before the game. A very moving moment, very moving for many of us in the press box. First game here without John, and we remember him very fondly. So the teams: Worcestershire, Libby, Roderick, Henry Nichols, the Kiwi batsman, coming in at number 3 to replace Kashif Ali, who is on paternity leave, and then Rob Jones, Adam Hose, Brett D'Oliveira, Matthew Waite, Ethan Brooks, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison and Jacob Duffy. Here is Rain, first ball of the season from the Diglis end, and it isn't delivered because he's lost his footing and he stopped and didn't let go of the ball. So dead ball signal by the umpire. What an anticlimax that was at the start of the season. Durham's team: Alex Lees, the captain, Ben McKinney, George Rizal, Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson, Will Rhodes, Graham Clark, Ben Rain, Cody Youssef, South African debutant, Jack Blatherwick on loan from Lancashire, and Jake Ball on loan from Somerset. Here is Rain again in bowls, and the first ball is delivered this time, and it's punched off the back foot up to mid-off by Gareth Roderick, and there's no run. So notable absentees for Durham then, or the most notable, Matty Potts, who has been left out at the request of the England selectors, and that follows the same thing happening with Sam Cook last week at Essex. So Worcestershire count themselves a little bit fortunate in that respect for the second week running, but as I say, those 3 lone players drafted in as the next ball from Rain is outside the off stump, and Roderick cuts at it but makes no contact, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. So bright sunny morning here at New Road, and a good forecast for this game. Rain in the sunshine moving towards us from the Diglis end bowls, and this one is left alone by Roderick outside the off stump, and there is no run. Roderick and Libby, Worcestershire's regular opening pair. Roderick, who also keeps wicket, so probably relishing the opportunity to bat first, not having been out there keeping for the whole innings as he has done on most occasions this season so far. Rain in bowls, left alone again outside the off stump, and suggesting that one might have nipped back as Roderick left it, and again taken by the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson, who will have fond memories of this ground. Got a double 100 in a white ball game for Kent here 2 or 3 years ago. Memorable innings. 3 slips in place. Rhodes, Ackerman and Drizzell. As Rain is in and bowls, and Roderick is forward and pushing this one up to mid-on. And again there is no run. As I say, it's difficult to predict how this pitch will play, given that it was underwater for a lot of the winter. 5 floods this winter at Worcester, as Rain is in again and bowls, and this one is pushed out on the onside by Gareth Roderick. So that is the end of the over. A maiden, start of the game, the first over of the season at New Road. A maiden over bowled by the ever reliable Ben Rain, a very seasoned and experienced performer, has turned in many good performances against Worcestershire over the years. And the new ball is going to be shared with Jake Ball, the tall ex-Nottinghamshire seaman, now at Somerset on loan. Actually was in the Somerset squad against Worcestershire first game of the season 3 weeks ago. Didn't actually play in that game. He was one of the substitute fielders at various points, but he is out there now, ball in hand, and about to deliver the second over of the game from the New Road end. As I say good morning for the first time to Martin Emerson.
Good morning. Here he comes, right arm over, and the ball turned down the leg side and taken by Ollie Robinson. Very luscious outfield here. It's had plenty of nutrients on it again over the winter. Incredible job they do to get the place up and running again every year after all the floods, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's thankless, I think, to say the least.
A little bit of sawdust being added to the track here.
Ben Rain didn't bowl the first ball of the game because he's lost his footing, and as I say, as you say, quite a lush outfield and a good growth of grass on the square, which has mainly grown under cover, under a sort of tent this spring.
Ball comes in, that's gone down the leg side as well. Henry Nichols, who's joined Worcestershire, played plenty of test matches for New Zealand, but he was one of quite a few players with links to Durham in that 2019 World Cup final between New Zealand and England at Lord's, which actually the final took place while Durham were playing Worcestershire in Chesley Street on the Sunday. This ball comes in, and that's off the pads, possibly an inside edge there, but he had a spell in the North East in 2011 and played for Blaydon Cricket Club in the North East Premier League, and during his time there he also had a time with Durham Seconds. And here he is now playing County Championship cricket for Worcestershire. He'll be coming in at number three.
Yeah.
Ball with 14 on his back comes in and bowls, and that's turned off down towards long leg for the first run of the day. Just waiting for the scoreboard to click over. This is slow. There it is. So Libby's off the mark. Fourth ball with 1. Scoreboard at Durham last week was about 5 or 6 seconds before things were appearing on screen. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, and a new email address, wearecricket@bbc.co.uk. So it's wearecricket@bbc.co.uk. This one is through to the keeper. Jamie says, morning Marty and the team, looks set fair for uninterrupted play across the 4 days. I think tomorrow there might be a few showers around, actually, tomorrow afternoon. I expect a real battle with both sides looking to haul themselves up the table as ball bowls here to Roderick, former Gloucestershire man. And that is defended, and that is the end of the over. So 1 run from it. 2 overs gone, Worcestershire 1 for none. He said sides looking to haul themselves up the table and won't want to be cut adrift at this early stage. So a big challenge for the players. My concern for the season is Durham can keep an effective bowling unit fit. Looking forward to a few days in the company of yourself and the team. Jamie in Glasgow. I wrote about their issues with their bowling and injuries in the pre-season feature on the BBC website, and lo and behold there's now 7 players missing through injury, hence the emergency signings of Jack Blatherwick and Jake Paul. Jack Blatherwick, it's as Lancashire a name as you can get, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's from Nottingham though, isn't he?
Is he?
Ben Rain from the Diglis End bowls first ball of his second over to Jake Libby, who just steers it out on the offside, and there's no run. 1 without loss. Yes,
he went through Notts Academy, didn't he?
Started there, yeah, I think so.
I think he obviously moved to Lancashire because of the name, you know. Like Arnie Sidebottom, that's as Yorkshire-y, northern-y, Lancashire as you get as well, isn't it?
Here's Rain in again, bowls, and Libby is pushing at this one rather uncertainly, thick inside edge, takes it to mid-wicket where the aforementioned Blatherwick is in fact the fielder. Tall, about 6'2", 6'3", quite sharp Blatherwick, but is found his opportunities limited at the moment at Old Trafford, and hence made the move just for a couple of weeks, I think. This lone move. Rain in from the Diglis End bowls, and Libby gets an edge down to third man. It won't go all the way, but they'll pick up 2 as it's fielded by Graham Clark, running back from backward point. So Worcestershire go up to 3 without loss, having lost the toss here at New Road, where it's bright but cloudy, not blue skies, but no rain in the forecast, certainly for today. 3 slips in place. Rhodes, Ackerman and Drizzell. As Rain is in and bowls, and forward comes Libby and pushes out on the onside, and again Blatherwick is the fielder. So 3 on loan seamers for Durham, and all straight into the side. Cody Youssef, 27-year-old from South Africa, Jack Blatherwick and Jake Bull, who is sharing the new ball with Ben Rain.
Doggett turned his ankle on Monday morning in the day's build-up pre-match warm-up thing, and so didn't feature on Monday as a precaution, but he was listed in the squad for this.
Rain bowls again, and Libby is playing defensively back up the pitch to the bowler.
I gather Potter's on his way to join up with England in Southampton.
Yeah, well, Worcestershire, as I said just before you came on air, Marty, fortunate 2 games running in a way, because Sam Cook was left out of the Essex side last week for the same reason. Just a word about loans in a minute, as Rain is in again and bowls, and Libby pushes out on the offside, and again there's no run. And end of the over, by the way, 3 without loss. Absolutely no problem. The rules exist and you operate within them, but I can't help thinking that it's a bit of a nonsense if you've got an academy and you're supposed to be bringing players through.
Well, they are, but a lot of the academy players are injured as well.
Yeah, but I'm not having a go at Durham. I just mean generally. I think the idea that you go out and bring in 3 players on loan on one day just seems nonsensical to me. I don't see how that helps with the development of young players at any county. No, it's not a dig at Durham, it's just a question in the system, really.
Ball bowling here. This has turned down towards long leg for 1 run to get Roderick off the mark on his 9th delivery. 4 for non-Worcestershire. Worcestershire's victory at Durham in June-July last year, a very low scoring game. They were actually out for their lowest score in a head-to-head in their first innings, but came back to win. I think it was by 6 wickets in the second innings, and it was their first victory in Chesley Street. This is played off towards mid-off, no run there. Their previous victories in the northeast had been at Darlington and Stockton, 1993 and 95, so last season was the first time they actually won at the Riverside. Next ball from ball, bowled to Libby, played up to mid-off, no run. Well, we're up and running. The link is now live on the BBC website. You can get us on the sports app, and you could ask most smart speakers play day one of Worcestershire against Durham on BBC Sounds. Bowler comes in again, and this is fended away towards square leg by Libby, no run there. Game here when it ended in a draw when Ben Stokes smashed the ball all over the park in the morning. Hit an English record 17 sixes. And then the final day, Libby batted all the way up to tee to save the day for Worcestershire in a draw. Ball in again, that's gone down the leg side, bounces out of the hands, the glove of the keeper, but he manages to stop the ball racing away for runs. Durham won in 3 days in Kidderminster last season, around about this time of the year, wasn't it? It was April time. It was
very cold.
It was a cold week, and they managed to get victory over the line with 4 overs left of day 3, because come day 4 there wouldn't have been a ball bowled. It was horrendous weather. Ball comes in. This is played away safely by Libby off towards the cover area. No run. So 4 runs on the board, and we've had 4 overs.
Yep. Richard Dawson's been in touch. I'm still on X or Twitter at FrankWatson58. Richard says, I can't think of a time when Worcester only had one homegrown player in the team. Sign of the times, maybe. Well, yeah, absolutely a sign of the times, I think. Brett D'Oliveira, the only homegrown player in that Worcestershire side. 2 Kiwis. Signings from Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, Warwickshire, Northamptonshire. Ben Rain bowls, and forward comes Roderick and plays this back up the pitch. Essex and 2 Kiwis. That's the Worcestershire lineup in terms of its background, and it is a sign of the times, I think. Kashif Ali left out today, well, missing today, not left out, on paternity leave, but 1 or 2 others who are homegrown in the squad but not making the final 11. Here's Rain in bowls, and Roderick is forward, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. I mentioned the pitch earlier today, and people always ask, don't they, what's the pitch going to be like, and you try and give an idea of what it's going to be like. Some grounds, of course, we have a kind of idea of what it's going to be like just from past experience. Here at New Road, difficult to predict what this pitch is going to be like. I'll just expand on that in a minute. Rain bowls, and a drive from Roderick, wide of fielder at mid-on, who picks up and shies at the stumps. Jake Ball, I think, and hands on head, because obviously feels that had that hit, it would have been a very close thing. As it was, it missed, but a dodgy single, you could say, for Roderick to take. Takes Worcestershire on to 5 in that loss. The sun breaks through, and what I'm getting at with that discussion about the pitch is that it's been kind of relayed very late in the day. Rain in bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing up to mid-off. So the work that most groundsmen would have been doing in sort of September, October, was being done here at New Road in March, after the last of the floods, and the grass was grown under a sort of tent for a few weeks with a bit of artificial light, I think, to help it. So it's difficult to say that it's going to be one thing or the other. This one from Rain is just short of a length and pushed out on the onside by Libby, and there's no run. And I even asked the groundsman yesterday, what do you think it's going to be like, and he said it's difficult to predict really. He thinks there'll be a bit of seam movement in it, not sure how much pace there's going to be in it, but as you say, Marty, they've done well to get a pitch out at all really, and to get the ground looking as good as it does. And it's just a pleasure to have cricket back at New Road. Rain again in from the Diglis end, bowls and edged by Libby. A brilliant piece of work at third slip by George Drizzell, diving to his right and picking the ball up on the half volley. Didn't quite carry, but kept a bit low as well, that one. But another good over from Ben Rain, who's testing the batsman here. 5 overs gone, Worcestershire making slow progress after losing the toss. They're 5 without loss.
Ball from the New Road end, right arm over. Ball played up to mid-off, no run there. Picked up by Alex Lees, the Durham skipper. Stuart Mangers emailed from Sedbergh. He said, Marty, really feel for you with your throat. I didn't have a voice yesterday. But I hadn't spoken to anybody because my wife and the kids are on holiday. So it was only when Melinda rang me yesterday afternoon, Melinda Farrell, when I was driving down the motorway, and I tried to have a conversation with her, and I realised, bit of an issue there. So ball bowls this one to Roderick, who's on 2, dot ball. But I'll battle on, I'll be brave. Sun is out. Suggested it would be a cloudy afternoon today. With a bit of rain possible tomorrow afternoon. But at the moment it's quite nice here. Ball in again. Driven hard by Roderick. And that should go for 4. Off towards the 7 side of the ground. It's stopped. The outfield is really slow.
Yeah,
I just thought that had the legs the moment it left the square there, and it really slowed. It was chased by McKinney. Score moves on to 7. Ball in again, 4th ball of the over. Defended on a length by Roderick. So they only ran the 2 the last delivery rather than getting a 4 on the board. I think Roderick was thinking about coming back for 3rd, but Libby sent him back to the other end. Durham staying down here for a few days because after this game finishes they're then heading off to Southampton for that match, which starts on Friday next week. Roderick with an expansive looking drive, but all he does is find Alex Lees at mid-off, no run. Christopher is listening in from Herefordshire, not able to be at New Road this match, but second best it is. A long time listener, previously in Jersey. And the big reason I wanted to go today was to watch Potts, who isn't playing. This is guided down to backward point, end of the over. 2 runs from it, 7 on the board for Worcestershire without loss here on the BBC. Nice picture of the rolling hills of Herefordshire.
So 7 without loss, Roderick 4, Libby 3. Accurate start from Ball and Rain. Slowish pitch by the look of it. And a very, very lush and fairly slow outfield as well. Ben Rain is in. Bowls, and Libby is beaten by that one. outside the off stump. May have pulled his bat away. I'll have to watch the replay, but no freebies for these batters in this first few minutes at New Road. Rain, always a good performer. Yeah, it was a good delivery. Turned Libby round. That one. He's in again. Bustling run up bowls, and Libby is forward to this one and pushes out on the offside.
In Atman says, Martin, all the best for the game. Hope we get a full 4 days. How come the ECB are able to prevent Potts from playing, having presumably rested all winter? Why do fast bowlers need so much rest in the season? Well, they're putting a squad together, aren't they, for the test match? Is it Zimbabwe coming up shortly, isn't it?
Yep.
So there were suggestions Ben McKinney might end up being part of that as well, the Durham batsman.
There's Rain again, bowls, and Libby pushes this one out square on the offside. It's fielded by Graham Clark at backward point. 7 without loss it remains.
So you were saying last week Sam Cooke wasn't able to let his arrow flow at Chelmsford?
Well, no, he wasn't, thank goodness, otherwise the game would have been over a lot quicker, I reckon. Made for him, that pitch was. Jamie Porter didn't do a bad job in his absence, but Sam Cooke, or Little Chef as they know him, down at Essex would have been very, very handy indeed. His Rain is in again and bowls, and this time Libby is taken on the pad. He's forward, he holds the pose. There's a big shout from all those behind the stumps and from the bowler, but
Mike Burns,
umpire Michael Burns not impressed, and I think Libby was fairly confident that he wasn't out because he stayed in exactly the position he was in. Ooh, very close, just outside the line, fractionally outside the line of the off stump. Seen him given. Brett D'Oliveira was given out last week in exactly the same sort of way as that, just outside off. Good decision. Rain in again, bowls, and Libby is forward, gets a bat on this one, pushes it out into the covers.
Libby's
no run.
12 games against Durham, 756 runs. He's got 2 centuries and 3 50s. 144 for Notts in 2016 and 126 at New Road in 2021 in that draw here where he and the opener batted all the way up to tea on the final day.
Ben Rain, number 44 on his back, turns and comes in again and bowls, and Libby is taken on the pad as he tries to turn this away on the leg side, and that is the end of the over. Worcestershire are finding it really difficult to get runs out there, but they are hanging in there. 7 overs gone, 7 without loss. Roderick has 4, Libby has 3, and early impressions are that it's going to be quite hard work for the batters in this game.
Last season at Kidderminster, Libby got 61 and 50 against Durham in a Durham win. Who was the opening batsman with him when they batted all day in 2021?
Daryl Mitchell, probably.
No, it was a player from Pakistan.
Oh, Azhar.
Yeah.
I don't think he opened, batted 3.
Coming in 3 then, yeah. So they must have lost Daryl Mitchell the night before, and then they batted all day. Jake Ball, start of a new over, edged and put down. And that is a life for Gareth Roderick on 4. Dropped in the slips, and Durham did that quite a few times last week as well.
Yeah, pretty straightforward really, wasn't it?
Will Rhodes, I think, put it down.
Yeah.
That's defended. So Jake Ball could have had his first Durham wicket there, but unfortunately, straightforward edge to the slips, put down. 7 for none. And he's gone. It hasn't cost him anything because he's been caught behind. Just a wild wahoo there, and trying to cut a ball that was rising up, and he's put it straight into the keeper's gloves. So Ball does get his first wicket. It is Roderick, and it is on 4 It's just a couple of deliveries later than he could have been out. Looks, he's cut at a really wideish delivery there, hasn't he? He didn't need to play at that at all.
Well, he didn't, but when you got nothing to hit, I think when you do get one like that, you're entitled to have a go at it, aren't you? And it's just a little edge, very comfortable catch for Ollie Robinson, and Gareth Roderick is on his way. That's the benefit of being tight early on, isn't it, and not giving the batsman much to hit, is that when you do chuck in a slightly wide one, they are having a go at it, and that's what happened there. So it brings to the wicket for the first time at New Road the Kiwi left-hander Henry Nicholls, who has been brought in by Worcestershire for the next few weeks. Just has a look at the bright sunshine as he walks out, tries to get used to the light, and he walks out there with Worcestershire in a bit of trouble, having lost the toss 7 for 1 in the 8th over, and finding runs very, very hard to come by. We'll be joined by Melinda Farrell at the end of this over. Mel, who travels the world with her cricket journalism, writes for The Cricketer, was with us at Chelmsford last week, so she's seen a bit of Worcestershire already, but not of this man.
She's only just got back from that game. You know?
Yes, she took. It wasn't a very easy journey. I don't
the bus
think.
Replacement service.
Henry Nicholls then, the left-hander on strike. Jake Ball will go round the wicket to him. Just picked up his first Durham wicket, as Marty was saying, with that catch, and the sun really shining very brightly now. New Road looks a picture once again. Not a huge crowd in. Good fair sprinkling in the members' pavilion and at this New Road end of the ground. Henry Nicholls just taking guard from umpire Graham Lloyd. 3 slips in place and liable to be in action a fair bit, I would have thought, today. That one actually bounced quite a bit to Roderick, carried through quite nicely. The edge to slip from which he was put down was about knee height. That one did carry through quite well. It was a little bit shorter. So early signs that this pitch is offering a bit of help to the bowlers, as ball is in and Nicholls is off the mark straight away with a clip off his toes down to long leg. Played it very late. There were some oohs and ahs from the fielders behind the wicket, but I think that was as much because he played it so late as anything else. There might have been just a little bit of movement into him from ball around the wicket. Yeah, I think it would have been a shout if he'd have been hit on the pad. He goes back over the wicket to bowl to Libby. 8 for 1. 2 balls left in the over. He's in and he bowls, and Libby is on his toes pushing this one out on the offside. And there's no addition to the score. Tough out there for the batters this morning. Tough Division 1 cricket. 2 bottom sides in the table after the first 3 games. His ball is in and bowls, and then left alone outside the off stump by Libby, taken by the keeper. The end of the over from Jake Ball, and Marty is slipping away, and I will be joined in a moment by Mel Farrell. Just plug in some headphones for you, Mel, as Ben Rain gets ready to start this new over. Can you hear me? Is that all right?
I can hear you.
You
Sorry,
should
I'm
do. Yeah, it's
sorry
all right.
for scrabbling around, and apologies if that was getting in your ears at home. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Mel. Nice to see you at New Road. Not too far this time for you to travel from home, unlike that nightmare journey you had at Chelmsford last week, and you missed the fireworks of the last morning as well.
I didn't miss it, I can tell you. I was watching closely through the excellent feed.
Rain round the wicket to the left-handed Nicholls. This one left alone, and through it goes to Ollie Robinson.
Yes, 4 hours it took me to get from Chelmsford to London, so I was really glad that I'd at least organised not to go back to Birmingham, or I'd still be travelling.
Yeah, it's not the easiest country to get around, is it, at the moment? It doesn't matter whether you're in a car or on the train.
Not on a bank holiday, and
No.
I believe there are 2 in May, so I'm already looking at those very carefully, I can tell you. Yeah.
Changing the field here for Nicholls, obviously. Rain going around the wicket brings a man across Blatherwick from the covers into a kind of leg gully position. So maybe they've got a bit of info on Nicholls, clipping it away off his pads uppishly. Rain round the wicket into him, bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump. So 1 wicket to fall since Worcestershire lost the toss this morning. Gareth Roderick caught behind by Ollie Robinson off Jake Ball for 4. Worcestershire making 1 change from the side which played Essex at Chelmsford last week. Kashif Ali is on paternity leave. Henry Nicholls has been drafted in, and he's out there now batting at 3. Durham making lots of changes, lots of injuries. They brought 3 men in on loan, Yusuf, Blatherwick and Ball, and they're all playing, and they're also without Matty Potts, who has been restricted, shall we say, by England from playing in this game. Nicholls waits and Rain bowls down the leg side. Decent carry, bit of bounce for Rain there, holds his head in his hands, almost as though he was bowling for the sort of leg side tickle. He's got that man in at leg slip, quite fine now. They obviously think Nicholls is a candidate for just clipping one off his hip, and they almost got their man. Good carry on this pitch from Ben Rain, who's not the quickest, broad shouldered, hits the deck quite hard, but that leg slip definitely placed very carefully by Rain, and I think he thought he got his man there. They're now bringing a man in on the drive at short mid-wicket as well, so a definite ploy then against Nicholls, and Rain is into him and bowls, and Nicholls drives up to mid-on. I was discussing earlier, Mel, I don't know what you think about, and I'll stress again, and I said it to Marty, this is not a dig at Durham at all, just perhaps question a system which allows a team to bring in 3 players on loan at the drop of a hat like that, when, you know, they could have played players from their own academy or whatever. I don't see how you're going to produce young players if you allow that to happen. Nicholls plays defensively back up the pitch and there's no run. I mean, bring in 1 maybe, and lots of teams do it, and sometimes they do it just for 1 game, but the idea of bringing in 3 just seems counterproductive to me if you're thinking about developing players. Really, players in the academy at Durham or wherever must look at this and think, well, how do I get a chance if injuries are replaced by loans? As Nicholls turns this on the leg side, and that's good running, comes back for 2, has to hurry because Cody Yusuf, the fielder, was quick to the ball, got his throw away quickly, but Nicholls was in. Good running, and it needed to be, and it has to be on a pitch where, at the moment at least, there are very few offerings in terms of scoring opportunities for the batsmen. 10 for 1 at the end of 9 overs.
Having said that, Durham has been a county that has developed a lot of young players.
I'm not questioning Durham. I'm questioning the system. Really. Yeah.
So just that point about Durham.
Worcestershire have only got 1 homegrown player in the side today.
Yeah.
It's, very unusual, really. Plenty of ex-Worcestershire players elsewhere. But, as you know.
That's the problem. Everyone keeps coming and nicking them. Here's Jake Ball. He's in over the wicket. First ball was falling over Jake Libby as he plays that shot up to mid-on, no run. Do you know what Worcestershire do have now with Henry Nicholls there? Go on.
A left-hander.
Yes. Yeah. You read my mind.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, we did notice last week in the game against Essex, the only batter who scored a century, Paul Walter, was the only left-handed batter. Here's Ball. Oh, that's a lovely drive. Beautiful through point just backwards of it, but that's going to be 4 runs.
First boundary.
There's a lovely looking shot as well. Had a little bit of width, down on one knee. And just feel that it's important for Worcestershire to try and find some first innings runs, I feel, if they can in this game. They've had a couple of games where there's been a heroic sort of last innings effort from them, as ball is in once more, up on his toes this time, driving to mid-off, no run is Libby. But it might make their lives a little bit easier if they do get some first innings runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't help when you put into to bat first on a cloudy day in what looks like very helpful conditions, especially after last week. That was a tough batting pitch.
Yeah.
At Chelmsford for both sides. Here's ball, and that's flicked away as half went up for a shout. It's gone very, very fine. It's not going to go all the way. Is the umpire going to signal a leg by?
He got a bat on it.
No, he got bat on it. There you go. So the
slow outfield, isn't it, as well? I think it's you wouldn't have thought it's going to be a particularly high-scoring affair, this, given the nature of the pitch and the outfield.
What I will say,
early days, of course.
Yeah, it looks wonderful. First game of the season here, as ball is in. Oh, he's cut him in half a bit there. I think it might have nipped back in a bit. It's very hard because we're looking at such an angle, aren't we? We're basically, at the moment, we're sort of at long on. So sometimes a bit difficult. Oh, Frank, good on you, Frank. He's put up a little monitor of the feed for me so that we can...
Yeah.
Yep, did come back in. It's been a good start for Ball as he's in once more. Bowls and there's gone. He has struck again. Boy, they've brought him in and he's repaid them well and truly. This time with the wicket of Libby. So Ball removes both openers, and it's been another very difficult start for Worcestershire, losing their second wicket for 16 runs. It's the edge coming. He brought the ball back into him on the previous delivery, which had troubled him. And then the very next delivery finds himself out as Libby. He tosses his bat as he goes as well. I'm just saying they need first innings runs, Frank. It doesn't help when you're losing your openers.
No, well, they are
like that.
They are the two most likely, you would say, to play long innings. The opening pair, although obviously Henry Nicholls is capable of that too. Rob Jones is the new man. He's a batsman who's been struggling for form. Jake Ball, 2 wickets this morning. The on loan man from Somerset, 2 for 11, and an outstanding start for Durham. Good toss to win. Ball nipping around, bit of carry in the pitch. Sun shining, it's kind of humid as well, cloudy-ish. You'd expect it to do a bit in the air, and well, not ideal for a batsman, not ideal for a batsman in the best of form. Rob Jones a bit low on confidence, I think, at the moment. How good it would be for him to get a score in these circumstances, and how good that would make him feel. Ben Rain continuing to ask a lot of questions, and we feel that he's pretty unlucky not to have picked up a wicket himself, and he will continue round the wicket to Henry Nicholls, and there's a definite plan afoot here from Durham. I'll talk about it in a minute, as Rain comes in and bowls to Nicholls, who is in behind that, playing defensively up to mid-on. So 2 slips now, and a leg slip, very deliberately placed, George Drizzell. And then we've also got Graham Clark under the helmet at forward short leg, and we've also got a man in fairly tight, and in terms of line from the bat, very, very much McKinney, very much just on the right shoulder of the short leg, but back in a one saving position as Rain bowls round the wicket and Nicholls leaves. And so they fancy that Henry Nicholls is a player who chips the ball uppishly off his pads, and they've obviously done a bit of work on it, had the analysts on it, and they fancy that they might pick him up there early in his innings. He will be aware of it. So far he's on 3, he's faced 9 deliveries. He settles down again now as Rain comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward to a fuller delivery and pushing it out on the offside, and it's fielded by Alex Lees coming in from mid-off.
We've also got Yusuf down here on the boundary.
Yeah. In case he bangs one in, I suppose. Yeah, top edge is a hook shot. 16 for 2 then Worcestershire.
He's the only man out.
Trouble. Excuse me, Rain in. Bowls and Nicholls steers, I would say, rather than edges this down to third man. It'll only be 2. The outfield is very slow. And I think we've got to bear that in mind when we look at the total later in the day. 18 for 2. Nicholls goes to 5.
Yes, it does look very lush. Gee, last time I was here, remember all the patches in the outfield as well. I was really struggling. Ground staff have done an absolutely brilliant job in getting this place up to scratch. They were all lined up when I arrived this morning. The queue out there, outside the hotel. So a lot of people looking forward to this. I have to say, I noticed the new addition. They've got a fancy bar as well opposite us.
Yeah, literally being completed when I was down here yesterday. Ollie Robinson, the wicket keeper, is asking for a helmet. You're not missing any cricket here. And he's obviously going to stand up to the wicket to Henry Nicholls. I was saying earlier, Robinson will always have fond memories of this ground. I think as he got a white ball double 100 here for Kent 2 or 3 years ago. Absolutely magnificent innings, and I suspect however long he plays, he will not forget that day. It was very much a day that he announced himself to well, certainly to the Worcestershire faithful, and he's been a very good signing, I think, for Durham. A wicketkeeper who genuinely is a proper batsman, and he is, as I say, now standing up to the pitch, the stumps for Ben Rain, and the slips are quite close too, suggesting it's not a quick pitch, but the odd one has carried through quite significantly, so maybe a little bit too paced. There's Rain round the wicket to Nicholls, and Nicholls is on the back foot and pushes this into the gap at extra cover and takes a single, which takes the score on to 19 for 2 and takes his personal score to 6, and it brings Rob Jones on to strike for the first time. Jones will have just 1 ball to survive, and Ollie Robinson has gone back, so obviously it was a ploy to stop Nicholls from moving down the pitch to Rain. That decision to stand up, he's now gone back and is standing back, and it's 3 slips for the right-hander, but we've still got the man under the helmet at short leg, and we've now got Cody Yusuf in at backward point, or sort of deepish gully, as Rain comes in to Jones and bowls, and Jones is off the mark, turning this one through square leg, past short leg for a single. He'll be relieved. He's on 1. Nicholls is 6. The 2 men out. Roderick for 4 and Libby for 9. Worcestershire, after 11 overs, limping along 20 for 2.
Yes, I will reiterate it. I was just talking to Paul Edwards, my colleague, and I love coming to Worcester. It is up there. It might be my favourite, Frank, of towns to come to and grounds to come to. The walk from the train station is fantastic and littered with wonderful cafes. So I've got my favourite, very good coffee, but there's a choice. And then a magnificent cathedral, friendly members. His ball is in over the wicket, and that is turned around the corner through square leg by Jones, so they'll pick up another couple again. The ball just comes to a complete stop about 4 metres in from the boundary, so it's going to take something to reach the boundary today because it is quite lush. But yes, last year, of course, we spent the first couple of rounds of Worcestershire's home games at Kidderminster, which was lovely, I must say. Yeah. But it is wonderful for the club to be able to have their first home game here. So Jones back on strike. Here's ball, and he does strive at that one, and he is gone. Another falls. Ball has his third, and Worcestershire's top order is crumbling. 22 for 3 now as Jones trudges off. If he wasn't feeling confident before, that will not help. But it's difficult out there batting today. Just went for the expansive cover drive and has nicked behind. So Ollie Robinson has his third catch as well. Caught Robinson bowled ball has been the theme of the morning so far.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson having a great time out there as an ex-keeper. You don't have many days where you pick up 3 as routine as that, really. All a nice height, all straight in, all from Jake Paul, and poor old Rob Jones is really going through it at the moment as far as his form is concerned. Can't get a start really, and on his way again as Adam Hose comes out to join Henry Nicholls. 22 for 3 then, Worcestershire. Good toss for Durham to win, but it's not just about winning the toss, it's about delivering. And Jake Ball, what a loan he is proving to be at the moment, as he has nipped in with 3 wickets here this morning, all caught behind by Lou Robinson. Gareth Roderick out for 4, Jake Libby for 9, and Rob Jones for 3. And he faced just 3 deliveries, Rob Jones.
Yeah, it's been a rough ride.
His difficult run continues, and a lot of sympathy for him because he keeps going to the wicket times as he has, such as today, where there's a couple of wickets down early and pressure on, and not ideal. Could do with the time where he goes in where it's 150 for 2 on a flat one, I think.
Here's ball again, riding high, and he's just rushed. I think he's just nipped past Henry Nicholls' bat, unless he managed to get a little feather onto his pad. Anyway, there's no run. Yeah, he'll be absolutely loving his time with Durham if he can come here. It feels like a wickety morning, must be said. The sun's trying to break out. Ball's not moving extravagantly. Here's ball, and up defended just into the leg side, no run. It doesn't look from here like it's extravagant movement, but one of those days where it's just doing enough.
Yeah, I agree.
And I guess sometimes that can be even worse. When it's hooping around, it's almost got as much chance of missing everything as it does of hitting. But when it's just doing enough, here's ball again. Takes a step forward, does Hose, and lets that one go. It's
an initial impression, and it could be wrong, and I haven't really seen enough yet. But I'm just getting the idea that it's a bit too paced. Like the odd one has carried through quite a long way, and then the odd one, like that last one, has just kept a little bit low and not really carried through. Oh, no, maybe it did bounce a bit more than I thought.
Here's ball over the wicket, driven straight back down past the bowler. Mid-on runs across, and there will be no run to finish there. So the end of the over, 12 overs gone. Worcestershire in all sorts at 22 for 3. Nicholls is out there on 6. Hose is yet to score. Clouds still quite thick overhead. It's not dark, but sun's trying to to struggle through, but it's certainly a sort of morning on what looks to be a very lush outfield, and maybe, as Frank surmises, a bit of two-pace sort of morning where we might see a few more wickets. They need some ballast, to Worcestershire, in their batting, and they're hoping that Henry Nicholls will provide it. Incredibly experienced player, of course, the New Zealand international.
On strike now as Ben Rain bowls to him, and he's in behind that, plays that defensively down on the onside. I had a message asking me to perhaps fill in Worcestershire fans on what Pears legend Joe Leach is up to following his retirement. Well, I can tell you what he's up to, and he can tell you himself, because he's going to come and join us this afternoon, I'm pleased to say, in the commentary box. He's here today. He's working full-time for the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, as rain is in again, and this one's steered down into the gully by Nicholls, and there's no run. Daryl Mitchell, the Chief Executive of the PCA, is also here today, and Joe is working, I think, his a sort of cricket operations role, getting around the counties, meeting the players, seeing them and advising them and guiding them. PCA does such an amazing job on behalf of its members, and Joe is working full time for them, based at Edgbaston, I think, as Ben Rain bowls, and this one is tucked away on the onside, and again there's no runners. Ben McKinney comes in from mid-wicket, and as I say, Joe will be joining us this afternoon, and he'll be able to give us a bit more detail on that, I'm sure. Look forward to having him with us this afternoon. He would have enjoyed bowling on this, I reckon. But possibly not batting on it, as Ben Rain is in again and bowls, and Nicholls is forward and pushing out on the offside. That said, Mel, I'm not calling it a minefield, and I'm not having a go at anybody or saying it's a bad pitch. I think we've got to wait and see how things go.
Absolutely. Never go off early, Frank.
Literally yesterday out there with Stephen Manfield, the groundsman, discussing it, and just basically sharing his thoughts about how it's been in the winter and how hard it's been to get pitches ready, and how he wasn't really sure how it was going to behave. As this is turned on the onside by Nicholls, past the man at short leg, played it well, got right on top of it, rode the bounce, kept it down, and picks up a single. He moves then on to 7. Adam Hose will be on strike for the first time against Ben Rain, who will feel that he's probably bowled just as well as Jake Ball this morning and not got a wicket. Jake Ball's picked up all 3. Ollie Robertson caught all 3 of them behind the stumps, and the men out are Roderick for Libby 9 and Jones for 3, and Adam Hose. There's another one who's been coming in at difficult times, really, for a lot of the season so far, and no different this time as rain comes into him, and he's forward, and this one nips back and takes him on the inner thigh, I think. Painful one.
He's tough. I remember he got felled here last year against Lancashire, and in an uncomfortable spot, and he was down for a very long time.
Just having another look at this one. Just nip back, top of the inner thigh. He's got a pad on there, doesn't look too bad. Does hurt if you get it there, but these days the shorts they wear, or the thigh pads that they wear on the front thigh, comes with one that also covers that right thigh as well for the right-hander. End of the over, 23 for 3 off 13.
I thought he batted really well at Chelmsford, Adam Hose. Scored 48 in their first innings. That was a marginal call when he was out as well. I initially thought the ball had dropped short, so might have been unlucky. His ball, first ball, and that squared up Nicholls a little. He was trying to steer that into the leg side. It's actually squirted out to the offside, no run. Henry Nicholls has been, obviously, if you've watched Test cricket in the past sort of 10 years, you've seen a fair bit of Henry Nicholls, and not just Test cricket. Got that half century, didn't he, in the 2019 World Cup final. Played very, very well. And he's here now on strike. Round the wicket comes ball, and he lets that one through. He's also, I first chatted to him just after I sort of started with Cricinfo, and I did an interview with him and his brother Willie in New Zealand when we were at Hagley Oval, because his brother Willie was the team's media manager.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's been around for a long time. Here's ball again around the wicket. This is just steered by Nichols up towards mid-on. No run. Yeah, so keeping it all in the family. Very, very experienced as well. Has played 56 test matches and has a test double century as well. So they kept it, they sprung that pretty well, I thought, Worcestershire, by the way. Only announced 2 days ago. Kept that very quiet. Nichols waits, his ball is in, he drives, and it's nicked that one, but it's gone through.
Gone high, that one, isn't it?
Oh, he's managed to get away with that one. So, Jake Ball, he's finding the edges for fun, that has to be said. Let's just take another look, just over the head of Bird Slip.
What saved him was that he went at it so hard, I think, didn't it? And it really flew, that one. You need some luck to prosper on this pitch.
You do. He waits again as in comes ball. So that boundary, at least, I guess, at least getting that score moving a little bit, because they were very stuck. As that next one's just played up to mid-on. Mid-on for no run.
It was a bit of a shock, that the signing of Nichols. I did get wind of it a few days ago, but it was by no means over the line at that point, and I think it was break off as he plays this one defensively. I think Jacob Duffy alerted Worcestershire to the fact that he was in Ireland, I think, and it might have been his brother's wedding, I think, and whether he had his kit with him or he had to send for it, I don't know, but the contact was made. I think that's how it came about anyway, and he's with Worcestershire for a good few weeks, and hoping that he can provide that little bit of solidity at number 3, which is so important, as you know, Mel, and Worcestershire's batting having been a bit fragile, I think it's fair to say, this season. Hoping he can bring his experience to bear. Yeah,
so sometimes, I mean, just having someone of his experience come in. And look, let's face it, Worcestershire love the Kiwis.
They do.
They love the Kiwis.
And that
is good reason.
That is definitely a factor in it. That Worcestershire have had a lot of Kiwis, and they've found them to generally be good, solid contributors and good people to have in the dressing room and so on, and they've got connections with various coaches over there and that kind of thing, and that is a factor. Jack Blatherwick, loanee from Lancashire, is going to have a bowl now at the Diglis end. Tall, pacey, 3 slips in place, replacing Ben Rain, who's been excellent in his first spell, despite being wicketless. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. Blatherwick is in and bowls. His first ball is down the leg side. I was talking to Jacob Duffy about the connection between Worcestershire and New Zealand, and how far back it goes, and of course people remember Glenn Turner and John Parker, who also played here in the 60s, but a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that Martin Horton, former all-rounder here, off-spinning all-rounder who opened the batting, played in the championship sides in the 60s, played 1 test match for England, late 50s, born and bred in Worcester. Martin Horton, a real son of the city. Just break off as Blatherwick bowls, good delivery, which Hose digs out, runs out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And in 1966, Martin Horton retired from Worcestershire quite early, and emigrated to New Zealand, played a bit for Northern Districts, and the reason he went out there was to become the first ever, I think, national coach of New Zealand, and he stayed there for 15 years And when you think what happened to New Zealand cricket between 1966 and the start of the 80s, you can see he did a very, very good job. Just break off as Blatherwick is in and bowls, and Hose is off the mark, whipping this one down to fine leg for 4. It's just over pitched on leg stump, and he just clipped it and used the pace of the ball down to the boundary. A welcome boundary for Worcestershire, who move on to 31 for 3. And Martin then returned to Worcester and became cricket professional at the Royal Grammar School here in Worcester, which is where I first met him, because I was teaching there at the time. And I went out 2 or 3 years later to New Zealand for a season when I was a young player, and everywhere I went, Martin Horton's name was held in very, very high esteem, because he had done such a great job setting up all the sort of coaching programs throughout the whole of New Zealand and everything. And I was talking to Jacob about it. He had no idea about it at all, because obviously it's a new generation now, but he came back to Worcester and got back involved here and was on the committee and so on. Sadly died a few years ago, but a great man, a Worcester man, but also very strong connections to New Zealand cricket. There's Blatherwick in again, bowls, and Hose gets another run here, just tucking this one down on the onside for a single. 34 for 3. Nichols has 11, Hose now has 5.
I think I really do think boundaries are going to be, they're almost worth 8.
Yeah.
The way that that this ball is slowing up. Might get a little bit quicker perhaps if we get a bit of sunshine, but I don't know. I think when I had a look at the weather, it looked as though it was a little bit maybe 50-50 on a couple of the days at least. So I'll have to see if it hardens out a little bit.
Blatherwick in again, round the wicket to Nichols, who's on his toes, drops this down on the offside, and there's no run. Marty Emerson coming back in to replace me now. Mel, if you want to carry on with this over.
Absolutely. You go have a break, Frank. Frankie Poo, haven't that called you that once this week? But it is Nichols on strike at the moment as Blatherwick comes in around the wicket to the left-hander, and he raises his bat and says, I'm not playing that. Lets it go through, but it's very much appreciated by the players, so I don't know that it missed by that much. Again, it's very difficult to tell right where we are. Goodness gracious me, there's all sorts going on behind. I think Martin Emerson and Frank Watson looked like they were doing some kind of fancy two-step, trying to get Martin in here. Here's Blatherwick around the wicket again, and it's left again, and it's appreciated again by the players, but Nichols not interested. Or Hose, I should say. Yeah, was Nichols not interested. 34 for 3. Now with 15 overs gone, Nichols on 11. Hose with that boundary moved on to 5. And it's actually getting a little bit darker here now, I have to say, and that's just because Martin Emerson's got the commentary. Oh, straight away!
Still writing your own material, I see.
Oh, it's so nice to see you, Martin.
Yeah.
I remember those days at Kidderminster.
Yes, I'll never forget them. See it in my memory.
No matter how hard.
Did you get a tenner off Private Eye, you know? Did you enter yourself in Private Eye?
It took you precisely 20 seconds to get a mention of that in. Yes, I did get in Private Eye when
I know, I saw it.
For a certain remark when I was on commentary with you. And Yusuf is now into the attack over the wicket, and that is chip. He attempts to chip that in the leg side. Hose. It just goes behind, doesn't make contact down the leg side.
It was this week last year that we were in Kidderminster.
We should have got a cake for our anniversary.
Yeah. Just came up on my timeline the other day, my evening walk along the canal at Kinver with the lovely sunset. But good. While I miss Kidderminster, it's excellent for the club that they're back here. Hose waits. In comes Yusuf, and he solidly gets in behind that one, defends it onto the leg side. No run. Yeah, it was a jolly tent that we had there.
Yes, I did make a little bit of an on-air gaffe, shall we say, and made it into private eye. I'm told.
You've got to remind people what you said now. You can't just have half the story.
Oh dear.
It was one of those where you say something and then realise what you've said afterwards moments, wasn't it?
It is. Here's Yusuf in, and that again defended up towards mid-on, no run. So I was really taken by the fact that they'd done such a good job at Kidderminster and everything was posh. The coffee van, like the tents, everything. And I went to answer the call of nature, and the Portaloos were posh.
Yeah.
They had glass basins and fancy hand creams. And I mentioned it to Joe, the media manager at Worcestershire, and I said the Portaloos are posh. You're going to have to wait for the rest of this story, because here comes Yusuf. He's in bowling to Hose. He just defends it again, out to the offside, no run. And I mentioned the fact that the Portaloos were posh. And he said, you should see the men's. They've got a TV screen in there. Mm-hmm. I thought, wow. So when I got back on air with you, I said how posh the loos were, and that in the men's toilet you even had a TV screen so you could watch the live stream.
Yes.
Meaning a live stream of the game.
Yeah.
So you could go and you would never have to miss a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was it.
Yeah.
In comes Yusuf. Defended again, just past the bowler, mid-on doing the clean-up.
And I just said, the live stream, that's all I said. And then you dawned on you what you'd said.
I couldn't speak.
Anyway.
Oh dear.
Fun and games.
Oh, fun and games.
Ooh,
But
just grab my phone, because
I'm told it's a badge of honour to get in the commentator ball section of Private Eye.
But whoever sends it in, and I didn't send that one in, but I was laughing when I saw it. I was glad it did get sent in.
Here's Yusuf, and there's a big shout this time. Umpire not interested in the LBW. Might have been going down. I'll have to watch the replay again, because, as I mentioned, we're really not behind the bowler's arm at all. But just the way that he played that shot and the way it looked. Oh,
bat and
pad.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Completely wrong. Once you see the replay. There you go. End of the over. 34 for 3. Nichols on 11. Hose on 5. Blatherwick and Yusuf, the bowlers who have come in to replace the opening pair of Rain and Ball. Ball with 3 wickets so far. He has been having a ball. Jake Ball.
Ball having a ball with the ball was my headline.
Oh.
Here's Blatherwick coming the wicket from the Diglas end. He is 26 years old now. Born in Nottingham. Joined Lancashire at the end of the 2020 season. 15 first class games and 20 wickets. Best bowling, 4 for 28. Lancashire win at Taunton in 2021. Played for Notts between 18 and 19 after coming through their academy. Played local league cricket in the Nottinghamshire leagues as well, as he comes around the wicket here. Ball played to the covers, no run there. And more recently played for Newton Lee Willows in the Liverpool Premier League.
I'm trying to work out. I was sure I saw him bowling somewhere, and I can't remember which game it was.
I think he might have played against Durham last year for Lancashire in either the One Day Cup at Sedbergh or a T20, because I think I've seen him before.
Well, I wasn't on either of them, so
no,
wasn't
you weren't. No. Nichols on 11. Played down into the gully area, stopped by Graham Clark.
I am coming to Durham though soon. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Notts game. You are, right?
I am. I'll be.
So you're staying over near? Are you staying on the Roker Riviera? Have you booked in?
I have booked in. You sent me a recommendation and told me that Dave Bracegirdle was staying there, and yet I still decided that I'd.
He rang me to say he'd booked in, and I'd just been there to take a photograph of a fire that morning.
Oh, gosh.
But thankfully, it was all external.
Oh.
Oh, that's a nice drive from Nichols. That was over pitched, and he's played it hard out through towards the river side of the ground, but again that outfield is slow.
Boy oh boy, it's slow, all right. That was 99 times out of 100, that shot's 4. And this is what I was saying earlier, that boundaries are almost worth 8, I think. And he played that beautifully, timed it perfectly as well, but it just gets to about 3/4 of the way.
Yeah, just dies, doesn't it?
Yeah,
should be 4 every time, and they're only getting 2s.
So we'll have to keep that in mind when it comes to scores in this match.
Nichols waits as Blatherwick bowls again and just defends this one. So Henry Nichols played in the World Cup final against England at Lords in 2019.
Half century.
Yeah. So there was quite a number of Durham players or players with the Durham influence involved in that match. So I had him included in the list in our breakfast show the next day because he had played for Durham seconds in 2011, and of course you had Ben Stokes and Mark Wood and Liam Plunkett. Round the wicket comes Blatherwick, and that is defended by Nichols.
I saw Liam Plunkett a few weeks ago on my way over here in Philadelphia. We sat down and did a chat for a podcast that I've got coming out.
It was that the bus replacement as well. You've been a bit unlucky, haven't you?
I'll tell you what, it was quicker getting here from Australia via America than it was getting from Chelmsford to London last Sunday.
Well, as Half Man Half Biscuit once sang, why do they call it the bus replacement service and not the rail replacement service?
Oh, that's a good shout.
Yeah.
I wish they'd replaced the bus with something quicker and warmer. End of that over, by the way. 17 overs gone. Worcestershire 36 for 3 with Nichols on 13. Hose on 5. It's very cloudy and grey, quite dark, and it is tricky. Ball just doing enough as Yusuf comes in over the wicket and Hose just pushes that out into the covers. No run.
Plays for Gauteng in South Africa.
Gauteng.
I've got no knowledge of. I hear these teams. I don't know where they play.
Well, Gauteng is.
Gauteng.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think that's the area sort of around Pretoria, Joburg.
Right.
I do believe. In that sort of vicinity. Here he is again once more. Full ball dug out.
That was quick.
It was quick, yes. Right at the toes of Hose. But he manages to get his bat down, jam it down in time.
Robbie Stoke has emailed weircricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, hi Marty and the gang, tuning in from Thailand as always.
Oh wow.
But this Durham team just doesn't feel like Durham. I'm fully in the camp of your colleague, these loan signings. It's a farce. Now turning...
As Yusuf runs in, bowls. That's an expansive drive. But it doesn't go past the bowler. Manages to stop it. It's a good looking shot, but no reward.
Robbie says he's going to tune out again. But Durham are going to be in this situation with injuries for a few weeks, so... just going to have to get used to it, unfortunately. Davey Fenix emailed about loanees as well, and he has this observation: cricket becoming worse than football for players moving around on loan and transfers. Some of these players come in for 1 or 2 games, maybe a month, and then off they go again.
In comes Yusuf, and this time he's managed to push it into the leg side. They hair off for a quick single and get through as the diving fielder from short mid-wicket comes in and flails the ball at the stumps. Doesn't connect. I think that might have been home. But in the end, it's a very tight single. Takes them to 37 for 3.
He said this needs to stop. You should have to use what is at your disposal at the beginning of the season, then maybe a 2-week period in July when you can sign a maximum of 3 players. Unfortunately, Durham have got injuries in the second team and the academy as well, so...
Nichols on strike now. Yusuf is in, and that is quick as well, and it's let go by Nichols. So he looks quite sharp, Yusuf. He's someone I just don't know much about at all. And I was in South Africa during the SA20. I was there for quite a while over the summer. Got to know a few of the South African domestic players. He wasn't playing in that, didn't come across my radar. In now, and this time he's got Nichols up on his toes, playing down into the ground in front of him. No run. So 29 first-class games that he's played, 88 wickets, averaging 29.14 before coming in here. So he has played for the Par Royals, but he wasn't. So he played 2 seasons for them, but he wasn't playing in this summer, which is why I didn't really come across him. But yeah, plays for the Lions and has taken 4 wickets in his past 2 matches for the Lions.
The Adam Ho's just taking guard here. He's going to face Blatherwick. He's going to come round, going to come over the wicket, having gone round the wicket earlier from the Diglas end. 37 for 3. Worcestershire having been put in here on a grey morning in Worcester. That one's turned away towards deep square leg for 1, picked up by Yusuf. Yeah, I think the forecast suggested we're going to have grey clouds sitting over us for most of today, but possibility of a little bit of rain around tomorrow at some point, but then it starts to get really warm. And by Monday, they're talking more than 20 degrees, and 20's plenty, obviously, so I'm a bit worried about Monday.
Oh, stop it.
He's coming back round the wicket now to the left-handed Nichols, who turns us up to mid-on, no run there. I mean, you being from Oz, you should know, the dangers of the sun.
I'm very conscious. I've actually had a melanoma, had to have it removed. So I encourage everyone to make sure that they slip, slop, slap, slide. Is the slogan in Australia. Slip on a t-shirt.
I can get moonburn.
Slap on a hat. Slop on sunscreen. And slide on some shades.
Blatherwick comes in and bowls again. This is defended. Yeah, I come from a family where we are very susceptible to sunburn.
That doesn't stop anyone, because everyone who's susceptible to sunburn, it seems, who comes from England to Australia, or from Scotland, or from Ireland, or from Wales, first day they go down to the beach and I'm in trouble for something.
No, it's just there you are.
All right, there we go. They go down to the beach, they get themselves lobstered up, and then they peel.
Nichols forward to this one from Blatherwick, pushes it off towards point, no run. I got really badly sunburnt one afternoon washing my car years ago, and ended up having to go to see the doctor, who winced when he saw the state I made of myself, and I've been very cautious of that.
Oh, so am I.
The old melanoma thing's been in our family as well.
Yeah, that's why I look so good for 78.
You've done well. Must have been a good paper round as well. Nichols on 13 from 37 balls as this one is played. Short on the offside, no run there.
Now, I'm not saying there's pressure, but you've bigged up staying on the Riviera. You better be good.
Oh, you like it? We've got a lovely beach and nice restaurants and cafes and pubs.
Good, because I have high standards. I was saying before, I love coming to Worcester because the walk through town is so lovely. You're blessed with choices for cafes.
Blatherwick bowls to Nichols. Nichols forward to this one, defends it, plays it to McKinney at mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, well, there was a write-up, actually, I think it was in The Guardian last year, of secret weekend escapes, and it listed Sunderland among the top places to go, and mentioned the Roker Riviera. And we got the guy on the breakfast show, and he was asked by my colleague, where did you pick up the phrase the Roker Riviera, and he said, I don't know, a few people mentioned it to me. It's now on Google Maps as well.
What is it, the what Riviera?
Roker.
The Roker?
Yeah.
What's Roker?
Roker's the area.
Oh, okay.
R-O-K-E-R.
Oh, okay.
So Sunderland Football Ground used to be Roker Park. There's also a park called Roker Park.
Okay. So. Yusuf. It's running in over the wicket, and that ball's just played out to backward point by Hopes. No run.
Anyway, the phrase is used widely now. The council put it in press releases. It's in the local newspaper.
Well, I hope you're preparing the area for my arrival.
Well, I came out with that during a commentary in about 2011, I think it was, and it's now caught on, got a life of its own.
Well, I'll be there with. Do you reckon Dave Bracegirt will be ready to hit the bars with me?
Oh yeah.
Here comes Yusuf, and that is slapped away, nicely driven, backward of point. There's a chase on. Will it go for four? Cannot believe it. It hasn't. Great fielding down in the deep with one fielder parrying it in off the rope and another collecting, but it was another one that, blimey, if you're out there batting, you'd be thinking, what have I got to do to get the ball across the rope?
Yeah. Dave Bracegirdle came over one night. We went for a meal and we went to the Harbour View for the blues night, the music night, and this singer performed. And for some reason, Dave thought the guy was from Bulgaria, so he went over and said he'd enjoyed his set.
As Yusuf is in bowls, up on one foot, and this time it's going to hit the boundary because that has been pulled nicely by Nicholls. Just swiveled on that back foot, had the pace to work with this time, and that, if you go by my calculations of a 4 being worth 8, that's a solid 8 because that ball flew.
Mike Burns had to take some evasive action at square leg umpire. That was on one leg. Anyway, Brace went and asked this singer, which part of Bulgaria are you from? And he said, I'm from Cooper Street round the corner.
Why do you think he was from
I
Bulgaria?
don't know. I haven't got a clue.
Here's Yusuf. This time Nicholls just plays that out towards mid-wicket. No run. Well, if you've set a bit of a expectation for me, so I hope that the red carpet of the Roca Riviera is well and truly rolled out.
Yeah, it's more of a yellow sandy carpet. But
all right, that'll do.
Yeah.
I'll head out there in the morning.
Bring your surfboard.
No. Here comes Yusuf in bowls. Big stride forward and defended out towards the offside by Nicholls. No run.
There's quite a few people who've come up to cover cricket over the years in Chester Street who've stayed there. And Andy Wilson, when he was covering county cricket, he used to love it because he could go for a jog along the seafront in the morning, but he was also a bird watcher.
Oh.
So he'd be ticking off all the birds he could see when he was running.
Well,
and he used to go jogging along the pier as well, but the pier's shut at the minute because it's being repaired.
Well, I'll go for a jog on the beach then when I'm there. Yusuf in bowls. Oh, he didn't know where this one was, Nicholls. But there was a strangled shout from the slips cordon, but no real conviction in it.
I think that came off the shoulder of the bat and hit him in the grill.
Your eyes are better than mine. You've also got the monitor there. We're having another look. Now as the ball comes in on the replay. Did it? Yeah, come up. That's the end of the over anyway. It's an interesting one from Yusuf. Sort of think, but he's got a bit of pace, and they might actually like that when they can middle it, just because this outfield is so slow. But it's 45 for 3 now. Nicholls on 17, Hose on 10.
Blatherwick to continue. This is his 4th over, none for 10 so far. Tall bowler comes in and played away by Hose. Got quite a lot of bat on that, but the ball didn't really go anywhere. So quite a heavy delivery.
I just wonder, unless things harden out, I just think the batters are going to have to work very, very hard with this. And it might be could be, you just don't know. Might be a lower scoring game. It's tough at Chelmsford as well in a different way.
Next ball bowled, Hose defends, runs up towards mid-off.
Yeah, at Chelmsford they were playing on a hybrid pitch.
Oh, right.
And it really was. It really ended up being quite difficult for the players because the ball was nipping pretty extravagantly. So this is tough for a different reason. Frank's hovering behind me, so I'm going to make way for him at the end of this over.
Next ball pulled out towards deep square leg for 1 run by Hose. He's found Yusuf towards that boundary. He's looking for something, he's lost something, but I don't know what it is he's lost.
It's Frank.
Yeah.
His marbles?
Yeah, they went a while ago, didn't they?
Oh dear.
Useless Durham stats. This is the first time since May 2019 the first 3 wickets of an innings have all been caught keeper. Has happened 4 times prior to 2008 in the county championship, as this one's defended by Nichols off Blatherwick, versus Gloucestershire in May 2019, versus Sussex June 2015, Warwickshire April 2013 and Yorkshire 2008, according to Useless Durham stats.
So I can't look at. Usually I get some tweets from people, but at the moment somehow I ended up on a thread with a whole heap of Worcestershire fans who were arguing with Essex fans last week, and now my timeline is basically this whole group. So there's loads of these. Right. So somehow I've managed to get on here.
2 balls left of this over. That's slightly over pitched. It's driven by Nichols, tentatively up towards mid-on. The throw back to the keeper went over his head and is backed up by Colin Ackerman in the slips. No run. Wandering Westy says he loved playing gigs at my local when he was in the band We Steel Flyers. So it's a few weeks' time, isn't it? And about 3 weeks, is it, you coming up?
Yeah, so where am I? I'm in
Durham are in Southampton next week and then have a week off after
so
that.
I'm down at Somerset.
Last ball of the over, Blatherwick to Nichols, played off towards square leg. Clark comes running up from the long leg boundary, 1 run for Nichols, he'll keep strike as well. Takes him on to 18, 47 for 3 Worcestershire.
Yep, so there you go, I'm Somerset and then home at Edgbaston, and then I come to the Roca Riviera. Frank, can you believe that? What nonsense.
I think Frank's been up there. Batsman just having a towel down here and a drink. It's not particularly warm today, I don't think. It's a bit cool out there.
No, it's going to get warmer, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think middle of next week, they're talking 25, 26,
well,
I think.
Yeah, it could be 22, 23 here on Monday.
Hard work out there for the batters this morning. There is no doubt about that. Henry Nichols, 18 off 46 deliveries, had to be absolutely on his game just to survive, really. Waits now as Cody Yusuf comes in from the New Road end and bowls to him. Tucks this one off his pads down to long leg, and good running. Comes back for 2. They've had to run hard throughout the morning just to pick up anything they can. It's been tough out there. Very little on offer. Outfield very slow. Probably that 49 for 3 worth 60, 65 on a quick outfield.
We've had 4 fours. So
good number of shots have been pulled up inside the rope that would have gone to the boundary normally, but it's the same for both sides. That's unlikely to change much as the game goes on. Yusuf in again, bowls, and Nichols has chipped this one up in the air and he's got away with it. It's lobbed straight up in the air off a leading edge, and Ollie Robinson has already picked up 3 catches today. Comes running up from behind the stumps, but it drops short of him, so Nichols gets away with it, and the 50 is up for Worcestershire. 50 for 3 in the 22nd over. All 3 wickets falling to Jake Ball, Loney from Somerset, and he's done a great job for his his temporary paymasters this morning. But he's been replaced by Yusuf, the South African, who's in now. Bowls to Hose, who is beaten outside the off stump by a good one, which bounced a bit and carried through to Robinson, as we've seen quite a few do. He's had a good day, Robinson. It's good fun keeping wicket on a pitch like this, I think. Always in the game. Yusuf, lively, fast medium, runs up aggressively, quickly, and quite chest on in delivery. but not the tallest, but an aggressive fast medium bowler. In now, past umpire Graham Lloyd, bowls again, and Hoses clipping this one nicely off his pads, and they'll get 2 again as fielder comes round from deep mid wicket. That was Blatherwick to do the fielding. So good running, and these two battling hard out there for Worcestershire after the loss of those first 3 wickets. The men out: Roderick 4, Libby 9 and Jones 3, all caught Robinson bowled ball. 22 for 3, so 30 added by these two, but my goodness, they had to work hard. Yusuf again in, Hose leaves outside the off stump. Clouded over again now, not gloomy, quite bright, not very warm, probably about 15 degrees, and a decent crowd in, mainly in the pavilion and here at the New Road end. Quite a few in the Basil D'Oliveira stand, but it does get chilly up there. It's also a bit of a sun trap if the sun does come out later in the day. Here's Yusuf once more in and bowls, and Hose is digging this one out on the leg side. It runs to mid wicket. End of another over. 22 now gone. Worcestershire put into bat 52 for 3. It's hard work.
Certainly is. Down on the banks of the Severn. Last time I was down here, I was camping at Hanbury Swan.
Yep.
Yeah, nice campsite there last summer. It was the week that Durham looked like Durham were going to be playing Worcestershire in the quarterfinals of the One Day Cup, and then Durham fell at the final hurdle, and so you played Warwickshire instead. Blatherwick bowling his 5th over here. Nichols on 21, coming round the wicket from the Diglas end, played to square leg for a single. McKinney with a shy from side on, misses the target, 1 run. Yeah, in my mind I was going to be coming down here anyway, and then when the match never materialised, my wife was already down camping with the kids, so I drove down to join them for a few days. Hired a boat and went up the River Avon from Tewkesbury for a couple of hours up to Breedon on the hill. That was quite a nice afternoon out in the sunshine. Nice to visit the area as a tourist and not for work. Hose has 13 from 29 as Blatherwick comes into bowl to him. And that's a nice shot. That was just a little bit too short. It sat up nicely, and he's carved that away off the back foot through the covers to the conker tree boundary for 4. 5th boundary of the innings. He moves on to 21. And
17's already gone up.
Has it gone up? Has it already?
Good shot that. It wasn't that wide. It was just the length. He gave him room, and nicely executed off the back foot by Hose.
57 for 3. Then he's on 17. Trying to gauge the pace of the scoreboard today.
Always difficult, isn't it? Different on every ground.
Yeah. Blatherwick, none for 17 from 4.2 overs. That's played up to wide, mid, off for a single by Hose. Now has 18, 58 for 3.
It's awful. I don't tend to give up too many weekends. They get so obliterated later in the summer. Yeah, they obviously got 2 weeks away through the year, so I don't give up too many weekends. But yeah, Fridays and Mondays I try and get somewhere.
Bit of a discussion going on here between the bowler and his skipper, Alex Lees.
We don't quite have the budget for overnight stays. Are you doing time today?
Blatherwick coming round the wicket to Nichols on 22. This is his 50th delivery. Nichols, bowler bowls, and the ball played up past Lees and away towards mid-off. Lees chases 1 run.
Well, I've been seeing quite a few messages from Worcestershire supporters which are quite disrespectful, shall we say, to the Worcestershire batsmen who have been dismissed, saying, that they ought to be doing better, etc., etc. Well, they're not the only team in the country that are struggling this morning. Gloucestershire are 61 for 5 against Leicestershire at Bristol. Sussex are 54 for 4 at Trent Bridge against Notts. So it's not just Worcestershire, it's early season, it's difficult.
Blatherwick bowls, this is defended. They had a sticky start last year, didn't they? And
they did,
everybody was writing them off, and then they came up to Durham and won.
What I'm saying is, Marty, that it's easy to look at a score, isn't it, and say 30 for 3, they must be playing badly, but you don't have to take into account the conditions and the bowling and everything else, and there's some other sides struggling as well. Derbyshire is 71 for 1 against Middlesex, and Somerset, they're going well, 69 without loss against Surrey.
Last ball of the over, it's a leave and it's gone to second slip, came off the thigh pad, an appeal from Blatherwick, not out. Hose was the striking batsman. End of the over, 59 for 3. How many overs have we had then? 23 gone now. So, have they replaced the entire outfield or just the square?
No, just the square. The outfield's just the outfield's just lush because it's been there's so much water in it, basically, I think, and obviously the grass is growing back. There were a couple of areas of it that were very, very wet and had to be re-sown. Down here is not very good, and just in front of the pavilion. But no, the square, I mean, they do it. Every ground will they take off the top layer, top dresser square with loam or whatever they use in the winter, but obviously that would normally be done in September, October on most grounds, and would have been done here in September, October, but it had to be done completely all over again after the last flood. We have a change in the bowling. Jake Ball is back at the New Road End, from which he took 3 wickets early this morning, and he has replaced Cody Yusuf. So Yusuf withdrawn from the attack after his first bowl for Durham. His figures 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13, but Ball 7 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 17 before this over. He's in again now, bowls, and Nichols, the left-hander, on his toes, pushing out on the offside. Ben Rain bowled well too from the Diglis end, and I bet we'll see him back shortly. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10 for Rain. Blatherwick 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 19. But it's been hard work for the batters out there on a slowish outfield as well. Have to take that into account when we look at the total. 59 for 3. Ball round the wicket again into Nichols, and Nichols is clipping this one away on the onside, wide of mid-on, and they go through for a single. Takes him to 24. Ball will move back over the wicket now to the right-handed Adam Hose, who is on 18. These two bringing an element of solidity to this innings, coming together at 22 for 3, but taking nothing for granted. Batting is going to be tough on this pitch today. Bowlers will want to limit the bad balls they bowl to make the batsman work hard for every run. The outfield is slow, hard to find the boundary. Ball in, bowls, and on his toes, Hose pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. It's been good from Durham, good aggressive bowling from all the seamers this morning, making the batsman play. 3 slips have been in place most of the time. There's been some imaginative field placing from Alex Lees, particularly when Nichols has been on strike. There's a suggestion they think he can play uppishly off his pads. Ball bowls, Hoses forward to that, pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. But Henry Nichols, brought in by Worcestershire, coming in at 3. Kashif Ali is away on paternity leave. Nichols brought in to provide some experience and solidity in the middle order. So far so good from the Kiwi. but he's had to work hard. Ball in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hose. And there's no run. That's the end of another tidy over. The 24th of the innings. Worcestershire 60 for 3. And we've been saying, Marty, off air as well, down here at Worcester, that unlike the Premier League, where teams that get promoted struggle and tend to sort of come straight back down again, as they have for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Division 1 this year, Sussex flying, Yorkshire look strong. If anything, Division 1 in the County Championship looks tighter and tougher this year than it was in the last 2 or 3 years, I think.
See, Leeds United and Burnley have won the race for the golden parachute payment. Who will join them? Harry Everett's messaged. And he says he's played against Cody Youssef. He's done a bit of broadcasting for the BBC and some of the online cricket writing, and he's Youssef switches in, comes back into the attack here from the Diglis end this time. First ball's gone through to the keeper. I'd mentioned him as an all-rounder because that's how he's described on Cricket Info, but he suggests calling him an all-rounder is maybe a tad generous. He said, I played against him when I was at Sanford, and he was playing for Sidmouth in the Devon Premier League. I saw his bowling out for 6 overs after he blew away our top order, whilst my old mate, the number 11 opening bowler, whacked around the spinners. This one's gone through to the keeper from Youssef. He said his mate wouldn't face the fast South African. He said we had the record 10th wicket partnership versus Sidmouth in the Durham Premier Cricket League. Then I got out last ball of the 50 overs. He said I don't remember him scoring many runs in the Durham Premier League. He also got James Roux out in a Lions game in December, but battered down the order on that one as well. Comes in now. That's through to the keeper once again. He's a quickish bowler. He's quite small as well. He's only about 5'10", something like that. Would you say for him?
Yeah, skiddy.
Yeah.
Not super quick, but skiddy, sharp enough.
Harry says he also got Sam Curran out in the South African 20 a few months after failing to get me. There you are. Thanks for the message, Harry. Youssef in bowls, played away towards long leg for 1 run by Nichols, who moves on to 25. About 15 minutes to go to lunch here on day 1. BBC Hereford Worcester with you, BBC Radio Newcastle. Around the world on the BBC website and sports app, you can ask your smart speaker play day 1 of Worcestershire v Durham on BBC Sounds, and it should do the job for you. 61 for 3 the score here, and we have 2 balls left of this 25th over. Hose is on 18 and he's on strike. He's faced 36 balls. Youssef bowls to him. Hose turns this down towards long leg for 1 run, so he now has 19, 62 for 3. You can message me on Blue Sky at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Where are you these days with the socials?
I'm still on X. I'm on Blue Sky as well, but I'm
I've given up
still
over
mainly
there.
on X at Frank Watson 58.
It's the 58 year average.
I wish. Bowling average, maybe. I'm not as good as Harry, obviously.
Last ball of the over, and that goes through to the keeper. Skips through quick and low.
Although I have played for Sidmouth.
Have you?
Yeah. I used to go down and stay a week and play for them in the summer when I was in my teens. 58 was my age when I started on Twitter, I think. It's also the year I was born. 62 for 3, Worcestershire. Nichols has 25. He's had to work hard. But he's looked as though he's relished it. 57 balls he's faced. Hose is 18 off 36. And they've added 40 so far for this 4th wicket. And they've had to work very hard to do so. Jake Ball from the New Road end, the only wicket taker. 3 for 18 for him. On loan from Somerset. Tall, right arm over. Comes in now and bowl short, and Hose also formerly of Somerset, swivels round and pulls this down to long leg for a single, which takes him on to 19. No, it takes him on to 20. And it's 63 for 3. Sun again breaking through. Got a new facility at the Diglis end of the ground, in the gap where there used to be a couple of
Trees.
horse chestnut trees, which sadly we lost to disease. We've got a new hospitality facility down there, which has only just been completed in the last day or two. This one from ball is left alone outside the off stump, carries through nicely to Robinson.
Those sails on the roof.
Yeah.
Awnings.
Yeah, I don't know how well they'll do on a windy day.
No, our neighbour's got one of those in the back garden attached to the side of his house. Provides a nice shade.
Round the wicket, Jake Ball. And Nichols lets that go again outside the off stump, and there's no addition to the score. But the ground looking in fairly good shape. Of course, lots of talk of Worcestershire seeking an alternative venue over the next few years, and that could well be the case. An additional venue, I think, is the way we're talking about it now, rather than an alternative, an additional venue. As Ball is in again and bowls, and Nichols digs this one out, and Ball does his own fielding. So they would keep New Road and play some cricket here, but also have another ground that could host first-class cricket and might have floodlights and an indoor centre and all the things that New Road doesn't have.
Wasn't there talk of the rugby complex?
Yeah, no, it won't be there. It, possibly a similar sort of out of city setting, but not there. As this one is turned by Nichols down to long leg, and they take a single, 64 for 4. He goes to 26, and of course Worcester Rugby Club will be back next year in the Championship. They have been reborn, shall we say, and a lot of the rugby fraternity around the city absolutely delighted by that. It was a sad loss, and they have to start in the Championship. Some of the clubs suggesting that they shouldn't be allowed to start that high, but that appears to be where they will be. Ball is in, bowls, Hose steers this down, plays it nicely because it bounced quite sharply, down into the gully, no run, end of the over, 64 for 3. They've just got to find a team now, I think. Yeah. They've just got to find some players.
Parked at Lady Bay a few weeks ago when Durham were playing Nottinghamshire, and I think there's one night there, all the spectators were turning up. They were playing, Nottingham were playing London Welsh, I think it was, and that was Championship level. Edging towards lunch here, 9 minutes to go to lunch. Nichols holding things together nicely for Worcestershire with 26 from 62 deliveries. They are 64 for 3, and Yusuf is bowling to him. Playing a miss this time. It's gone through to the keeper. Skies brighten up a little bit, the sun's poking through. Had a bit of lower gloomy cloud earlier, but starting to lift. That last ball just shaped away from Nichols. Yusuf ended up just a few feet away from him by the time he'd finished his run up. Comes in again and bowls. Forward comes Nichols, plays it back along the floor to the bowler. So he's here as a second overseas. He's here for a few weeks now because David Bedingham got one on the toe against Warwickshire and broke his toe, so he's going to be out for a few weeks anyway. And then I think when he's probably fit enough to return, he's going to be with South Africa. So he is playing as a second overseas player. Comes in and bowls. Brendan Doggett not playing in this one, injured his ankle the other day, and we were told initially he was going to miss Monday's play against Yorkshire just as a precaution. It rained in the afternoon anyway, so they didn't play after 3 o'clock, but he's not started in this game. There's no Emilio Gay. There's no Potts. Potts off with England now. Was listed in the squad, but gather he's heading to Southampton to link up with England. So Yusuf, ball in hand. Previous ball was a dot ball as well. Nichols plays at this one. It's gone to mid-off. No run there, picked up by Alex Lees. We're cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to send an email. 2 balls left of Yusuf's 6th over. This one's gone through to the keeper. Left alone by the batsman. Who's doing the PA announcing this game then, Frank?
They've got somebody in from outside, I don't know.
It's the boy Bradders, isn't he?
He's on holiday.
Skegness again?
Cruise, I think.
Cruise, wow. And this is punched past point. Has it got the legs to go to the boundary? It slows up dramatically towards the rope, but just limps over eventually next to the hotel. So Nichols finishing with a boundary at the end of that over. Takes him to 30. Worcestershire 68 for 3.
Well, here's a theory that I have. I always say, and it's probably, I've had to start adjusting this in the last couple of years, but I always used to say that par, if you put into bat on the first morning, is 80 for 3. Because I think both sides have had, a decent morning, if that's the case. Now, given that Worcestershire have got 68 and probably have got 15, 16 left out there because of the outfield, I'd say if they get through without losing another wicket to lunch, that it will be reasonably even Stevens as ball bowls and Hose pushes out on the offside, because that would put me up somewhere around my par. I say I've changed it in recent years because people started to score a bit quicker, haven't they? And you often get 100 on the board before lunch. But on the first morning of a championship game, if you lose the toss, and it's a fairly helpful surface, if you only lose 3 in the morning session, I think that's a pretty decent outcome. Jake Ball has all those 3, and he'll be looking to add to that as he comes in now and bowls, and Hose drives nicely past mid-off, and that is going to go perhaps all the way. No, it's like a putt, stopping just short of the hole.
It's plugged.
Not exactly plugged because it was all on the ground, but it slowed up and you thought, is it going to get there? And it stopped about a foot.
It was just in Rose's putt.
Yeah, exactly. And they get 3, but it was a good shot from Hose. And he moves to 23. Nichols is 30, and this partnership is now worth 49.
Thought for a minute there that Alex Lees had injured his shoulder when he went down heavily trying to stop the ball, and I think that's the last thing Durham need, another injury. He's picked himself up, but he's walking about a bit gingerly.
Just get someone in on loan if he gets injured.
Yeah.
Henry Nichols on strike on 30, 71 for 3. Ball into him, round the wicket, tucks it away on the onside. That is the 50 partnership, 72 for 3, and that's what the applause is for, that you can hear from the Worcestershire fans, because it's been a real tough job out there for the Worcestershire batsmen this morning against decent attacking bowling from Notts. Jake Ball 3 wickets. I think Ben Rain was unlucky, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. Slightly surprised we haven't seen him come back. I bet he'll open up after the break. But Ball 3 for 23 so far, 3 for 24 actually now. Back over the wicket to Hose, and Hose drives nicely straight down the ground, but a good tumbling piece of work by Ben Rain, moving across to his left from mid-off, and there is no addition. 72 for 3. The 50 partnership raised by these two. It's taken them 15 overs. Been a good effort. Sun out again now as ball is in and hoses forward. Pushes that one out on the offside. Looking at the scoreboard, 12:58. What have we got? 2 balls left. I don't think we'll get another over. If they go by the digital scoreboard on the digital clock on the scoreboard on the river side of the ground. 1 ball left, so we might get one more over in. That 5th ball just ticking over onto the scoreboard. Ball in, bowls, and Hose defends, pushes out on the onside, and we are going to get one more over. Just going to get it in. By the time the umpire gets there, it's going to be about 20 seconds past 12:59, so we will have one more over, and it will be bowled by Cody Yusuf, South African, who has come in on loan along with Ball and Blatherwick, and he will be bowling from the Diglis end of the ground. He's in now and he bowls to Nichols, and Nichols lets that go through outside the off stump to Ollie Robinson. Elsewhere, scores elsewhere, just give you a brief idea of what's going on elsewhere. Gloucestershire are 87 for 6 in Division 2 at Bristol against Leicestershire. Derbyshire are 82 for 1 against Middlesex at Derby in Division 2 also. In Division 1, Sussex are 74 for 4 against Notts at Trent Bridge. Yusuf to Nichols, and Nichols defends, and there's no run. And in that innings, it's Brett Hutton with 3 wickets and Josh Tongue with 1. And then elsewhere, Somerset going nicely, 80 without loss against Surrey at the Oval. So good start for Somerset with Tom Lammonby and Archie Vaughan both in the 30s. Yusuf in, bowls, Nichols leaves that alone. He's taken on the pad. There's a shout for LBW. Turned down by the umpire. Confident shout. I have to have a look at the replay before we can give you any idea about it as to why it was not given. Just watching that replay now. Just outside the line. He wasn't playing a shot. That doesn't mean that he's in because he was outside the line, but I think it was actually going on to carry on across him and miss the off stump. Here's Yusuf again once more to Nichols, and lets that one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by keeper Robinson. Yeah, they always shout, don't they, and when there's no shot played, and often it does influence the umpire, but it's still got to be going on to hit the wicket, of course, as there was much controversy about that one Brett de Oliveira had at Taunton, if you remember, against Archie Vaughan, who I was just talking about. As Yusuf again bowls, and Nichols drives out in the offside. Has it got the legs to go all the way to the boundary? Probably not, no, just pulled up inside the rope. And that's about the 7th or 8th time today that a shot that would normally go for 4 has not reached the boundary. They get 3. I think we've got to take that into account when we make an assessment of this morning. And the score goes to 75 for 3. Nichols goes to 34 off 74 deliveries. Hose 23 off 44. The men out, Roderick for 4, Libby for 9 and Jones for 3, all caught behind by Ollie Robinson, all off the bowling of Jake Ball. 1 delivery to go before lunch. Adam Hose is on strike. Cody Yusuf to deliver it from the Diglis end, and Hose is forward, pushes out on the offside, and that is lunch here at New Road. Worcestershire on 75 for 3. I would say that that is a very good recovery on a surface that's helped the bowlers. It's been hard work out there. They came together at 22 for 3. Henry Nichols has provided some much needed stability to the Worcestershire batting. He is 34 not out of 74 deliveries. Adam Hose is 23 not out of 45 deliveries, and we have had 29 overs. I would say that it's a fairly even affair at the moment, given that these two have added 53 for the third wicket so far. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We will be back at 1:40. But until then, from myself, Frank Watson, and Martin Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, and from Melinda Farrell, it's goodbye and thank you for being with us. Hi, it's Frank here, just to let you know I'm ready if you want a report.
that again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, that's raced away twice in both that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other.
Reverse sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, that's raced away twice in both that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field, they're in the heart of a county. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
That sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, that's raced away twice in that shot.
Some things are built over time. Not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live. Day in and day out. And the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
That sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, that's raced away twice in that shot.
Some things are built over time. Not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live. Day in and day out. And the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who give, inspire, and lead. trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who
sweep down again from Roderick. You think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davey is at a backward point, and right between them, the race away twice in that shot.
some things are built over time.
Of hard-fought county cricket this morning, with Worcestershire losing the toss, put into bat and slumping to 22 for 3 when the fourth wicket pair of Adam Hose and debutant New Zealand Test player Henry Nicholls came together, and they painstakingly took Worcestershire to a lunchtime position of 75 for 3. So a hard fought morning's play ending with honours reasonably even, I would say. Worcestershire perhaps fearing the worst at 22 for 3, but Nicholls providing some solidity in the middle order, and they held things together until the break. And that 75 for 3, Mel Farrell, who's alongside me, possibly worth a little bit more, given that this is an extremely slow outfield, and there must have been half a dozen shots that would have gone for 4 normally that only brought 2 or 3 this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying in that morning session that if you got 4, it was almost effectively worth 8, because they were so hard to come by. And well, there were exactly 6 boundaries struck this morning, so
Yeah,
they were very
they were hard to come by.
They were very hard to come by, but it's all the 2s. There were a lot more 2s run, just because of that ball. Gets to about 4 metres in and it dies.
Jack Blatherwick is opening the bowling after lunch from the new road end, round the wicket to the left-handed Henry Nicholls, who slices a drive, really time it, nor did it go exactly where he wanted it to, but it brings him 2 runs out through the covers, 77 for 3.
And even though he didn't time that ball well, you can see exactly what I was talking about. That ball actually pulled up even more than 4 metres. It was about 20 metres in when it started to...
Yeah, and there have been quite a few that have been really well struck and haven't got there. It's been hard work to find the boundary. Blatherwick again is in and bowls, and Nicholls is forward to a full delivery.
The other thing that does is that for the fielding team, it gives them a real luxury with their field placings, because they can keep fielders up and keep the batters under pressure as much as possible.
Absolutely.
And knowing that even if they get one past the ring, they've got a very, very good chance of chasing it down.
Yep, absolutely right. And that has been the story of the morning. 3 wickets, all to Jake Ball, all caught behind by Ollie Robinson. Blatherwick in, bowls, Nicholls leaves alone outside the off stump, and again there is no run. So a good, I would say, honours fairly even. My usual suggestion, Mel, is, as I was saying, you weren't on air, but I was saying just before lunch, I reckon 80 for 3, first morning of a championship game, put into about 80 for 3 is about right. par really, maybe a bit more these days because they score quicker, maybe 100 for 3 or something like that. But given the outfield, it's around about right, I think. As Blatherwick bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Henry Nicholls, and through it goes to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. So yeah, it's been a hard-fought morning, and it goes with my theme really, which I've been sort of developing over this season, that Division 1 is tougher than ever, I think.
I said that last week with you as well. It feels a lot harder this year.
Blatherwick in again round the wicket bowls, and Nicholls is in behind this one, working away on the onside. And again, there is no run.
Partly because the teams who have come up actually don't look like they're teams that have just come up.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what's happening in the football world with promotion to the Premier League. The teams that have come up, Yorkshire and Sussex this year, have strengthened Division 1, I think. And it's tougher than ever. Blatherwick, one of 3 loanees playing for Durham today, comes in and bowls to Nicholls, who plays that defensively back up the pitch. And there's no run. The end of the over, 77 for 3. Be surprised if we don't see Ben Rain bowling at the Diglis end now, because I thought he bowled very well this morning without much luck. His 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10, and I think it is going to be Rain. Yeah, it is. I think that's a good move because he asks a lot of questions, does Ben Rain, of the batters. One of the most consistent performers around, I think, as county seam bowlers go, and I thought he was not flattered this morning by those figures and could easily have got a breakthrough. So he bowled 7 overs. We had 10 from Jake Ball this morning for his 3 for 24, and Cody Youssef on debut, 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. Here's Rain.
Hose on strike as Rain is in over the wicket, and that's just gently driven out to point. No run by Hose. And he was, you felt a bit unlucky, Jake Ball being greedy on arriving at Durham, but that's all right. They won't mind that. And just to emphasise the point, well, there is still just one fielder out at deep backward square leg. Everyone else, there's 3 slips in, and everyone else is basically fielding on the ring. Here's Rain again. He has a big waft at this one, Hose, but only finds air. Yeah, just in allowing them to. You can continue to be aggressive with those fielders, and that's the other part, isn't it, that makes it incredibly helpful for the fielding team. Not only do you have conditions working for you as far as the ball movement out of the bowler's hand, but then the slow outfield. Here's Rain once more, driven straight up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, and I guess that the ball will not be as worn or scuffed or sort of damaged in any way as it would be on a dry, hard pitch, dry, hard outfield. It should have kept its shine pretty well. But it's the same for both sides. This outfield's not going to change over the 4 days. So.
Well, last week we were at Chelmsford, and it was basically a 200. 200 was a decent score on that pitch. Here's Rain over the wicket, just watchfully driven up to mid-off, no run by Hose.
But the outfield was very quick, wasn't it? And
that was a difference.
It's very different. I mean, it's just, here we are in the Midlands, and Chelmsford is the driest county ground in the country in terms of rainfall, being as far east as it is, and this, I guess, is the wettest, maybe not in terms of rainfall, but in terms of the water that it actually comes into contact with this ground.
Everyone waits as Rain is in and bowls, full delivery, just played back past the bowler's feet by Hose.
Using his feet, Hose, as we saw him do at Chelmsford last week to try and upset the length of the bowler. Wouldn't surprise me to see Ollie Robinson go up to the stumps if this carries on.
I thought Hose in that first innings, I thought Hose batted really well, very watchful in, again, difficult batting circumstances, and it was him and Brett D'Oliveira kind of holding the innings together in that first outing from Worcestershire. Here's Rain in. Bowls. Oh, there's a bit of a shout. The finger goes up. I don't think Adam Hose liked that one, but he has to walk off. And the 4th wicket falls. Adam Hose LBW to Rain, who does get his reward. Back into the attack. He bowled a fine spell this morning, and after lunch he takes a wicket in his first over. And Worcestershire now 77 for 4 with Hose the 4th wicket to fall.
Yeah, well, I did say I thought Rain was a good choice to bowl after lunch, and he's got his man, and it looked a pretty good shout to me. That he was forward and he was on the walk, which is possibly why he looked a bit disappointed, but it looked pretty adjacent to me, and Adam Hose has to go. So a big breakthrough after lunch, after that partnership, which added 55 for that 4th wicket. But Ben Rain, I don't think it's fair to say, I think it's fair to say he deserved a wicket. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10, and a good effort by Adam Hose. 23 off 51 deliveries. I think if you face 51 deliveries on this pitch,
Yeah.
you've probably played pretty well. But he has gone, and there's a slight delay now as we wait for the new batsman Brett D'Oliveira coming down the steps, and he emerges now and does his usual little side skips as he makes his way out to the middle of the Worcestershire captain, still nursing a slightly sore thumb following a dislocation up at Headingley in the round before last, but not prevented from playing at Chelmsford last week, and not prevented from playing here, and he goes out to join his new teammate Henry Nicholls, and time for Worcestershire to rebuild again. Said it was par, possibly things have just tipped in Durham's favour now. 77 for 4, and Blatherwick to bowl from the new road end because that wicket was taken by the last ball of the over. It's tough, I think, out there. Balls nipping around, and not a huge amount of pace in the pitch, but
no, but maybe, as I said before, maybe a bit too paced.
Yeah, maybe. I think we need to wait and see, don't we, and maybe talk to 1 or 2 people who've been out there. Here is Blatherwick round the wicket, balls to Nicholls, and the left-hander is on his toes and playing it back at the pitch. The bowler, I always think, and you know, Durham are without one of my favourite batters in Division 1 in Beddingham, who's just been brilliant in the last 2 or 3 years, especially against Worcestershire. Seems to particularly enjoy playing against Worcestershire. But when you see a new overseas batsman come into the game like Nicholls has today, Blatherwick is into him, bowls, and he's again on the back foot playing defensively, toe of the bat I think back to the bowler. But I always think it's a sign of real class, and I hope I know you think it's nonsense. I hope I'm not going to curse him, but to come to a ground that you've probably, I don't think he's played here before, I don't think he played for New Zealand here, into a county game that you don't know, in strange circumstances, with a Duke ball. Blatherwick in, bowls again to Nicholls, who cuts down to third man. Will it go all the way, or is it going to be another one that holds up? It will just hold up, and they only get 2, and that takes him on to 38, 79 for 4. What I was going to say is it just shows that real adaptability and ability of a player to just come into a situation like this and provide exactly the solidity that is required. So that touch of extra class that the Test player has to just adapt, really. Blatherwick again to Nicholls round the wicket, and he's edging this one along the ground into the gully, use of fields, and there's no run. 79 for 4.
I actually just went and checked because I wasn't sure if, because he didn't make his debut for New Zealand until 2016, that series against Australia that I was talking about when I interviewed him with his brother, because the year before, 2015, that was the first time I came to Worcestershire. It was one of the first grounds I came to,
Right.
because New Zealand played a warm-up game here before that wonderful test series against England.
Blatherwick round the wicket, bowls to Nichols, pushed out on the offside, and there's no run.
So I was it was genuinely it may, oh no, I did go to a couple of county games before then. I think Sophia Gardens might have been the first one, but I remember coming here for that particular sort of warm-up fixture that they had. But yeah, that was a year before he joined the side.
Here's Blatherwick again around the wicket, bowls to Nichols, who pushes out on the offside. That's the end of the over. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 23 for Blatherwick. 79 for 4, the man out since lunch. Adam Hose, LBW to Ben Rain, and Adam Hose shared in a partnership of 55 for that fourth wicket, but he was out for 23. Well, I had an interesting experience here against New Zealand in 1990, so a long time ago, when I was taken from the commentary box to go and field for Worcestershire because there were so many injuries, and it was a Saturday afternoon, quite a few players were away playing in league cricket, and the Worcestershire captain Phil Neal came around to the commentary box and said, "Frank, you're going to have to come and field." I was still playing decent level league cricket at the time, so I went in and borrowed some kit and went out there to field for the evening session.
Take any catches?
2.
Oh wow! Here's Rain back, and first ball, D'Oliveira takes a couple of steps forward, just turns around the corner, and they take a single before it's picked up at square leg.
Yeah, I took 2 catches. One of them was quite good, actually, I have to say. The other one was very straightforward. Mark Greatbatch and Ian Smith were the very unfortunate batsmen, and you can imagine the stick that I got in the press box and in the press in the next 24 hours. It was the only time I fielded in the championship a couple of times as well, on away trips.
Well, hang on. So who was the good catch? Was it Greatbatch or was it?
It was Greatbatch. Miss-hit pull shot. I was at mid on it, went over my shoulder, and I ran back and dived and caught it.
Oh, fantastic.
Both off Phil Newport.
Rain around the wicket, and it pushes forward at that one. Nichols, who was very low, took a big stride forward, but it whistles past and into the hands of Ollie Robinson.
The other one was a dolly from Ian Smith, just lobbed up to mid-wicket at the very end of the day.
Dollies are dropped by some of the best fielders in the game.
Honestly,
it does happen.
It was a real dolly. But yeah, no, that's fun. It was fun. Fielded a couple of times in the championship in away games as well when there was a lot of injuries.
Here's Rain, he's in, and Nichols just turns that one to mid-wicket, no run.
But of course, I mean, I was a lot younger, and I was playing at a reasonable level at the time, so it wasn't that much of a stretch. But it was a bit embarrassing.
I think that's great. I'd have loved to have been. Loved to have been here.
Well, I don't think you were born, Mel. So.
Here's Rain in bowls, full delivery, and again Nichols is well forward, and then he leaps back into his crease after he's played that one back to Rain. But yeah, just the calm that he has exuded out there.
Yeah,
it's been obvious.
Yeah, it has. It's class, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's simple as that, really.
I think he's a terrific signing. The last Test match he played was at the end of 2023 in a series against Bangladesh. Here's Rain in bowls. Oh, he tries to turn that one around the corner, but it goes down the leg side.
They're bowling for that, you know.
Yep, they are. They feel that.
It's not a bit of luck if he dicks that. They're actually planning it, I think. They've obviously had some chat about it, and they reckon that he's liable to get a little touch down the leg side.
Yeah, so he's obviously not played in the New Zealand side for a couple of years now. But his third last innings in the Test side was an undefeated 200 against Sri Lanka. His second innings, that double century. So he does have that experience. He's been playing for Canterbury in the Plunket Shield. Here is Rain again, and this again is turned around the corner. Diving fielder at quite a short square leg. Does the clean up. So that's the end of the over. 80 for 4. Nichols now on 38. He's been patient. D'Oliveira's on 1. So yes, he's been playing for Canterbury, first class cricket, and his last score was 67 not out. In the previous match against Wellington, he made 171 not out. And then the game before that, 2 half centuries. And the previous first class match was another undefeated century.
Wow.
So he's been
Yeah.
in fine touch, still in the New Zealand ODI setup as well.
There's Blatherwick from the New Road end, bowls to D'Oliveira, who just pushes this one gently out on the onside. And there's no run, 80 for 4. But he's not played for a while, and he's come to a new country, and he's gone out there, and he's almost, I guess, he's probably treating it almost as rediscovering his touch, and wasn't expecting to go out there and find it easy straight away. It certainly hasn't been. Blatherwick into D'Oliveira. Ooh, this one squeezed off the bottom edge, I think, down onto the foot, and then running away on the offside. Just have a look at the replay, see if that's a correct interpretation of what happened. Yeah, exactly that. On that note, I will just point out, as I often have to do, and I've had to do a little bit since the Chelmsford game, we aren't commentating on your pictures. In comes Blatherwick and bowls. D'Oliveira works this to mid-wicket where McKinney fields, and there's no run. We are not commentating on the pictures that you can see. We are looking out of the window and doing radio commentary, which is then used on the live stream. So sometimes we might say things that you think, when you look at the pictures, what's he talking about? That's not going down the leg side, that's not an inside edge, or whatever it might be. Only when we see the replay, which is a few seconds later, do we know. So do bear with us. Blatherwick bowls. D'Oliveira turns this one down to long leg. They'll come back for 2. Good running, quick between the wickets, D'Oliveira. And Nichols actually has also been sharp in his running so far today. So D'Oliveira goes to 3. Worcestershire 82 for 4. It's attritional, this cricket, but it's good, it's hard. It's Division 1, it's proper, and it's a battle, as I think Brett D'Oliveira probably knew it would be when he lost the toss this morning. Quite sort of warmish again now. Blatherwick bowls outside the off stump, left alone. When the sun goes in, it gets cold. When the sun comes out, it has a kind of almost like a sort of a misty sort of feel to it, and you would imagine that the ball would do a little bit in the air, Mel.
Well, you would, and
that one did a bit. A bit short though.
I would like to just reveal something to our listeners, though. You are wearing shorts, Frank Watson. You madman.
Blatherwick in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira. Yeah, I'm wearing shorts. I walked to the ground this morning from my house, which is just over a mile away, and it was a really, really pleasant morning, and I had my shorts on. I thought, all is well with the world, and I'm off to watch the cricket, and it was a joy. And it was a bit like it is now. The sun's shining now, and it's quite nice, but when the sun goes in, I do wonder whether my choice of leg wear was the best this morning. 82-4, end of the over. Nichols 38, D'Oliveira 3. Blatherwick 8 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25 now. And Ben Rain, who is posing a real threat post-lunch.
He's running in now past the umpire, bowls, and that is just, tried to turn into the leg side, did Nichols, but it's just dribbled out to the offside, no run. What you're saying is that when the sun goes in, you're feeling Nesh.
No.
I'm never. You don't feel Nesh.
Oh, you just are
You
Nesh.
are Nesh,
Sorry,
or you're not,
Nesh.
and I'm not.
You're not Nesh. Right, okay. God. Look, at least I remembered. I'm getting used to it.
You're getting used to
I'll
it.
be bilingual soon. Here comes rain. It's in. This has turned to that fielder who's been hovering short backward point. It just stops it from getting any further.
No,
so
what? Just to clarify, what I would say is, what I'm saying is that when the sun goes in, were I Nesh,
like me.
I would be in trouble. But as I'm not Nesh,
Uh,
then I can cope perfectly well.
but I am Nesh.
Well,
We've established that.
you said that, not me.
Nah, I know I'm Nesh. Here's rain in bowls. That's turned again into the leg side, but just more towards mid-wicket.
The
so
good news is
no
that
run.
most of the Durham listeners will know what Nesh means, because it is a northern word. More associated, I think, with the northwest than the northeast, but I dare say most Durham listeners will know what we're talking about. It's a word I used last week when I was on commentary with Mel, and she didn't really.
No.
Well, I would say you didn't appreciate me using it. Anyway,
Wow.
put it that way.
And the supplementary meaning was
Yeah.
suggesting I was soft. Here's rain in, just left alone by Nichols. So it was feeling the cold, but yeah, this hint that, of course, that means that you're a bit soft.
Well, I think it does
know.
generally refer to temperature. I think on that definition I looked at. Anyway, the sun's out again now, so no need to worry about it. 2 slips. They've still got this man catching round the corner on the leg side for Nichols, and they definitely. And McKinney is just in front of square, so 2 men in almost in a straight line, hoping that he plays uppishly off his hip.
Is in rain, and this ball just goes back towards mid-off, no run. Yeah, they've obviously spotted that as their weakness.
Well, the analysts do such good work now, don't they?
Wow, so much video footage
Yeah, exactly. And
available.
as soon as you know who you're playing against, you can probably tap into some sort of info about it.
They didn't have much time to plan for him.
They didn't. I think that's possibly why Worcestershire kept it quiet for so long.
It was all very
I
cloak
did,
and dagger.
did all my preparation for the game a couple of days ago, and then yesterday saw that 3 bowlers had been signed by Durham, and they're all playing. So you have to. I obviously knew a fair bit about Blatherwick and Jake Bull, but not at all about Cody Youssef.
No, I was saying that before as well, because I spent the summer quite a bit of the summer in South Africa. Here's rain, bowls, left alone. And that's the end of Rain's over. 82 for 4. Now Worcestershire, Nichols on 38, D'Oliveira on 3. Yeah, spent that time in South Africa. So he didn't play in the SA20 this year, this previous edition. He played in the 2 before, but that's kind of why I didn't come across him. But yeah, so quite a lot of the various South African players, a few who were coming over here at various points. Hampshire have got a couple of beauties in Deval Brevis and Luandre Pretorius, who's coming just for the blast. But Deval Brevis might play a bit of county cricket, and gee, that might be fun.
Meanwhile, Blatherwick bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. So Durham beset by injuries, particularly in the seam bowling department, and therefore bringing in 3 loanees, and they're all playing here today. And also bad news for Durham, good news for Worcestershire this morning. Matty Potts, who was in the squad, and the England set-up, asking for him to be left out of this one. So second week running that Worcestershire have benefited from that sort of decision, because Sam Cook was left out by Essex last week at Chelmsford, and he would have enjoyed bowling there. Blatherwick bowling here drifts into D'Oliveira's pads and is tickled down to fine leg for a 2 leg buys. In fact, he didn't make contact with it. 84 for 4.
Again, good running between the wickets. D'Oliveira, I think, particularly aware that these 2s are going to be important.
Yeah, I
because
think you're
the
right.
fours are so
You've
hard.
got to run
get.
hard on this outfield.
Yeah.
Certainly try. Yeah, even threes haven't been too frequent, and it's very lush. The outfield, very lush, very slow. Blatherwick over the wicket bowls. D'Oliveira is forward, playing back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. Worcestershire lost the toss this morning. They lost their first wicket in the 8th over when Gareth Roderick was caught behind by Ollie Robinson off Jake Ball for 4. 16 for 1 then in Ball's next over when Libby suffered the same fate and was out for 9. And 22 for 3 in the next Jake Ball over when Rob Jones was also caught behind for 3. Blatherwick bowls. D'Oliveira turns him on the leg side just for a single this time as Yusuf comes round to do the fielding from long leg. So at that point 22 for 3 and Jake Ball 3 wickets in 3 overs was flying, but then that partnership of 55 between Adam Hose and Henry Nicholls but ended when Hose was trapped LBW by Ben Rain for 23 straight after lunch, and since then D'Oliveira and Nicholls have added just 8 to the total, so it's 85 for 4. The sun is properly out now. It's probably the best weather of the day. And Blatherwick round the wicket.
Mostly out.
To Nicholls, bowls, and he plays this back up the pitch to the tall right arm seamer on loan from Lancashire, Jack Blatherwick. Although a Nottinghamshire product, born in Nottingham, and came through the age groups at Notts before moving to Lancashire. In his 9th over, 1 ball left in it, no wicket for 26 so far. And he comes in now to Nicholls, and he's on the back foot, the left-hander, and pushing up to mid-off with a tidy Blatherwick over, but Worcestershire just attempting to just reset after losing that wicket in the 2nd over after lunch.
It'll be fascinating to me. I mean, that game that we watched last week at Chelmsford, where the big outlier innings was that century by Paul Walter, where we did see something absolutely incredible from Ethan Brooks on the final day. But that innings really stood out, and I wonder if it might be a similar sort of game here, where if you can just get that one innings, if it's difficult, conditions might change a bit, of course. As Rain, he's in, bowls, and that is kept out by D'Oliveira, rolls back towards the bowler.
Yeah, another way of putting that possibly is to say that if somebody gets in, properly in, because hardly anybody did at Chelmsford.
No,
really, apart from Walter, and you'd say possibly Nicholls now. He's faced 99 deliveries. That takes some doing, I think.
It was just at the point where someone looked like they might be getting in, they get out. Here's Rain. Ball was defended by D'Oliveira up towards mid-off, no run. Yeah, it was just at the point, and we've started to.
It happened almost a few times. Yeah.
You just go, they're just starting to look a bit, And
I guess that is another way of saying, really, it was a pitch on which you were never really in.
Yeah.
And that this might well be the same. It's possibly early days to say it.
See how it plays. Here's Rain, and that is driven quite nicely, but only as far as mid-off, so they don't get a run on that occasion.
But yeah, it's where you value the batters who've got that ability to dig themselves in and be hard to get out, and I think Durham have certainly got one like that in Alex Lees at the top of the order, and he's done it on many occasions before, and against Worcestershire.
Rain commences his run up, he's in, he bowls, and that's just turned around the corner by D'Oliveira. Run it down towards long leg, they'll get a single. And it's very tight. It's saying, fours are worth 8. It feels like ones are worth 2s at the moment, Frank.
Yeah.
every single run.
You've got to work very hard for your runs, I think.
You really do. It is another one that's pretty tough out there. Having said that, we were saying last week, or I do prefer it when ball dominates bat slightly. If it's going to tip one way, here's Rain. And that ball, that's just turned around the corner by Nichols. He's beaten that fielder that is right in there ready for that ball. But there's protection in the deep.
I thought Rain was a little... I'm going to watch the replay just to check this, but... Yeah, Rain put his hands on his head as though he was disappointed that hadn't carried, but in fact he played it down quite nicely. Yeah. And so I don't think it was quite worthy of those histrionics, but I can see why you would think it might have been to start with.
D'Oliveira now on strike as Rain is in. Oh, he skips down the pitch and went to flick it down towards fine leg and then completely misses it, punches his bat as well in his frustration that he didn't get more reward for what was probably a ball that deserved to be hit. So that's the end. Yes, it is the end of the over. 87 for 4. Nichols. He's now faced 100 balls for his 39, so he's reached a dentury.
A dentury?
Yes.
And it's the end of me now.
Oh. Well, to say that, that's a reference to Joe Denley, who would often have a score like this, be off 100 balls, be around this kind of score. D'Oliveira's on 5, and 1 wicket for Rain. He's got excellent figures of 11 overs, 4 maidens, and 1 for 13. You have to say that that wicket of Hose was just reward for his efforts. And Jake Ball taking the other 3 wickets this morning, all of them caught behind if you weren't listening earlier, so it's a rinse and repeat on the edge behind to Robinson off ball. It is going to be Blatherwick continuing now, running away from us. Nichols on strike, he's in around the wicket to the left-hander who just leaves that one well and truly alone. Are you back with us, Martin Emerson?
No. Am I on?
No, I don't think you
Turned
were
right
on.
down there.
No,
Don't know why.
that was probably me.
Yeah.
So I don't have to listen to you. You're wearing the most extraordinary sunglasses. Well, they've got very bright arms at the side.
Yeah.
They're fluorescent orange.
Yeah, they are.
This is quite. Wow.
They've always been that colour since I bought them.
Have they?
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Bought them a
know.
few
I
weeks
just.
ago.
Oh, well, they're
February
They're
half term
bright.
I got them.
They're very bright. Blatherwick starts his run up once more. Nichols waits, bowls, plays that up to mid-on, no run. Okay, so well, it's adding a bit of colour. Although you are wearing a very colourful hoodie as well.
Do you like the hoodie?
Yeah. I like a bit of colour. Yeah.
Sort of pastel-y, shady thing.
It's pastel-y colours.
Yeah.
It's bringing me. I'm all in black. I'm just whatever is keeping me warm, essentially, on a very cold day. I'm Nesh, apparently. Don't know if you
Nesh,
heard
what does that
that.
mean?
You don't know what it means.
Nesh.
My goodness, here's Blatherwick in, round the wicket, slashed away between the fielders. Lovely shot from Nichols, but wouldn't you know it, this outfield is so slow that he's not going to get the boundary, and they absolutely tear back. D'Oliveira really pushed that one, so they'll get a 3rd run, and we haven't seen too many 3s run, but D'Oliveira was really keen for that one, and Henry Nichols actually turned around and held his hand up and kind of said, yeah, that was a good call, I think, for that. Yeah, you don't know what Nesh is?
Nish.
Nesh.
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 No.
Oh, apparently it means you feel the cold.
Ah.
And I think the suggestion being you're a bit soft.
Right.
But I was assured it was a northern thing. Here's Blatherwick in. It's a one-handed drive in the end. His hand came off at D'Oliveira. And this one, I think, is it going to get there? Surely no! Oh my goodness, that ball has just just pulled up and stopped just inside the rope. It's like it's going up a hill.
I think the only bit where the ball's actually reaching the boundary is this near left corner in front of the hotel. Anything beyond the scoreboard and off towards the, as we look at the view towards the cathedral, that corner of the ground, it's just not got the legs, has it?
Oh, well, even on this other side as well, over to sort of where the dressing rooms are and the ladies' pavilion, a lot of balls are pulled up there too. Nichols on strike again. Around the wicket comes Blatherwick, and he just plays that out into the offside. No run. It's moved at least those few runs there. Move Worcestershire on to 93 for 4. Nichols now on 42. D'Oliveira has moved to 8. Who's the last wicket to fall? It was LBW to Rain after making 23. So this is a rebuild phase for Worcestershire once more. What are your thoughts? What did you think?
Well, it was an early wicket after lunch, wasn't it? So yeah, after that partnership had got going, I don't think they would have wanted lunch to come. They were batting nicely. They dug them out of a spot of bother, and then lo and behold, wicket just after lunch. Here's Rain from the Diglas end, played by D'Oliveira to short leg. Graham Clark in there, no run. Sun's trying to come out, and it's not too bad when the sun is shining through. But when it's in, it's chilly.
Well, apparently Nesh means that you feel the cold. This is I've been educated on this, but Frank thought it might be.
Who's told you this?
Frank Watson, the school teacher.
Right.
He educates me.
Yeah. Rain comes in, and D'Oliveira down the track flicks that over the hands of Clark, a short leg out towards the square leg boundary for 1 in front of the hotel. 94 for what? For 4?
It should
Yeah,
be,
there it
yes,
is.
just a little bit slow. And they immediately then change their field. Still, they've got that fielder just lurking around the corner from Nichols. Blatherwick's right in front of us on the boundary.
Rain right arm over to Nichols. That's guided down into the ground. A bit of sand shot up in the air there as a one-handed stop in the gully by Rhodes, I think that is. In fact, his third slip, isn't he, really? Where have they got him set up there? Third slip, yeah. We're looking at an angle across the ground at this, so we're really commentating from long leg.
Yes, we were saying, and I lose Rain because he goes behind a pole.
Yeah. That one's left alone into the gloves of the keeper.
One of the quirks of being here, but I won't have anything said against this place. I love coming here.
You see, nice. I'm going to show you something now on that cathedral that you will never unsee once I point it out to you.
Oh no, don't ruin it. Oh, you're going to ruin it for me?
You see above the main window?
Yeah.
The 3 slots?
Yeah.
It's a giant plug.
Oh!
Here's Rain. Comes in and bowls, and Nichols defends that one.
It is, it's like a socket.
Yeah, looks like a giant electric socket, doesn't it?
Oh, you're right, I'm not going to be able to unsee that again. Do you know, I tried to get in there when I was here at the end of last year, the last round. I've never been inside, and I went there in the morning before the cricket was on, and I couldn't find my way in, couldn't find the entrance.
There's a big door you go through.
No, but I was coming from the riverside,
Ah.
and I couldn't find a way to get around to it. I was very sad.
Rain bowling on the legs here of Nichols. That's played 2 square leg to McKinney, no run, end of the over. There's quite a lot of buildings around the cathedral estate, and then you've got the school just along as well, with a beautiful boathouse as well the school's got, and then you've got the hotel just beyond there, down there.
Well, that's where I stayed. I was staying
Is it the Diglas Hotel? What's it called?
Might be, yeah. I think that was it.
I've cycled
Yes,
along there, and I've jogged along there.
I stayed there one night because I couldn't get back to Birmingham.
Yeah.
There were no trains running.
You and trains.
I tell you what. Do you know what? I've got
Do you find it really disheartening?
No, but what I have done, it's not far back to Birmingham, but I've got a spare pair of knickers and socks and my essential toiletries. So I am prepared if I need to stay overnight.
Right.
I will be able to stay overnight and come back here suitably attired, because I just don't trust anything by the time I finish work here tonight.
Does the train come from down through Bromsgrove and that way? Which way do you go?
There's a couple of different ways. As Blatherwick is in and running away from his first ball, D'Oliveira's on his toes and just pushes it out to backward point, no run. Some of them are really quick, and they go New Street Station to here, and it's like 47 minutes or something. And then, but then if those ones aren't going, then it's more like an hour and 20, an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah. So it just depends. But I got caught out last year because they were all being cancelled on the weekend. Here's Blatherwick over the wicket. Again, just a back foot defensive shot this time. Back out in front of point, no run. Yeah, so I think I just have to be prepared. Because sometimes I don't finish till quite late because I'm writing as well.
Right. The main line from Birmingham, which comes down through towards Cheltenham, goes down through the Lickey Hills to Bromsgrove. So right on the top you've got Blackwell Village, which is where my auntie lives, and it's the longest section, the steepest section of the...
Blatherwick in, just played up towards mid-wicket, no run.
It's what remains of the British rail network. That's the steepest section, I think, that's left, or the longest gradient or something like that. And when she first moved down there in the 80s, and they bought a farm and bought a farmer's field and built a house on there, and some little railway cottages at the end of their lane, and I used to go and have a pop along there, and there'd be lots of train watchers waiting for varying trains to come up and down the
spotters.
The Lickey incline.
I used to think I'd become a train spotter. Here's Blatherwick, and that one's very fine, just guided past the slips really well by D'Oliveira, and well, yes, that applause is because the ball has actually gone all the way over the boundary rope. 4 runs, invaluable. So well played by D'Oliveira, takes the score to 98 for 4. Yeah, I became, when I first came to this country, I had no idea really what plane spotting and train spotting was about. And someone pointed out the train spotters at Clapham Junction.
Right.
And so I think I became a train spotter because I was fascinated. So I'd look out for them. Here's Blatherwick in, and that is driven through mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it, D'Oliveira, but enough to get a single. Takes the score to 99 for 4. So yeah, and I'd look and see if the same ones were there. And then suddenly I realised that I'd become a spotter of train spotters. It's like a whole Inception universe.
Do you find an electricity build up around Pacamax and stuff as well, or not?
What's a
Pacamax?
What's a Pacamax?
A little Pacamac raincoat, little rain jackets.
Oh, Pac-A-Mac.
Yeah.
Oh, right. A Pac-A-Mac. I thought it sounded like a, I don't know, Nintendo game or something. No, I just, you just look out, and I'd see if I could spot who were the spotters there. They'd pull out their little notebooks. I found it fascinating. Here is Blatherwick in around the wicket, and Nichols just fences that one to backward point, no run.
David says, tell Melinda the best cathedral in the world is Durham Cathedral.
I have been to Durham Cathedral twice.
He says you can show her when she visits.
Wow.
And Jay says, tell Melinda, this is a new section of the show called Tell Melinda, that my 50-year-old cousin visited me from Sheffield, from London, or visited me in Sheffield from London, and earnestly asked me whether he was a Nesh. So
no, not a Nesh. Nesh.
Right.
You're and you don't, as I was just corrected, you don't feel Nesh. You just, if you are Nesh, you're susceptible to the cold.
Right.
So Frank, who's wearing shorts today, is not Nesh.
I was surprised to see Frank in shorts. It's definitely not the shorts weather.
I'm always surprised to see anyone in shorts, to be honest.
Returning to the attack is Yusuf. who is taking over from Rain.
He looks quite sharp early, I thought.
Yep.
It's not a lot of pace in this wicket, I don't think. He looks sharp.
In he comes and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. Harry Everett emailed earlier on, and because I described Yusuf as an all-rounder because that's what I'd seen him described as on one particular site, and he said very much a bowler, and he played against him for Sidmouth in the Devon Premier League or something a few years back.
Ah, interesting. Okay. He's not tall at
Skiddy.
all, and yeah, so that's what you often find with bowlers who aren't tall. They just get that skiddy pace.
Comes in, bowls again. Non 422 so far. That's played by D'Oliveira out in towards the cover area. No run there. BBC Hereford and Worcester with you. BBC Radio Newcastle. Day 1.
I do like this new section though.
Which new section?
I like learning things. So tell Melinda.
All right, tell Melinda. Is there anything you want to? Is anything you want to tell Melinda? Keep it clean. At Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, as this one is guided down towards third man, picked up by Blatherwick. No run there. Or you can email. It's weircricket@bbc.co.uk. So we managed to get that one up and running again. So weircricket@bbc.co.uk. So it's the giant plug end of the cathedral we've been discussing. Nesh and varying other things. Trains that never turn up. This is pulled just agonisingly over, or tantalisingly over, Graham Clark at mid-wicket. It wasn't particularly well timed by D'Oliveira, but he's got a single. He just managed to get it beyond Clark. It was in the air. That brings up the Worcestershire 100. 100 for 4 after 40.4 overs.
That's been a hard-fought century as well. As hard as you like. But again, this partnership building up nicely, and Nichols, you feel, really is key for Worcestershire now. He's faced 110 balls and seen his partners come and go. But if they want to be able to build a reasonable score, not that we know what a reasonable score is, it's very hard to judge.
Use of balls and an attempted cut from Nichols there to a ball that left him. Come through to the keeper.
Now, Tim Dale-Lace has tweeted me and said the Proteas do have a fair conveyor belt of pace bowlers, which, yes, they do. But Cody should be the next in line. The difference for him has come this season with an extra yard of pace.
He's just had his most successful domestic
Yep.
South African tournament. I think 27 wickets he took in their 4-day competition. Comes in, bowls, and that's defended by Nichols.
And look, I have to.
That's the over. 100 for 4.
I have to say thanks, Cricket Nut, because I've been getting this stream of tweets from whatever group. I think it's a lot of the Worcestershire fans, the Essex fans coming in as well. He's just said, thanks for the shout out. We've removed you from the thread now. You can have your Twitter feed back. Well, thank you very much. But, you know, I was learning things about what the fans were thinking. That's another one that I can't read out. I definitely can't read that one out. But you know who you are, Craig Nicholson.
Katie says, I had no idea Nesh was so niche. I use it all the time. Must be one of my few remaining Boltonian phrases. Katie's actually here. She's staying in the hotel this week and chuffed that she's got a week at the cricket.
In comes Blatherwick. First ball, just driven without too much conviction out into the offside, no run.
Nanny Lynn says, should Durham win this one, are there enough players in the squad left to sink Bladen races? And DCB's asking why there are so many injuries.
There are lots of injuries this start.
I mean, it was a problem. It's been a problem with the bowling for the last 2 or 3 years, and I mentioned it in my pre-season preview on the BBC Cricket website. The issue for me is keeping the bowlers fit.
Blatherwick in, and that ball just short, and ducked under by D'Oliveira. The umpire just signals that's his one for the over.
Matt Kuhneman came a couple of years ago and only played, I think, a couple of matches and had to go back to Australia with a stress fracture in his back. And then
You had Scott Boland.
Scott Boland played half a game at Edgbaston and went home with an injured foot. They brought in Neil Wagner, who damaged his shoulder in his only appearance. He's coming back later this summer, but he landed on the ball feeling against Notts.
Here's Blatherwick bowls at full delivery this time, driven straight as a die past the bowler, but it's not going to get past the fielders converging from mid-off and mid-on. No run.
There was a guy who they got in on loan from Warwickshire a couple of years ago, fast bowler. And he tore his hamstring in his one appearance and he had to go back.
Oh, what's going on? What is going on? Yeah, there's just sort of seem to be quite a few around the traps. I suppose there always are. Sometimes you notice them more than others. Here's Blatherwick bowls. Defended out into the offside by D'Oliveira. No run. Quite tidy so far from Blatherwick. He's bowling in his 12th over. For 37. 2 balls remaining.
Craig Miles, I think it was, who came from Warwickshire, injured himself.
Yes. In comes Blatherwick, past the umpire bowls. Oh, and that one's reared up a little bit on D'Oliveira, but he played it well into the ground on the offside for no run. I have to mention too, there's this really wonderful little new bar cafe that they've got over the other side. It's not a permanent structure. It's near the, I don't know, is that a Chestnut
it looks
Tree?
like the sort of corporate unit you'd have in it for the Open Golf or something like that. Grand Prix or something.
In comes Blatherwick again. Bowls left alone by D'Oliveira and no run to finish off the over. 100 for 4. Nichols on 42. D'Oliveira on 15. Well, so
or like a really swanky trade stand that if you went to one of these big exhibitions at the NEC, you know, like the Camping and Caravanning show or something like that, or the Great Yorkshire show, they have these sort of trade stand VIP bar areas, you know.
Yeah, so it's got that sort of cafe bar bit down below, and then the area on top is open air, the second story, with these sort of almost fluorescent
like little
yellowy
sails,
green sails on top. And so someone has said you've got an absolutely brilliant view from up there. I must go and have a look at it. So apparently that's there as a corporate area for the Blast, and then it's a cafe.
This is through to the keeper, starving you over from Cody Youssef. It's anybody can go in there for a pint today, then, can they?
I think, yeah. Right. So
you go round there and I'll watch you get turfed out by the bouncers.
Hey, I don't get turfed out.
Do you just say, do you know who I am?
I don't even have to say that.
They say you're a bit nesh.
I just point at my face and circle the finger. That's usually enough.
You got your John McEnroe sweatband on today as well, haven't you?
It's not a John McEnroe sweatband.
Yusuf in, bowling to Nichols. This is played up to mid-off, no run there.
It's the opposite of a sweatband. It's to keep me warm, not to. There's no chance of me sweating today.
Well, the rest of it's missing, so it's not really doing a good job as a woolly hat, is it?
It's not a woolly hat.
It's ear warmers.
My niece knitted this for me during the pandemic, and I'm very glad that I brought it, because it's a knitted headband and it's keeping my ears warm.
Because they wouldn't have been warm under these headphones, would they?
Well, I haven't got them on all the time.
Yusuf in to Nichols, he's appealing, that looks good, he's out. That stayed low on him, and that was a really sharp delivery, and as soon as it hit his pads I thought you've got to be shouting for that one. So 115 balls he's faced, but he's out for 42, and Yusuf gets his first wicket for Durham. LBW stayed very low, and it's hit him just above the ankle, really.
That's really low. I mean, we said he was skiddy, but that's done
for pace a little bit, do you think?
Yeah, he's looked sharp. He has been really quick. Did that ball stay a bit low? There's real appreciation warm applause from the Worcestershire fans as Nichols goes off, making sure that he feels well and truly welcome here. But a really huge blow with that 5th wicket falling. Just 100 runs on the board.
Well, this is going along at a rate of knots, isn't it?
This is like last week. Similar kind of game so far. And a similar theme in that Worcestershire desperately need to shore up their batting, particularly in this first innings. And
partnership with D'Oliveira was worth 23. And the new man heading out to the middle.
It's Waite.
It's Matthew Waite.
Matthew Waite.
Just you wait.
Oh. You wait. Oh, he was another one. They all got starts last week, and he was another one who did, but very difficult to keep going. He made 32 and 27 last week. He actually bowled really well. Took 6 wickets in the match, but it was really tight and was the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers.
In comes Yusuf. Wait, skips out the road of that one.
That bounced. When you think of the last delivery he bowled, big difference there. He's been another good addition. So another one of the bowlers coming in to have taken wickets. Jake Ball took 3.
He bowls. Wait, cuts hard to Blatherwick. A backward point. It's a stop. At the second attempt, it's whacked him on his right wrist and his thumb, and he's in a bit of pain here.
Yeah, that's when it's cold. I imagine they sting all the more.
Yusuf back past the umpire, bowls. Wait forward to this one, plays it to Blatherwick again at point, and that is the end of the over.
Good one from Yusuf.
Wicket maiden.
Wicket maiden, and the big wicket to Henry Nichols, the New Zealand international. It just looked really good. That was a difficult ball to face, stayed low, skidded on into the pads. But it is just so hard to know when you've had a morning like this. I mean, you've had a ground, I guess, that's had, its issues with flooding, everything else. It feels like a small miracle that they've been able to get this season started at home, at their home ground. You think of last year.
I know it was quite a wet end to the year, wasn't it? I mean, we had a few storms came in sort of November, December, and about a fortnight before Christmas, it rained for about 3 days up in Sunderland, and I was starting to watch the water gathering in the street, thinking, are we going to have our first sort of flooding incident? And went out one afternoon with a huge broom and swept a lot of the water off the driveways and the gardens to try and get it away down the drains. But it's been really dry for weeks.
Rhodes into the attack. First ball full and just played up to mid-on by Brett D'Oliveira. No run.
Had some rain on Monday afternoon, which brought about the end of the Durham Yorkshire game. And it was the first proper rain I could remember in weeks and weeks and weeks. So it's been really dry up in the northeast, and I presume, it was the floods here probably led to a drier spring and allowed for more work to be carried out.
Rhodes in once more. Over the wicket, turned into the leg side towards mid-wicket by D'Oliveira. No run.
When did you come back to Brum? How long have you been back?
I think I landed on about the 31st of March, right at the end of March. So here just in time. I'm like a migratory bird.
Yeah.
When the blossoms are out, I appear, and then when the leaves fall, I disappear. Next ball from Rhodes. It's just a swish down the leg side that doesn't connect from D'Oliveira.
The Alessi brothers,
Who are the Alessi brothers?
singers from America.
Oh. Don't know the Alessi brothers.
I watched a film on Amazon a few months ago called The Hunt for the Wilder Men, and it was about a young lad and a bloke in New Zealand who go on the run in the forest.
The Wilder Men. Here's Rose, and that one's left alone outside the off stump.
Was that not the title? What was it called?
It's Hunt for the Wilder People.
Wilder People, that's it, yeah. It's months since I saw it. It was about November when I watched it.
I've seen that.
It's a
Yeah,
great
Sam
film.
Neill. It's a great film.
Yeah, really, really good film.
How good is that kid?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you haven't seen it at home, and you'd like a movie that will make you laugh, got a bit of a dark humour, but very heartwarming. Here's Rhodes. It's flicked into the leg side, and will go down towards deep backward square leg. Brings another run to D'Oliveira and brings Matt Waite on to strike.
There's a song called Seabird, which is on that film soundtrack by the
Right,
Alessi
yeah,
brothers.
yeah.
Really lovely song. And definitely worth watching that film. Excellent. I fancy watching it again with the kids because I watched it on a train. I was coming back from the cricket writers' annual dinner in London and I watched it then, I think.
It's a very funny film. Here's Rhodes over the wicket, tries to flick that one away into the leg side weight, but doesn't connect. Good take by Robinson. That is the end of Rhodes' first over, just the one run coming from it. Worcestershire 101 for 5, Waite on yet to score, and D'Oliveira on 16. And I'm going to, I think, take off for a little while.
Yeah, I'll need to do an update at 3, so in 15 minutes. But
right.
yeah, so the song's about free bird, seabird, fly home, and I'm just just reminding me of you, free birdie spirit flying all over the place, following the thermals. 101 for 5. D'Oliveira on 16 is facing Yusuf here, and he guides this one down to third man. It's being chased by Mitch Killeen, who's on as a subfielder for Durham. Quite tufty the grass down this end of the ground, and still fairly long the outfield and slow as a result. I was just questioning, Frank, how much rain you've actually had in this neck of the woods, because we've had a very dry spring in the northeast.
No, we've had a dry spring too, yeah. We have not had a lot at all since kind of March.
This could be out. Ooh, it's spat up off D'Oliveira's bat handle there and came looping towards Killeen and Trezel in the gully and point, and it landed between the two of them.
Yeah, dry since March.
Right.
Obviously pretty wet up to that point, but yeah, the square itself is looking in pretty good nick, but it's just hard to say what this one defended away. Sorry, hard to say what the effect on in terms of preparation and rolling is when all of the top dressing and everything else is done so late. So what normally should be done in October is then done in March, and then preparation of the pitches is affected by that.
103 for 5. Yusuf bowls to D'Oliveira, turns this off towards square leg for a single. He moves on to 19. 104 for 5.
Just had a look back at that LBW of Henry Nichols. That looked a pretty good shout to me.
Even from here it looked plumb. Stayed quite low, shot through. Yusuf comes in, bowls. Ooh, nearly played on there by Waite. He's got an inside edge and that's gone off down towards. Fine leg for 1. He's off the mark. 5th ball. 105 for 5. Bowler comes in. That's left by D'Oliveira. And through to the keeper it goes. That's the end of the over. 105 for 5 here on the BBC.
Yusuf now 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. Ben Rain 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 14. Jake Ball 3 wickets this morning, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. Blatherwick 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 37. And Will Rhodes just 1 over so far. And he conceded just 1 run. And he's going to continue now, bowling to Matthew Waite. And Waite is driving this sweetly, but straight to mid-off. And there's no run. 105 for 5. The men out: Roderick 4, Libby 9 and Jones 3, all caught behind off Jake Ball this morning. And then after lunch, Adam Hose LBW to Ben Rain for 23, and Henry Nichols on debut LBW to Cody Yusuf for 42. Rhodes bowls, Waite defends off the back foot, and there's no run. And elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire 158 for 8 against Leicestershire at Bristol. Derbyshire 121 for 1 against Middlesex at Derby. Sussex 148 for 6 against Notts at Trent Bridge. And Somerset 130 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. As Rhodes is in, bowls outside the off stump, and Matthew Waite leaves that alone, and through it goes to Ollie Robinson. 105 for 5 here. I reckon you can add 25 onto that to give you an idea of what might be a sort of typical score had the outfield been as quick as it would normally be, or as quick as it would be on another ground, because it has been very slow. Boundaries have been very hard to come by, and it's been tough for the batters out there. As Rhodes is in again and bowls to Waite, who plays defensively down on the onside. Been good from the Durham seamers this morning and early afternoon, particularly given that they're without so many through injury, and they've brought in 3 low knees. And I, in all fairness, and I'll go back to, I'll touch on what I said this morning, as Rhodes bowls and Waite drives, and he gets a run into the offside. Whilst you can say what you like about a system that allows the loans, the fact is that Durham have taken advantage of a system which exists, and any county could take advantage of it. But if you bring in bowlers on loan, they're bowlers who aren't getting into the side currently at their other counties. So for one of them to have come in like Jake Ball and got 3 wickets this morning is A, bonus, and B, great credit to him as well, I think, as Rhodes bowls and D'Oliveira is on the back foot playing defensively out on the offside. Another tidy over from Will Rhodes, just 1 run coming from it, so he's bowled 2 overs now, conceded 2 runs, and Worcestershire are 106 for 5.
This word nesh, did you mention it earlier?
Yeah.
No, I'd never heard of it. AJ Wacker says, I grew up in Durham City. I never heard the word nesh until I moved to Cheshire.
Yeah, I thought it was northwest rather than northeast.
So he says it's a northern word if you accept Stuart McConey's definition of the north, starting when you reach Crewe Station.
Yeah.
From the London direction, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's a word. I accused Mel at Chelmsford last week of being nesh because she was complaining about being cold, and I'm from Manchester originally, so that's where I learned it.
And then Jay sent a link to the Laleshi. There's a new over starts here for Yusuf, who's looking sharp, and that's a plain and miss from Waite there. Leshy from Wikipedia is about pagan people living in the forest, I think. So anyway,
no, nesh, it just means you're soft and you feel the cold. Soft. Yeah, basically.
So basically, Melinda's a softie from Australia.
Well, I was saying that, she feels not a softie, she just feels the cold.
Yeah, wedged and over the top of the slips and away for 4. If George Drizel was maybe a foot higher, he might have got that. He was sharp in his reactions there. He was up off his feet and 2 hands in the air, but it raced above him. Right. Never come across this before. You learn something new every day from
My mum used to call
teacher
me
Frank.
Nash. My mum used to call me Nash. Susceptible to the cold.
When did you stop teaching?
Ooh. Well,
Yeah, haven't
I was still teaching in the winter until a few
Were
years
you?
ago. Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Yusufin Bowles flicked away one-handed by Waite, who's now got 7. Make that 8 because he's coming back for 2. He's got that 4 in the previous delivery. So that means the score now moves on to 112 for 5.
Yeah, I stopped teaching full time probably about 12 years ago, but I was still teaching a little bit in the winter until a couple of years ago.
Round here somewhere? Or?
Until a couple of years ago at a school in Birmingham.
All right. Brummagem. 112 for 5. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. My cousin's kids all went to Edgbaston, the school in Edgbaston.
King Edward's?
Yeah.
That's where I went.
Right.
Yeah. And I was teaching at one of the... There are 6 King Edward schools. King Edward's Camp Hill. It's a sort of foundation. I was teaching at King Edward's Camp Hill until a couple of years ago.
Two balls left of this over. There's the first of them down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Wade on strike on 8.
Yeah, I went to King Edward School in Edgbaston by the university. A few county cricketers have come from there, Warwickshire players. A.C. Smith, Ozzie Wheatley, Anurag Singh, John Clawton, Mark Ward, WAGH, who played for Warwickshire and Notts.
Yusuf to wait. That's left alone. End of the over. 112 for 5.
And Dennis Amos lives alongside the school ground. He's got a gate in his garden that leads straight onto the King Edward School cricket ground. So whenever they play, he's often to be seen
Is it near the university?
wandering around. Yeah, right by the...
I think I've
right
stayed
by
in a
it,
hotel
yeah.
across the road from there. Then there's a hotel in the university.
Yeah, right by the university. 112 for 5, Worcestershire battling away out there. Henry Nichols, the innings of the game so far, 42 off 115 deliveries, and that in itself tells you what a tough job it's been for the batters out there. And Will Rhodes starts a new over, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who pushes this out on the offside, and McKinney comes in from cover to do the fielding with his floppy hat on, the only one out there. But you can pick him out, McKinney, without his floppy hat because he's so tall. 6'6", something like that.
6'7",
I would think.
yeah.
6'7", tall, excellent prospect, top order batter. Played here for the Lions last year. This one is dug out by D'Oliveira up to mid-off.
Got 100 for the Lions in Australia in the winter as well.
Very, very good player. 112 for 5 here. Worcestershire put into bat, and they've been in trouble almost since the start, really. We'd had one substantial partnership, 55 for the 4th wicket between Hose and Nichols, but it's been good stuff from Durham throughout the day. Rhodes in, bowls outside the off stump, D'Oliveira leaves. There's no runners, Robinson takes. Marty nips off to update the listeners to BBC Radio Newcastle with news of what's going on here as we approach 3 o'clock. Boundaries at an absolute premium. Rhodes in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira looking to work this one off his pads. He's taken on the thigh pad and it runs down to short fine leg for a leg bye. So Durham beset by injuries, 3 low knees in the side, all seam bowlers and all have been in action. Jake Ball 3 wickets, first 3 to fall this morning. 1 for Yusuf and 1 for Rain, and the other on loan bowler Blatherwick wicketless at the moment. Rhodes is in and bowls, and Matthew Waite is on his toes and steering this one down into the gully. So Durham bringing in those 3 players, also without Matty Potts, who England have requested is not picked for this game, and Worcestershire themselves with the debutant Henry Nichols, the Kiwi left-hander, who showed great application in making his 42. Rhodes in again, bowls, and Waite is pushing at this one outside the off stump, and possibly fortunate not to get a nick through to Robinson, but he got away with it, and it is the end of the over from Rhodes. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. That was a maiden, and Yusuf will continue from the Diglis end of the ground. Brightish, not much sunshine at the moment, probably about 15 degrees. First day of cricket at Worcester this year. A very lush outfield, brownish pitch, which has not had great pace in it, but offered a bit of movement for the batters, for the bowlers. Yusuf in, bowls, and this one nips back sharply at D'Oliveira, hits him on the pads. A big shout for LBW on this occasion. Umpire Michael Burns says not out. He's given 2 LBWs, the last 2 wickets to fall. Hose out for 23 to Rain, Nichols for 42 to Yusuf, and both look pretty good shouts to me. Hose a little bit disappointed, he was on the move walking down the pitch, but I think struck in line. Yusuf in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira drives nicely through the covers. That's a good example of a shot that on most days, on most grounds, would probably have gone for 4. Here it pulls up probably 10 yards or so inside the rope at extra cover, and is overhauled by McKinney chasing it back, so it's just 2 to D'Oliveira. I think, as I say, you can add 20-25% probably onto a total to give you an idea of what it might be typically were the outfield a bit quicker. Boundaries have been really difficult to find, and D'Oliveira with that has gone to 21. It's 115 for 5, and I say that's probably worth 130, 140 under normal circumstances. Another run for D'Oliveira here as he plays that out into the covers. Good fielding by McKinney, diving to his right and then throwing from a prone position, but D'Oliveira scampering through for a single. Takes him on to 22, 116 for 5. Matthew Waite on 8. 3 slips still in place. Backward point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. As Yusuf bowls, and Waite is solidly forward, pushing up to mid-on. Decent crowd at New Road today. Mainly situated in the members area by the Graham Hick Pavilion and outside the Ladies Pavilion, and in the New Road stand, the end from which we commentate. The Basil D'Oliveira stand less populated at the far end as Waite is out, caught at backward point, short and wide. He cuts at it uppishly, and Jack Blatherwick at backward point takes a comfortable catch. So disappointing end to Matthew Waite's innings, and it's another one of those where, having not had much to hit, when you do get a shortish wide delivery, you perhaps just over eagerly go at it, and Waite cutting in the air straight to Blatherwick, and Yusuf picks up his 2nd wicket. Worcestershire lose their 6th. They are 116 for 6, and Yusuf now 2 for 36 in his 12th over, and Matthew Waite on his way and will be replaced by Ethan Brooks. Just saying, Marty, another one of those where, because you've had very little to feed on as a batsman, when something does come along that looks as though it might offer a scoring opportunity, you perhaps go at it a little bit too eagerly, and that maybe is what accounted for Matthew Waite.
Yes. Thick edge as well, wasn't it? Straight to the fielder. And it happened as I was doing my update, so I got a live wicket in an update, which is a rarity. This is rattling along at a rate of knots, this, and given the fact that Durham have got a number of key players missing, no Emilio Gay, David Benningham injured, we could be conceivably quite a way into his second innings by the end of the day.
Definitely. I think that's very likely. Every time you think there's a little partnership building, with the exception of that one for the fourth wicket, another wicket falls, and that's just another indication of a pitch that is not one that any batsman ever feels really in on. 8 boundaries in 48 overs, I'm informed. Thank you to Alex Hode for that. And that tells its own story as well. As Yusuf comes in to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is playing this defensively out on the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 116 for 6 then. Brooks yet to get off the mark. D'Oliveira on 22, and the full scorecard: Roderick out for 4, Libby for 9, Jones for 3. That was before lunch. 75 for 3 at the break. Since lunch, Hose 23, Nichols 42, and Waite in that last over out for 8. Use of 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 36 now. And Durham, having won the toss, will be fairly happy with their work so far.
Rhodes coming in then from the new road end. That wraps him on the box area there, possibly via the bat handle of D'Oliveira. So Ethan Bruce, the new man. Rhodes again comes in, bowls. Given that quite a bit of width, and D'Oliveira's gone after it. He's tried to drive on one knee and played and missed at it.
It's another one of those, bearing out what I was saying earlier. I think that when you're tied down, you suddenly get one that gives you a scoring opportunity, be it wide or short. Maybe just a little bit too eager.
Next ball from Rhodes, kept away on the leg side this time by D'Oliveira. Just plays at the mid-wicket, no run.
And that's what Nichols did so well in his innings. I think he was so watchful. He didn't really offer much encouragement to the bowlers. Didn't play and miss much, once or twice. Didn't do anything rash. Very measured. And you've got to be to face 115 balls on this pitch, I think. Been a good bowling effort.
Rhodes in. Turned away by D'Oliveira to deep square leg for 1. Yusuf comes in off the conker tree boundary to field. Durham either play here early in the season. There's been quite a lot of games where they've come here sort of the first May bank holiday. Or they're here right at the end of the season, because the amount of times I've been in collected conkers from that corner of the ground for the kids.
But that's it, because Championship cricket is played early in the season and late in the season, isn't it? So unless you get here in a one-day game,
yeah,
the way the programme is nowadays, anyway. Not many Championship games in the height of summer.
Rhodes bowls, that's wide of off stump, left alone. Yeah, but even going back to 2009 when Durham came here for the final game of the season, that was a September period. I don't know why certain teams seem to be slotted into certain periods against each other over the years. I mean, by the end of May, Durham will have played Notts twice this year, and that's them done with. So. Last ball of the 50th over. and that is played by Brooks to Gully, end of the over. 117 for 6. You can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk or at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Frank's on Blue Sky as well, Frank Watson. He's on other place as well.
I am.
I don't bother going.
Jake
up
Ball's
there.
coming back into the attack at the Diglis end, and he's replacing Yusuf, who's bowled well. And even though he's got a wicket in that last over, the plan to take him out of the attack, which had probably already been hatched, is stuck to. And Jake Ball, probably pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. He's coming back into the attack. And another aspect to the lone situation that we're talking about is that Jake Ball sending a message to the Somerset coaching staff as well, that you may have left me out, but I can still do it in Division 1, and he's proving that. He's coming in from the Diglis end now, and as if to underline my observation, he beats D'Oliveira with a really good one outside the off stump, which had the Worcestershire captain feeling for it. Went past the outside edge. Good bowling from the tall Jake Ball. It's a really good one. Really, really good delivery. I mean, you just don't get much better than that. And D'Oliveira just happy to have missed it, I think. The best way to play a delivery like that is actually to miss it. Jake Ball is in again and bowls, and he lets this one go outside the off stump. And it was a late decision to let it go. He just pulled his hands away at the very last second. Leaving is quite an important skill on a pitch like this as well. I keep saying on a pitch like this, I don't want listeners to think that it's an absolute minefield, because it isn't. Ball is in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira just trying to work this one away on the leg side. I think he's taken on the pad. Indeed he is. They go through for a leg by, 118 for 6. But it's not an easy pitch to score on. It's lacking a bit of pace, and it's offered a good bit of sideways movement, and it's been exploited very well by accurate Durham bowling. Nothing extravagant, nothing extraordinary, just solid bowling as a unit. Ball bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing this back up the pitch. They've backed each other up. They've all been tidy. Blatherwick's gone for just over 3 and over. Yusuf for 3 and over. Rain for just over 1 and over. Ball for 2 and over. Tidy. Hard to get away. Not offering many scoring opportunities. Ball again. In, past umpire Burns. Bowls, and Brooks is forward, edging this down to third man. They'll come back for 2. Again, it's slowed up. Hardly anything has run away to third man. Last week at Chelmsford, we were commenting in all the innings how many runs went through third man. It was racing away to the boundary. But watching that one quite closely, because it came right down towards us, it was bobbling along. The grass is really lush, also quite long, but very, very thick, and very, very much slowing things up. Outside the off stump from Ball, left alone by Brooks, taken by the keeper. End of the over, 120 for 6. A bit like the sort of grass you get in the Caribbean, and in I've seen on grounds in various parts of the world, a thick sort of couch grass that slows the ball down much more quickly than most English outfields. We're going to see another change in the bowling. Will Rhodes is coming out of the attack. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3, and he's replaced at the New Road end by the ever economical Ben Rain. Just 14 runs from his 12 overs so far.
Melinda was on about being a train spotter earlier. My dad sent a photograph of himself today on the North York Moors Railway with the Nigel Gresley steam train in the background. So he said, here, show her a photograph of what a real nerd looks like.
Show Melinda as well as tell
Melinda. Here's Ben Rain then back into the attack. Right arm over, comes in and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. They haven't been allowing the Nigel Gresley to run from Gromont down to Pickering because it's been too tinder dry. They're worried about wildfires at the trackside, so it's just been coming out into the yard, steamed up, so people can see it, and then going back into its where do you store trains? What do you call it? Hangar? Not a hangar? The depot, anyway. 120 for 6.
Keep mine in the loft.
Rain comes in, and this is defended by D'Oliveira. Dot ball. Remember when my daughter was just a baby and we were having a week's holiday in Glaisdale down near Gromont, and my mate was working on a steam train engineering, and he invited us in. He brought us into the workshop, so I didn't think we'd be allowed in there, and then we're walking along and I'm holding my daughter. She's only about 7 months old, and I'm looking at all these sparks and welding torches, and I'm thinking, I don't think we should be in here. This is defended by D'Oliveira from Rain, off stump, plays it to short extra cover, no run, and we certainly pretty quickly found out that we shouldn't be. So
Someone has tweeted they can see me on the live stream and I look like Scott of the Antarctic.
You look like Bjorg of Wimbledon. Rain bowling to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira comes down the track to this one and then just plays it safely on the offside. Tell Melinda Durham Cathedral is up there with the Alhambra as the most beautiful building in Europe. This is from Jay, and he said sadly there's now in Sheffield. You've got the Winter Gardens in Sheffield. I've been there.
I went to Durham Cathedral when my daughter graduated.
Oh, nice.
A few years ago.
In comes Rain, balls. That's defended. The kids sang at Durham Cathedral in the school choir a few months ago. The amazing acoustics. I've been in Worcester Cathedral with me nana in the mid 80s. It was a fascinating place.
It is.
Would have been about 1987, something like that.
Burial place of King John.
Rain bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. It's nearly knocked D'Oliveira off his feet. He's trying to play across the leg side there. Given not out, but certainly worth an inquiry. But Graham Lloyd, the umpire, said no. Just see where this hits.
Going down.
Just going down the leg side, wasn't it? Going down the leg side. I'll tell you what, I will shufty on off and bring Melinda back in. And I'll come back on just after 4.
Brooks turns this one from ball on the leg side for a single. Takes the score on to 121 for 6, I think. 121 for 6. Here's Mal.
We're having a little shuffle around and a reorganisation of the seating arrangements, musical chairs here at Worcestershire. And Jake Ball makes his way in from the Diglas end, bowls and up on his toes as D'Oliveira plays that defensively out into the offside, no run. Yes, apparently I've just been spotted on the live stream because someone has tweeted that they saw me on the live stream and I was wrapped up like Scott of the Antarctic.
Well, yeah, we have got one of those live stream cameras now in the box here.
Oh dear, I hate it too. Ball in. Oh, that one's sharp. Full of a length and past the bat of D'Oliveira. who is, again, a bit like Nichols before him, has just really battled out there hard. He's 23, having faced 67 balls. So Nichols is
tough.
it's not easy, hey. And so they've missed out on a batting point again. Worcestershire haven't got one this season so far. As ball in, bowls, that's driven crisply, and it beats the diving fielder at mid-off, and will it? Oh goodness, go ball, go! Yes, it did. I say that as being impartial. It's just lovely to see a boundary being scored.
The ninth four.
Well, and it tells you about the timing of that drive, because we've seen so many beautifully timed shots not make it. So that was crisp. And a rare boundary.
I've seen some comments suggesting that, by the time Durham bat this outfield will have quickened up. I don't think so. I think it's going to be slow throughout the game.
Well, I think it's a little bit soft underfoot. Here is ball, bowls, and it's down the leg side. No run.
It's a bit like my lawn, actually, in terms of the length of the grass. It's not ridiculously long, but it's longer than you would normally expect. But it's like you say, it's the texture, isn't it, that is so. Yeah. It sort of takes the energy out of the ball, doesn't it? Whereas you get a hard outfield like at Chelmsford last week, where it was so hard and dry, the ball was racing away.
Ball in, bowls. That's left alone by D'Oliveira. And is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. So Worcestershire now have battled their way to 125 for 6. D'Oliveira still out there on 27. Brooks has joined him, so nearly the hero of their last match, on 3. And our last wicket to fall was that of Waite, whose stay was reasonably short in the end. But it's tough going, and we have been finding ourselves saying similar things to last week. Yeah. But they're very different conditions.
Yeah, I agree.
And so it's funny that in cricket, what other sport is there where, when you're talking about blades of grass?
Ben Rain bowls, Brooks is forward, pushing out on the offside. No run.
It's one of the things that makes me love cricket. The fact that there are so many variables, so many.
It's interesting watching football now, because way back, in my teens and childhood, and football pitches were so different from how they are now. And by the middle of the season, it was grass down the wings and mud down the middle, and they played on all sorts of surfaces. Rain bowls, Brooks beaten outside the off stump, good delivery from Ben Rain, and sand was often spread out over the pitches. And Derby County famously won the league under Brian Clough at the baseball ground in the 70s, when it was almost just rolled mud, whereas now you go to any Premier League football ground and the pitches are utterly immaculate. They're sort of hybrids almost, they're semi-synthetic, and they're just perfect surfaces. And it's changed in exactly the way that you're suggesting cricket hasn't. Brooks on his toes to this one, plays it down on the offside, and it is one of the things, isn't it? One of the first things when we arrive at the ground is, what's the pitch going to be like? And in club cricket, always used to tickle me. In school cricket, everybody puts their kit in the change room, wanders out to the middle and has a look at it. Nobody has
no idea. Of course they don't.
No idea.
Always used to say that. It's like when people go too hard too early on a pitch, even players who've played so many games, they just don't know.
Rain in again, bowls, Brooks leaves outside the off stump. No, that's right. And I mean, I said to the groundsman yesterday, literally on this pitch, standing on it yesterday morning, and just said, are we guessing? And he said, I think we are. I think we are, because we just don't know what it's going to do.
I've known people to get outraged by a pitch when they've seen a photo of it 2 or 3 days out, or somewhere where they've never watched cricket before.
Rain in again, bowls, Brooks on his toes, plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 125 for 6 then, Worcestershire. They lost 3 wickets in the morning session, if you're just joining us. Roderick for 4, Libby for 9 and Jones for 3. All of those batsmen caught behind by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Jake Ball. At lunch it was 75 for 3, with a recovery having been fashioned by Adam Hose and Henry Nicholls. Since lunch though, 3 more wickets have fallen. Rain to Brooks, who gets a single, turning that down to long leg. End of the over, 126 for 6. The 3 men out since lunch. Hose, LBW to Ben Rain for 23. Henry Nicholls, top scorer so far, LBW to Cody Youssef for 42. And Matthew Waite caught at backward point by Jack Blatherwick off the bowling of Youssef for 8. That was 116 for 6. 10 runs added since then. As we keep saying, it has been hard going for the batsman. Slow outfield. You could probably add 30 runs onto that total for the outfield, and it would give you a better idea of what this score is worth.
Still very much in Durham's favour. Next over begins, and first ball from Ball is left by Brooks.
Bounced a bit, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, there've been a couple that have bounced. Youssef got that wicket of Nicholls, and then the first ball Waite got, or it might have been D'Oliveira who faced it, because it might have been the next over, but a ball bounced considerably. That's one thing where it's different though from Essex. At Essex there was a lot of bounce. In comes Ball, that has reared up something on Brooks, but he just drops the ball at his feet. Yeah, there was considerable bounce there. Here it's just the odd one that has a little bit more bounce, but not much. And it says everything. All day, I don't think we've had more than one fielder on the boundary.
No.
All day. Here's Ball in, and that's played well in front of Brooks. Just out to the offside, no run though. Yeah, we've basically had one fielder out the entire day because of the slowness of the outfield. They've not needed to protect the boundaries at all, and that I think when you're able to do that for long periods of time, that does change the dynamic a bit as well. As Ball is running in, bowls, it's driven pleasantly up to mid-on, who moves to his left I should say, my right as I look on. No run there.
Yeah, well, Brett D'Oliveira 27 off 70 deliveries, and he's having to play this kind of innings this season on too many occasions, I would imagine, for his own peace of mind. Yeah, as you say, Worcestershire no batting points.
In comes Ball. It's a nice wristy drive away from the body from Brooks, and he's not going to get 4 runs for it. Would almost any other day, but heavens above, you think Brett D'Oliveira is quick between the wickets. Brooks absolutely head along to pick up the 3rd run. He was absolutely outstanding, I thought, last week. Played an innings very much in the mould of the famous Ben Stokes innings at Headingley. Obviously wasn't the crowds, it wasn't the Ashes, but in his game management, the way he managed that situation and taking control.
Interesting thing about that innings that I found out afterwards.
As Ball is in, and it's just played back to the bowler, no run.
129 for 6 at the end of the over, and that was that prior to that innings, Ethan Brooks had never hit a 6 in red ball cricket, and he hit 7 in that last week.
That is incredible.
He'd hit a few in white ball cricket, but he'd never hit a 6 in red ball cricket. And he hit those 6s last week at Chelmsford with every fielder on the boundary.
Yes.
It was quite extraordinary.
And you look at the bowlers who are bowling, quite a lot of international experience there with Simon Harmer, with Rajitha there as well, Kazum Rajitha, and then you've got Porter, who's quite high on most people's lists of county bowlers.
Ben Rain also high on my list of county seamers against Worcestershire in the last few years, and this one is a tricky delivery which bounced quite sharp. I think Brooks sort of used, it's kind of off the glove really as it pops out on the offside. Strangled sort of half shout from the bowler. What's the replay? Yeah, just fended it away. Hard to say exactly what it came off, but it's further evidence of the difficulty of batting on this pitch. It's a good leave from Brooks this time, from a fuller delivery from Ben Rain.
But I just wonder, so the maturity of how he played that, he just read the situation and the different shots that he played as well, some extraordinary shots, so aware of the game situation. Duffy played his part.
Yeah, but he did manage it. It was very mature, wasn't it? In that
really mature. Really. Intelligent. It was intelligent batting.
It was. Different situation now as Rain is into him and he's on the walk and beaten and then has to scamper back because he'd come down so far that Ollie Robinson chucked the ball up at the stumps in an attempt to stump him standing back, but he was back.
And I wonder, what that innings might do for Ethan Brooks in just realising what he's capable of. Did he know he was capable of something like that?
Well, it's interesting you say that. Very interesting. Ben Rain in bowls and he pushes this out on the onside. Ethan Brooks, the night before, was very confident about what faced him the next morning. Very confident. And really, really believed that Worcestershire would in with a very good chance of winning. That must have changed when Matthew Wake got that absolute snorter from Porter early on. That was a superb delivery that hit the top of off. And then when they were 9 down, he probably thought, well, I've just got to go for it. As Rain bowls and he pushes this down on the onside. But he definitely believed, I think, and he has a lot of self-belief. And it showed, I think. But I also asked exactly that question that you asked, what will it do for him? Because I think it announced him a little bit in Division 1. I think one or two people have seen him playing in the red ball side and thought, well, he's a white ball cricketer, what's he doing batting high up the order and so on, because he had been 4 in the previous 2 games, which may be a little bit high for him. Hope he's not going to get out now. As Rain bowls and he drives nicely into the offside for a single. But in terms of, as you say, his own status, I think he would have come away from that game feeling, yeah, I can do this. I do belong here. I don't think he ever lacks confidence, and I don't mean he's brash, but I just think he would go away thinking, yeah, I've got runs. He got 100 last year at Hampshire, played well at Essex last year, announced himself, but I just think it brought him to the attention of the whole country, really, briefly.
Absolutely.
And that won't have done him any harm at all. 130 for 6, the end of the over, he's capped the strike. He's on 8, Ethan Brooks. Oliver is 27. Worcestershire looking to rebuild a little bit. 130 for 6.
No, it's important too. It wasn't, as ball comes in, as played out into the covers, no run for Brooks here. It wasn't a case of, oh well, nothing to lose, may as well have a bit of fun. It was not that kind of innings at all. It was a calculated strategy to stay out there, and we see players try to farm the strike when they're out there with a tail ender, and it often doesn't last that long. I mean, that's why it was so extraordinary when Ben Stokes did it. And then, he couldn't do it at Lords in the last Ashes series here. His ball is driven again out into the covers, but no run. But yeah, so in case people who weren't watching were thinking that it was kind of, well, may as well have a bit of fun, it really wasn't that kind of innings. It was a strategy, and he was so well aware of the field and the bowlers. He took 2 blows as well. Took one on the hand.
Really bad. His hand he's still struggling with that hand a little bit.
Yeah, that looked bad. He was hit by Rajita. He was hitting the body. This ball runs him, bowls, and that time he has beaten him all ends up. Yes, it was.
Yeah, he played one shot in that innings. Forgive us, Durham listeners, for eulogising about this, but it was quite special. He played one shot where he got a full toss. He needed to keep the strike, and all the field was in, and he steered it through the gap and made sure that it didn't go to the boundary.
Yeah.
He did, deliberately hit it so that he could get the one. It was a brilliant piece of innovation, really. Very, very good.
Ball in. Bowles just turned to mid-wicket, no run.
That was a Jaffa, that one before that went away, and it just shows you that there is still there's a fair bit in this pitch for the seamers. And even though the ball is 56 overs old now,
Yeah.
still doing a bit. 8 overs, 7 after this left before tea, and only 130 on the board.
They've done brilliantly, the Durham bowlers. Next ball is full and it's played up towards the long on boundary. Is it going to get all the way? Is it? Is it the race? You've got to be kidding me. That ball's just come to a full standstill. That's it's like it's going up a steep hill. But just on that shot there, Ethan Brooks, his hand came off the back there, the backhand, his right hand. That's the hand he was hit on last week. So I wonder that if just how painful that hand might be. He's taken off his glove.
Just sharing a giggle with Ben Rain about that not going to the boundary. Actually, Ethan Brooks just. You've got to add 30 onto the score, I reckon.
Easy. Here's D'Oliveira, that ball just down the leg side, and he helps it along his way down towards deep backward square. They'll take a single to finish the over, and D'Oliveira will retain strike. He is on 28 now, in fact, with that run. Brooks is on 11, and Worcestershire on 134 for 6. But as you say, I reckon add at least 30 to that. When you think of how many twos have been run, and so many times that ball really would have gone to the boundary in a lot of other games.
Well, only 9 boundaries in 57 overs. Tells you everything. I mean, you'd nick that more than that number normally,
yes,
wouldn't you, in 57 overs.
Well, it's funny you're talking about the deep third position.
Ben Rain bowls, and D'Oliveira cut in half by this one again. This is where I think this pitch is a bit too paced, because that one has absolutely gone through him, and Ben Rain isn't the quickest. Just watch this replay.
Oh, nip back.
Slaughter.
Yeah, nip back bounce.
Easily have taken an inside edge or a glove. That's a really good delivery. Rain again is in. Bowls, and D'Oliveira lets this one go outside the off stump. I think it's going to be tough all the way through. Certainly first couple of days here. It might flatten out if it gets a bit of sun on it and gets a bit drier, but
I don't know that's forecast, Frank.
Well, it's not. There's not much rain forecast, I don't think. Heard Marty say he thought there might be a shower tomorrow, but the forecast I saw last night suggested that it was going to be dry for most of the game.
Oh, it's actually improved, has it?
Rain again. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
It's improved since I looked at it yesterday. So actually,
and it's
going
to get quite warm. Middle of next week, Mel, you'll be amazed.
25 degrees
25
here.
degrees.
I might not have to wear a jumper.
Yeah.
I'll leave my shorts packed away though. Not like you. Absolute bonkers.
Here's Rain again. In. Bowles, D'Oliveira on the walk. Taken on the pad, but even had that been going on to hit the stumps, it would have been guesswork from the umpire, because he was so far down the pitch.
And it's worth reiterating too that yes, it certainly are conditions that are very advantageous, and it was a very good toss to win, but you've also got to use them, haven't you? You've got to use them, and they've done it brilliantly.
They've done a great job, and they've got, in all fairness, they've got 3 low knees out there. He's got him this time. D'Oliveira forward, LBW on the front foot, but not very far forward. We're going to watch the replay. Umpire Graham Lloyd in no doubt about that one. 3 LBWs since lunch, and they all look pretty straight. Just have a look at the replay of this one. Ben Rain fairly close into the maybe outside the line. He's been a bit unlucky this year, D'Oliveira, hasn't he, with LBWs? He was given outside the line last week. He was given out not playing a shot at Taunton in controversial circumstances, and this time again, I don't know, maybe just outside the line, but it was a good shout, and the umpire's entitled to give that, I think. If it was outside the line, it was absolutely marginal. But he's gone, D'Oliveira, and another one who's battled away out there. 28 runs, he faced 77 deliveries. Was he ever really in? I'm not sure. We could say that he was, but he's gone.
A real theme. It's like deja vu all over again. There's certainly a familiarity to this from last week, and as we see Tom Taylor now coming out to the middle. I mean, Worcestershire have actually got some batting, like deep. They've actually got some real depth to their batting when you look at the all-rounders they've got.
They have. I feel for Tom Taylor because he just keeps coming to the crease.
Yeah, in a situation
like this, and it happens.
That's right.
It seems to happen every single game.
It's the problem is if the top order goes so cheaply, then it's probably not allowing everyone else to play to their sort of best advantage, and I guess you just sort of wonder where, I don't know, the balance, the batting order. I know you talked about Brooks going up and then
he started
down,
at 4, but I think
probably a bit high.
Kashif Ali would have been in the top order were he here for this game, but it's tough for the lower middle order when there's never any runs on the board. It's Rain is in again and bowls to Taylor, who's pushing at that one, and he's beaten outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. Ben Rain is an excellent performer, and his figures are outstanding. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 16. I mean, it tells its own story. He has been absolutely superb today. 1 and over he's gone for. He's been an outstanding performer against Worcestershire on many occasions in the past. Been backed up well by the Loneys. Ball 3 wickets, 2 for Yusuf. Blatherwick's also been reasonable, and with Will Rhodes, who's also been miserly, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3, coming back into the attack. I don't think things are going to get any easier.
No, it's just hard work. It's one of those days when you've gone on a trek and you realise that there's no way back other than to just keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Still got 10 miles to go.
Yep. It's going to be tough until tea. Here is Rhodes, first ball. He's squared up a little bit as he defends that one. Brooks.
They'll know each other, these two, I think.
Of course, from
Warwickshire.
From Warwickshire. Yeah.
Not when they played a lot together, but a bit perhaps.
Oh, for sure. I remember Brooks' last game was quite emotional, actually, at Warwickshire. Sorry, Rhodes' last game, I should say, of course. His history there. Next ball, and that has got Brooks on that sore right hand. He pulled it away immediately from the bat. So he's just moving it about a little bit. That's definitely not all is right with his right hand. From that blow he took, there's a bouncer from Rajitha at the game in Essex, and tried to pull the ball and struck on the right hand. Played one of his sixes with one-handed. In comes Rhodes again. He leaves this one alone outside the off stump. No run.
I wonder if there'll be any sixes in this game. Right, dear. Phone the bookies, wouldn't it? Can I have a bet on no sixes?
Whereas this, the one who's...
Somebody will come in and whack one, I expect.
Well, the bowler who looks most likely to be hit for six is probably Yusuf, just because he's got more pace on the ball. As Rhodes turns, 2 slips in, and he just presses. That's come off the inside portion of the bat.
I don't think we're going to see much
mid-wicket.
spin, are we, in this game? No spinners. Colin Ackerman, I suppose, could bowl a little bit of off spin, couldn't he? But other than that, no spinner in the Worcestershire side, unless you could call Jake Libby a spinner.
I don't think that we're going to.
I don't think we'll see much. No.
Maybe not any. Who knows? But here is Rhodes once more over the wicket, left alone again by Brooks. Yes, it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see when Durham come out to bat, because Worcestershire's bowling, Matthew Waite was the pick of their bowlers last week. Brooks actually, I thought, bowled really quite well. Duffy started well. In comes Brooks, and that one again left alone. End of the over, 134 for 7. Brooks on 11, Taylor yet to score. But as far as the Worcestershire attack went, they really shouldn't have allowed Paul Walter to dictate things the way he did. And so their bowling is going to be put under pressure by the very talented Durham side when it comes to the batting department as well.
Tom Taylor on strike. Ben Rain to bowl from the new road end. Moves in, bowls, and Taylor is pushing back up the pitch to Rain. Such a good, consistent performer for Durham. And Ben Rain, the other thing about Ben Rain, Marty might correct me and he will certainly know more details, but he does seem to stay fit, which is a big plus for a county seamer. Comes in now, economical sort of run up, bowls and finds the edge of Taylor's bat, runs it down into the gully, no run.
And unusual for a Durham bowler as well.
Given that they have got, I think, 7 bowlers injured at the moment, which is extraordinary. But he does seem to stay fit, and he just looks like a bowler. He knows his game, doesn't he? He's experienced, doesn't take a great deal out of himself. Always there or thereabouts. Rarely bowls a rank bad delivery. Certainly not today, anyway. Extraordinarily accurate. Bowls again. Taylor just trying to work this off his pads. It goes down the leg side. They've gone through for a single. It's a leg by. Total is 135 for 7. But as I keep saying, add 30 onto that, maybe, to give you a better idea of the score. Maybe even more, because the outfield is so slow. Boundaries have been few and far between. No batsman has found run scoring easy in the face of good bowling. Rain in, bowls, Brooks is forward, pushes out on the onside. It's not a pitch on which it's been impossible to bat. It's not a pitch where the ball's flying around or you're in danger of getting hit or massively extravagant movement. Just a pitch on which lacks a bit of pace and on which the Durham bowlers have been immensely accurate, especially Rain. And I'll go back to my theory about lateral movement in a minute. Rain bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing out on the onside, no run. And I said it last week and I'll probably say it every week, but if you get nicks that go to second slip and third slip, like we saw at Chelmsford last week, you're getting a lot of lateral movement. When you start getting little nicks through to the keeper, and maybe just getting a little bit of movement. We saw 3 caught behinds, the first 3 wickets this morning, albeit one of them was a wide one that Roderick had a cut at. Here's Rain again. Bowls and Brooks is forward again and pulls that right hand away gingerly, having prodded that ball down on the offside. It's the end of the over. We've got 4 overs left before tea, and Worcestershire are limping along again, battling hard. 135 for 7.
It's funny, isn't it? It took us a little while last week to sort of come to the conclusion it was about a 200 pitch. I just don't want to even have a guess at what this one is at the moment, but it wouldn't surprise me if this was a lower scoring conditions
See George
as they are at the moment.
Drizel is warming up, loosening up at slip.
So in comes Rhodes to Taylor, who lets that one go through the keeper.
So we might get a bit of spin, because he's an off spinner, isn't he, Drizel? Maybe that's a good little ploy just before tea, I think.
To have up your pocket? Or up your pocket?
Well,
in your sleeve, up your pocket.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets any help.
Oh, dig up, stupid. Oh dear. Here's Rhodes. Oh, back and across from Taylor and then lets it through.
In your sleeve.
In your sleeve. Oh dear.
But I could seriously think it's a good idea. Just see if there's anything in there. Just see if there's a little bit of side, little bit of turn. Simon Harmer bowled 2 overs before tea, didn't he, last week, and picked up a wicket. Always a little bonus, little doubt in the batsman's mind.
Taylor waits as in come Rhodes, and he just turns that one around the corner. They'll take a single. Let's see, I must be so.
Again.
Ah, it is leg by. Yes, signal from the umpire. I think. I must be cold. My mouth has stopped moving in concert with my brain.
It's not that cold.
Some might say that that's quite normal for me. Oh dear. Rhodes starts his run up from the Diglis end. He's in, bowls over the wicket, and he has squared him up. I don't think that's missed by much.
Seems to be doing more now.
Yeah, it does. So he's just gone and done a bit of gardening now. In fact, both batters are standing in the middle of the pitch, just giving it a good old tap with their bats. So,
oh dear.
That ball,
as much as anything all day, that I think.
It was angled in and then seamed away and really bounced. They've got a bit of concern. With the both of them coming in there, the next ball's just pushed up into the covers, no run. Yeah, it's not the first time. There's just been a bit of concern about that. Maybe just a bit of uneven bounce, surprise bounce, but it is causing concern for the batters. So I just have to try and weather these next few overs. Rhodes in, bowls. That is nicely turned away for the delivery. Brooks will get a single as the ball's picked up at square leg running in from the deep, and that's the end of the over. Could have easily been another wicket in that over, I feel, but at the end of it, Worcestershire 137 for 7 with Brooks now on 12. Taylor, who's faced 7 balls, is yet to score.
Let's tell you what's happening elsewhere as Drizel does come on to bowl his off spin. Gloucestershire recovered well. They were in deep trouble earlier today. 210 for 8 now at Bristol against Leicestershire. So good fight back, led by James Bracey. Great character for them. 63 not out, and Shaw down at number 10 as well is 39 not out. So good stuff from Gloucestershire, recovering against Leicestershire. Derbyshire 163 for 2 against Middlesex at Derby. Sussex all out for 169 at Trent Bridge against Notts. Somerset 155 for 4 now against Surrey at the Oval. And we have George Drizel coming into the attack here at New Road, and he will be bowling to Ethan Brooks, who is forward to his first ball. plays it back up the pitch. Will he?
Where's the reverse? He played Simon Harmer like a fiddle. He played him beautifully, I thought, with the reverse sweep and sweep.
Drizel bowls, and there it is. That's the reverse sweep, but he picks out the only fielder that he could do a backward point straight at him, but he doesn't waste much time before playing it. And here comes Drizel again with his off spin from the new road end. Nicely bowled, push that one through quite quickly.
They've got fielders behind the stumps on both sides there for both of those options for Ethan Brooks, so they know how good he is.
There's Drizel again, just 4 or 5 paces in. Nice off spinners action. Good body in it. Quite quick, tall. And Brooks just pushes out on the offside. Drizel again, stands at the end of his mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paces. He's in, he bowls. And Brooks is on the walk, taken on the pad. Shout for LBW.
He's a long way forward.
Quite a long way forward.
Long way forward.
Fair way down as well. Umpire Graham Lloyd says no. And the battle continues. Drizel is first over. He's in again. And bowls. And Brooks on the back foot this time to one that hurried onto him and just blocked out. End of the over. So we've got 2 overs left before tea. Worcestershire have lost 4 wickets this afternoon. Hose out for 23, Nichols 42, Waite 8 and Dolliver 28. Brooks is 12. Taylor has yet to get off the mark. They are battling away at 137 for 7.
Yeah, it's certainly hard work, and they'll be, I think, looking forward to getting in at tea time and just having a reassess maybe. Here is Rhodes in first ball, and that does bounce, and Rhodes and Taylor rather on his toes lets that one go past.
Yeah, I mean, I look back on the season so far for Worcestershire, and I've been at every game, watched every innings. There's just never been a time where the batsmen have been out there able to express themselves and feel really comfortable. They've either been getting bowled out or they're fighting a rearguard action.
Taylor, next ball, there's a shout because that one has wrapped him on the pads. Umpire again, not interested. Might just have a look on the replay, just with his back towards us and our position. It's a little bit hard to see exactly what that ball did. But
good shout.
That was a good shout. Maybe there might have been a bit of bat in it.
Yeah, maybe.
Rhodes bowls. This time it's defended stoutly back to the bowler.
What I'm trying to get at when I say that, almost every time that a Worcestershire batsman has gone to the crease this year, other than maybe Roderick and Livy at the start of 2 of the innings that they've had, almost every time it's been circumstances like this. So mentally, the toll that takes on a batsman is quite significant, I think. You're not walking out there with 250 for 4 on the board or something like that.
Yeah. Next ball from Rhodes is just defended out into the covers, no run. Yeah, and then it becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Because players get low on confidence then, and then it's that then the lack of confidence leads to a dip in form, and all of a sudden you have these things spiral. And I guess what they really need is a circuit breaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it can be one innings at the top of the order.
Yeah.
As Rhodes runs in.
Flat one, play on a flat one.
Yeah, Taylor just defends that again back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, just something that's a bit of a circuit breaker. But the problem is, because it's such a tough Division 1 this year, you're not going to get any freebies from any opposition at all. It's going to be a really hard grind for them as Rhodes is in, bowls over the wicket, and that one is let go by Taylor. Finishes the over, maiden over, 137 for 7. Brooks still on 12. Taylor still yet to score.
And I've had a message from Jim Morris, who tells me, as he often does, about Herefordshire and their exploits. Herefordshire begin their National County Association UK Group 2 trophy campaign on Sunday when they entertain Shropshire at Eastnor Cricket Club. Beautiful little ground just over the border into Herefordshire. 11 a.m. start as Drizzell bowls first ball of the last over before tea to Ethan Brooks, who basically kicks it back up the pitch and there's no run. So Herefordshire against Shropshire at Eastnor on Sunday at 11 o'clock start. Drizzell bowls again. Brooks cuts beautifully, given room, and that will go all the way. He's timed that beautifully. That's probably the shot of the day.
Yeah,
I think you could say. Given a bit of room, timed it well. A rare boundary, just the 10th of the day. Brooks goes on to 12, 16. And the score goes on to 141 for 7. Yeah, Eastnor, I don't know if you probably haven't been there, but it's a beautiful, beautiful ground. Just a little bit further on than Malvern, just a few more miles, just over into the Herefordshire border. And Drizzell is in and bowls and it's played back up the pitch. My daughter is a teacher at the primary school in Eastnor and the village, and it's just 100 yards or so from the cricket club. And it's picture postcard, rural English stuff. As Drizzell bowls again and Brooks just eases this one with the spin behind square on the leg side for a single, which takes him on to 17 and the total to 142 for 7. And we're on the cusp of the tea interval. Last ball before tea. What a good gritty game of cricket we've been watching here. Drizzell bowls, Brooks, Taylor, I beg your pardon, on the back foot, turns it on the leg side. It's not the last ball.
No.
I beg your pardon. In fact, there's...
No, one more.
Yeah. It's been tough, but enjoyable. Very enjoyable. There's Drizzell again bowls, and Taylor is forward, taken on the pad, and he's out! LBW, last ball before tea.
Wow.
Tom Taylor out, LBW to Drizzell for naught. The off spinner gets the wicket, and Worcestershire lose their 8th wicket, and not for the first, not for the second, and not even for the third time this season. They lose a wicket to the last ball before an interval. Tom Taylor is out for naught, 142 for 8 at tea. We've had 64 overs, and Durham have bowled very, very well in helpful circumstances, it must be said, but the real bonus, a wicket for the off spinner George Drizzell just before tea. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. His figures, and Worcestershire have lost 5 wickets in the afternoon session. Hose 23, Nichols 42, Waite 8, D'Oliveira 28, and Taylor without scoring the men out. For Durham, 3 wickets for Jake Ball this morning, 2 for Ben Rain this afternoon, 2 for Cody Yusuf, and that 1 for George Drizzell. And at tea, Worcestershire are 142 for 8 of 64 overs, with Ethan Brooks on 17 not out. So that's the situation at New Road at tea. Thank you for being with us. I hope you'll join us again when play resumes at just after 4:20.
Oh, Jack's not there.
Road, play about to start after tea. Day 1, Worcestershire against Durham, and Worcestershire at tea in trouble as Jake Ball starts proceedings after tea with a short delivery to Ethan Brooks, which Brooks pulls round onto the leg side for a single. Means Worcestershire go to 143 for 8. They lost a wicket to the last ball before the interval. Third time that's happened this season, I think, to Worcestershire. Tom Taylor, LBW to George Drizzell. A ball that turned quite sharply. Good bit of bowling from Drizzell. Taylor out without scoring. And the new batsman is Ben Allison, who is facing now as Jake Ball comes in from the Diglis end and bowls to him, and he's forward playing this back up the pitch, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, Worcestershire lost the toss, lost 3 wickets in the morning session and 5 in the afternoon, 75 for 3 at lunch, 142 for 8 at tea. There have been only 10 boundaries all day. It has been very, very hard work for the batsmen, and Durham seamers, despite 7 of them being out injured, I think, and 3 on loan, have bowled very, very well. Jake Ball, this one to Allison, left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. They've bowled well as a unit. Rain in particular has been miserly. 17 over 7 maidens, 2 for 16, and add to that the bonus of a wicket from the off spinner Drizzell just before tea. Runs for Allison here as he's on the back foot and slices this one away behind square for 2. Again, another one that may well have been 4 on a quicker outfield, but just 2 as it's chased back by Graham Clark to the backward point boundary. Allison then off the mark, and Worcestershire 145 for 8. And we are into the evening session. Jake Ball again in bowls, and runs for Allison here as he clips this one through mid-wicket, and he'll get another couple. So nicely timed by Ben Allison. He goes to 4. And well, any runs really are valuable on a surface that's helped the bowlers throughout the day. Lacked a bit of pace, been difficult to time it. Ball in again, bowls, and Allison is forward, pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. And that's the end of the first over after tea. Worcestershire adding 5 runs to their tea time score are 147 for 8.
Just been for a walk around the ground at tea, and the new bar in the corner does look quite swanky. It's nice there. I think that will be a popular addition to the surroundings. And sit downstairs on bar stools or go upstairs onto a balcony area with a little, sort of got these little lime green sails as protection from the sun there. Looks out over the back towards the school playing fields. Johnny Singer, I thought it was raining wicket, but it turns out it's just a bit of drizzle. And here he is, Drizzle now with ball in hand, having got that LBW to end the afternoon session. Taylor a 15-ball duck. That's a full toss, and that's walloped. Has that gone for 6? Where's that gone? It's gone for 4. Back down the ground, and down towards the bar area of the hotel.
Is it Drizzle or Drizzell?
I say Drizzle, but you have to say
What does
Drizzle
he say?
in order for that.
What does he say, do you know?
Can't remember. I think he says Drizzle. Comes in and bowls again. He's thumped out into the short extra cover area. He's been with Durham for a few seasons now, but hasn't played that many matches, and was included in the opening squad this season. Played in Notts. Next ball's gone short on the leg side. Seems to have been preferred to Callum Parkinson, but if you look in terms of his age and how many matches he's played, he's now 26. This is only his 16th first class game. Got 19 wickets. This is played back to him. This is only his 8th first class match for Durham, and he now has 11 wickets for them. Comes in and bowls. Ball played forward up to Blatherwick at mid-off by Brooks for a single. He moves on to 23, 152 for 8. So Trezel's played for Sunderland in the North East Premier League, Northumberland in the minor counties. He was with Gloucestershire for 3 years, 2017 to 19. Played for Gloucestershire Schools, played for Somerset in 2021, and then came to Durham in 2022. Allison is on 4. Trezel bowls from the New Road end. He's appealing for LBW. It's not given by Graham Lloyd on this occasion. I think the LB before tee, it did pitch outside of off stump, but it was hitting him in front of the stumps around the knee roll. 15 ball duck for Tom Taylor.
Yeah, turned quite a long way.
I think that appeal there might have hit the back pad. Anyway, it wasn't given. It's a murky old afternoon, isn't it? There's no sort of real natural sunlight. It's a bit gloomy. Remember that T20 here a couple of years ago on my birthday, where they went off for bad light at about 5 o'clock and never got back on.
Jake Ball to continue from the Diglis end. Bowls to Brooks, who walks down the pitch and slaps it over mid-wicket for 4. He's in no mood to mess around now, Ethan Brooks. He's running out of partners. Played heroically for Worcestershire down at Chelmsford last week, as most people already know, and decided to get on with it here. Joe Leach, the former Worcestershire captain and all-rounder, now working for the PCA, will be joining us in a few minutes. Coming on for a quick chat. Be interested to see what his take on today's play is. Ball in again, bowls, and Brooks has skied this one in the air on the leg side and is caught at long leg.
Bit of a bizarre approach, that.
Good catch from
Blatherwick.
Jack Blatherwick. Got underneath it, waited for it, and held it. Good catch. And Ethan Brooks's mini assault is ended, and the first wicket is down after tea. He's out for 27, and Worcestershire are 156 for 9.
I just don't feel there was a need for him to be attacking like that again. He got a 4. And then he's tried to take on the bowler one time too many and just top edged it, and it's skied up to long leg. Difficult for the fielder to pick that out against the sky. Steepler, but not sure why play that shot after you've just got a boundary moments earlier. Out for 27, and that's the third bowling point wrapped up for Durham in 66.2 overs. 14 added. So Jacob Duffy, the New Zealander, the last man to come out.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long now, to be honest, before the end of the innings. Jacob Duffy is not without any ability, but he is a genuine number 11. Ben Allison will probably try and take most of the strike.
I'm going to stick a fly in the ointment here. Bad light.
Yeah, maybe. It's not bright, is it? And we have no light. It's quite gloomy. But it's alright at the moment. 156 for 9 then, Worcestershire. And Duffy on strike. Jake Ball with 4 wickets then, coming in, looking for a fifer on debut for Durham. His first ball is pushed out defensively on the offside by Duffy. And there's no run. So Brooks out for 27, faced 59 balls, hit 3 fours, and decided that he would try and take the attack to the bowlers. Nobody's done that yet at any stage, and it wasn't a method that lasted very long as he got a top edge. Duffy throws his hands at this wide one from ball. And it's taken by Robinson, the batsman having missed it. It has got a bit darker now, even since you started mentioning it, I think, Marty. Really quite gloomy. You can always tell by how brightly the figures stand out on that scoreboard away on the cathedral side of the ground. There's Jake Ball again from the Diglis end in and bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Duffy. So Worcestershire, if you're just joining us, put into bat this morning, 3 wickets down before lunch, all caught behind off Jake Ball. Roderick 4, Libby 9 and Jones 3, the men out. And then since lunch, Hose 23, Nichols 42, Waite 8, D'Oliveira 28 and Taylor Naught out to the last ball before tea, and Ethan Brooks a moment or two ago caught in the deep for 27 off Jake Ball, who now has 4 wickets. The last ball of the over is driven up to mid-on and there's no run. The end of the over then, 156 for 9, 3 bonus points for Durham, none obviously for Worcestershire, and well, we won't say too much until we've seen both teams bat and bowl on this surface, but it looks to me as though run scoring is not going to be an easy exercise at any stage during this game. Result to continue.
I'm now Worcester, covering the cricket here, but how are you anyway? All well with you?
Callum Parkinson has been on to retrieve a helmet, and he's now heading off the field. 156 for 9. Drizzell with his off spin coming in from the new road end, balls, and the ball played by Allison short in the leg side to Clark. The design of this press box and everything means that if anyone's on the phone having a conversation, everybody else gets to hear it, don't they?
It's not the design of the press box, it's the situation of the effect, Mike.
Yeah. Allison plays this ball up to long off for 1.
Not everybody has as booming a voice as Geoffrey Dean of the Times. Allison goes to 5.
It's just filled in all around us, the sky. It's got really gloomy, very grey, and the light could be an issue here. Drizzell comes in and bowls. Mistimed attempted drive by Duffy. Ball bounces back to the bowler. So 157 for 9. Next ball is thumped away past mid-wicket and down to our boundary for 4 by Duffy. 161 for 9. Last season at Chesley Street, Worcestershire were bowled out in their first innings for just 112 and came back and won a very low scoring game. Next ball is played to mid-wicket, no run there. Durham had a first innings lead of 78, but things calmed down in Worcestershire's second innings and they won by 6 wickets. Their first win in Chesley Street. Previous 2 in the North East had been at Darlington and Stockton in 1993 and 1995. Next ball bowled to Duffy is a single which Drizzell tries to stop and dives over the top of, and the ball runs down to mid-on for 1. So Duffy finishes that over on 5 and keeps strike, 162 for 9. Talking of Darlington Stockton, I took the girls to a new train museum in Darlington last week called Hope Town, and it was the hub of the Darlington Stockton Railway, which celebrates its 200th anniversary this year, Frank. The first passenger railway in the country. All those pioneers.
Fascinating stuff.
I bet you were at the opening ceremony, weren't you?
Jake Ball bowls and Duffy drives out on the offside. McKinney fields and there's no run. 162 for 9. It is really gloomy now, very grey. No rain in the forecast, but you're looking out there. It wouldn't surprise you if it started drizzling, would it? The way it looks. But at the moment, no signs of any umpires reaching for light meters or anything like that. As the last wicket is taken, caught at slip. Jake Ball gets a 5 for on debut, edged by Duffy and juggled but taken at slip by George Drizzell. So good effort from Jake Ball, who on debut on loan finishes with 5 for 47, and you could see what it meant to him to get that last wicket, as Duffy was out for 5, leaves Ben Allison unbeaten on 5, and Worcestershire 162 all out. Excellent effort from the Durham seamers. Also a wicket for the off-spinner George Drizzell, and Worcestershire top scorer Henry Nichols with 42. Only 3 other players in double figures. Hose 23, D'Oliveira 28 and Brooks 27. Bowling figures: Ben Rain, a model of accuracy and economy, 17 over 7 maidens, 2 for 16. Jake Ball getting the applause of his teammates for his 5 for now as he leaves the field. 5 for 47. Blatherwick no wicket for 37. Yusuf also on debut, 2 for 36. Will Rhodes no wicket for 4 off 7 tidy overs, and George Drizzell 1 for 16 off 4. So Worcestershire 162 all out, having been put into bat. The Durham reply will begin and around about 8 minutes time, just before 10 minutes to 5, and we'll be back then. Welcome back to New Road, where play is about to get underway again. Durham will be replying to Worcestershire's first innings score of 162. With a disappointing effort with the bat by Worcestershire, but in the face of very good bowling from Durham, for whom Jake Ball, on loan from Somerset, picked up 5 wickets for 47 runs, and the top scorer was another debutant, Henry Nichols, Worcestershire, who made 42. He's currently at third slip as Jacob Duffy is about to take up the attack from the Diglis end, and he is bowling to the left-handed Alex Lees, who slashes at that one outside the off stump, makes no contact, and through it goes to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps, and there's no run. So Worcestershire 162 all out. Durham just beginning their response now. Duffy in again, bowls, and that's short and wide outside the off stump and cut into the covers, but straight to Ethan Brooks in the ring, and Durham have yet to open their account. Boundaries have been a scarce commodity here at New Road today, and the slow outfield has meant that there have been a lot of twos that might otherwise have been 4. Duffy in again, bowls, and Lees taken on the pad as he looks to turn this on the leg side, and that means that Worcestershire's 160, you might consider it to be worth something a bit more like 200 under normal circumstances. Just count the number of boundaries in that Worcestershire innings. There were 13 boundaries, that's all, throughout the day. A flurry of them towards the end as Duffy is in again and bowls, and Lees is forward, and the bowler does his own fielding. It's really quite gloomy now. Lights on the scoreboard standing out quite brightly on the 7 side of the ground, and we'll shortly be joined by former Worcestershire captain and all-rounder Joe Leach. Jacob Duffy in once more from the Diglis end, bowls to Lees, who's back and across and playing this back up the pitch to the bowler, and again there's no run. So Jake Ball 5 for 47, the main wicket taker, in some ways the pick of the Durham seamers, the evergreen Ben Rain, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 16. Duffy, tall, right on over the wicket. Kiwi seamer from the Diglis end is in now and bowls to Lees, who's solidly pushing this up to mid-on, and the first over of the innings is completed. It's a maiden. Durham yet to open their account in response to Worcestershire's 162, and new ball to be taken at the New Road end by Tom Taylor, who will be bowling to Ben McKinney, the tall left-hander who is so promising and so much part of the England development group, you might say, as Joe Leach comes in to join us. And there's why McKinney is so highly rated, because he's off the mark with a lovely cover drive for 4, and the first boundary of the Durham innings is on the board. Worcestershire having struggled to find the ropes throughout the day. I'm joined by Joe Leach, former Worcestershire captain and all-rounder. Joe, your first day, first time back at New Road, has to be, I suppose, first day of the season here, of course, but probably Not a pitch you would have fancied a bat on, but maybe one you wouldn't mind just having a bowl on.
I don't think there were many pitches I fancied batting on, Frank, by the end.
Taylor again round the wicket, bowls. McKinney pushes into the covers and there's no run. How do you see the pitch though? A little bit too paced?
Yeah, I think. Well, if I'm honest, I've not got to watch that much cricket. I've been kind of catching up with everyone in the new capacity and also catching up with members and stuff. So it's been quite pleasant in that respect. But from what I can tell and what I've heard, it's pretty typical of what we've seen at New Road in the last 2 or 3 years. Kind of slightly.
Just Taylor again round the wicket, bowls. McKinney leaves, taken by Roderick. Yeah, it looks to me not a huge amount of pace in it, but the odd one has just sort of bounced a bit and just a little bit of nibble either way throughout the day, really.
Yeah, I think bowlers would certainly fancy it if you put the ball in the right areas. I think the score that Worcester got probably is worth a few more given the state of the outfield.
Yeah, I said that, probably about 30 more maybe. Taylor again in, bowls. McKinney blocks it out on the offside, no run.
When I say state of the outfield, I've seen the outfield in a lot worse condition. It's in really nice, lush condition, which is nice to see. But yeah, it's obviously it's not the quickest, is it?
It's slow, isn't it? You're not edging it down to third man for 4, are you, on this sort of outfield? And the other thing I think is we have to say is that Durham bowled really well as a unit. You know, Ben Rain, 17 overs, just 16 runs, kept the lid on it, made it very tight, hard for Worcestershire to score. McKinney turns this one from Taylor on the leg side and fielded by Brett D'Oliveira, and that opened it up a little bit for the other bowlers at the other end. Jake Ball on debut, a fifer, and also 2 for another debutant, Yusuf. So yeah, good work by the Durham seam bowling unit, but a pitch on which batting was never easy at any stage. Tom Taylor round the wicket, in, bowls, and McKinney drives up to mid-off. No run this time, end of the over, 2 overs gone, Durham 4 without loss. Good innings from Henry Nicholls though, we thought, Joe, who showed what a tough cookie he is, really, batting at 3 and maybe just what the doctor ordered for Worcestershire this season.
He looked a good cricketer, as you'd expect. I think he's played 50 odd test matches, so you'd expect that. And obviously being in New Zealand, used to playing in conditions where ball can be on top of bat.
Is Duffy in, bowls. Solis, who is out, he's chopped on. Alex Lees, big wicket for Worcestershire. Jacob Duffy gets the breakthrough, very much what Worcestershire would have been hoping for, because when you've only got a low score on the board, it's very, very important that the opposition don't get away to a good start. Alex Lees is out, bowled by Jacob Duffy without scoring, and Durham are 4 for 1 in the 3rd over of their reply to Worcestershire's 162 all out. Joe, just while we've got a little bit of a lull in the play, tell us about your new role in your full-time job with the PCA.
Yeah, there's quite a few people have asked me that today. Yeah, joined the PCA in February and kind of middle to end of February time, working in the cricket department there, so helping kind of players on some of the, I suppose, more gruntier issues in the game, contracts and that kind of thing, representing kind of players' views at ECB level is broadly kind of PCA remit. And then I think, you know, day to day it's trying to be out and about around the grounds, make sure that picking up players' feedback, feeding back into players, directors of cricket, are like kind of the goings on in the game. So, you know, for a cricket tragic, it's quite a nice place to have landed. So
in a way, like a conduit between the players and the ECB, really.
Yeah, that's at a very high level. I suppose that's partly it. Yeah.
And I guess in any profession, it's important to feel that as a member of the ranks, your voice is heard. So having somebody that you can actually speak directly to, who's not been out of the game for that long, must Must be ideal. New batsman is Will Rhodes, another left-hander. And Duffy is into him, and he's left this alone outside the off stump. Good start for Duffy. So 3 left-handers at the top of the order for Durham. And Will Rhodes, an experienced player. You've had quite a few duels with him, Joe, over the years. Very solid.
Yeah, I was just thinking, looking at these top 3, I don't envy having to bowl at them.
No.
You know, obviously Leesy and Will Rhodes I've played against a lot, and Ben McKinney is obviously one of the
shining young lights.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is. You know,
left alone by Rhodes. This one from Duffy. Yeah, he played well for the Lions here last year.
Yeah, and very highly thought of around the country, I know. So yeah, they'll be wanting to see the back of this top order pretty quickly. And you know, flipping it and thinking of it from Durham's point of view, if they can mitigate damage tonight, it sets them up beautifully.
Yeah,
for tomorrow.
3 slips in place as Duffy comes in to bowl to Rhodes. Man on the drive at short mid wicket as well. He's in and he bowls, and clipped away by Rhodes on the leg side, straight to the fielder at square leg Tom Taylor, and there's no run. Were you here at the start this morning, Joe?
Yes.
So you were here for the it was a lovely tribute paid to our old friend John Curtis, who so sadly passed away, and a lovely little brochure produced by the club as well, and the players wearing black armbands as they did in the first game of the season at Taunton. Much missed, I'm sure, by the players as well as by the media in this press box and the members as well. Duffy bowls again, and Rhodes just stuns this one down on the leg side.
Yeah, I thought, as so is often the case with this place, I thought it was a really fitting tribute for someone who, you know, he loved New Road, didn't he? So
he loved New Road. He loved Worcestershire.
He did, and actually, walking into the press box, obviously, just to come and sit here is probably the first time that felt a little pang, actually, because his seat wasn't there.
Yeah, well, we've a little word about that as Duffy bowls, and Rhodes plays that to mid wicket. No run, end of the over. Successful for Jacob Duffy. 2 overs, 1 maiden. 2 overs, 2 maidens now, in fact. 1 wicket and no runs taken off him. Yeah, we've retired the chair, Joe. I think in the press box the right way to put it. Nobody's going to be sitting in that chair.
You wouldn't want to sit. You wouldn't want to sit around by the crumbs, would you?
But bless him, John Curtis. We all miss him greatly. It's gone a bit gloomy. Worcestershire will be hoping they can pick up another wicket or 2 in this early part of the Durham innings as Tom Taylor bowls and McKinney is forward and pushing out square on the offside. You mentioned about these 3 left-handers at the top of the order. We made quite much of the fact that at Chelmsford last week, on a pitch that had the ball bouncing and seaming away from the right-handers, the only left-hander on either side was Paul Walter, who made the only 100 in the game because the ball was sort of coming into him, and he's tall as well. He handled the bounce very well. But it is useful that Worcestershire have got Nichols in at 3 now, because he is a left-hander. That's another nicely timed drive from McKinney, slightly in the air, but just short of Ben Ellison at mid-off. There's a bit of again, that's just that lack of pace there really on that one made him mistime it. You could see people getting caught in front of the wicket, you would imagine, as this game goes on.
And actually, that if you think about the rhythm of games here at Worcester, that tends to be what happens. The heavy roller kicks in, and the lateral movement does tend to die off as the game wears off, certainly with the older ball.
Taylor round the wicket again, bowls to McKinney. Another sweet drive from McKinney, straight down the ground this time. Will it go all the way? It won't. Like many of the shots in the Worcestershire innings, it just holds up. It's a bit like a top golfer's 9-iron to the green. It lands and it slows down, and we've seen so many like that just pulled up inside the ropes, which is why we said that 162 for Worcestershire might be more like a sort of 185, 190 score. So McKinney only gets 2 for a shot that 9 times out of 10 would have brought him 4.
I've been around the game a lot. That's one of the best 2s I've ever seen. Lovely on drive.
Taylor bowls. Well, that could well be 4. This time it's wide and slashed away by McKinney, and that is 4. So he's already taken 2 boundaries. There are only 13 in the whole of the Worcestershire innings, And Ben McKinney is a very talented player, very tall left-hander, 6'7" apparently, and he's got all 10 of the runs on the board.
Noticeable how hard he's hitting it.
Yeah, he is hitting it
very
hard.
crisp.
Yeah, and Tom Taylor paying the penalty for giving him a bit of width there. So Durham have lost an early wicket, but in McKinney they have a player who was probably in the early part of his innings shown as much fluency as anybody has throughout the day. Taylor is into him and he bowls, and more runs for him here, less certain this time as he drives, and it sort of slides off the outside half of the bat square of the wicket on the offside for 2 more. But he looks like a man in a hurry here, Ben McKinney. He's gone to 12 for 1, all those runs taken off the bowling of Taylor, the one man out. Alex Lees bowled by Jacob Duffy without scoring. So going back to your PCA role, what's the actual title, Jeff?
Player Operations Manager.
Right. So if a player has a concern, I'll just break off as Taylor comes in round the wicket and bowls, and McKinney again drives, and he'll get a single as Ben Allison fields at mid-off and shies at the stumps, but good running, 13 for 1. His first port of call would be his own player rep, presumably at his club, but if he has any other concerns, that's really what your role is, to some extent.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah, it's being a voice outside of changing room there for players, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a concern. You know, it's just, I suppose, like at a very high level, what we are is a trade union. We represent the players. It's hard to describe exactly what we do as being quite trade union-esque in the more traditional sense of what you think it is, really. If you think, you know, we're looking after professional players, but yeah, you know, we offer contract negotiation services for players, advice.
Yeah. Duffy from the Diglis end bowls, and McKinney gets a bat on that, and again he's picking up runs, 2 of them as Ben Allison runs round the boundary at fine leg to field. Played it very late, just a thickish inside edge, but 2 more to McKinney, who's scoring freely, goes to 15. All the runs that Durham have accrued so far have come off his bat. Yeah, and in a way you are a union, but it's also it's different from most unions in the sense that it's sport and it's a brief career, isn't it? And players are going to need advice towards the end of their career, earlier in life than they would in other professions. McKinney clips this one away to mid-wicket, scoring off almost every ball he faces at the moment. McKinney 16 off 14 deliveries, and it's 16 for 1.
It's interesting, just come back to the PCA in a second, definitely, but I just thinking about this little passage of play. The heavy roller tends to have quite a big effect here, and I think that's been evident actually in the way that McKinney's striking the ball. I don't think any Worcester player
played with that sort of fluency.
And what does tend to happen is as it wears off, kind of the status quo is resumed. I was trying to think about it, you know, really from both teams' point of view. I think traditionally, if you were kind of a Durham, having bowled a team out for 160, 20 overs left in the day, would you almost be happy to kind of shake hands there for the day type and come back tomorrow morning knowing that, you know, 9-10 wickets left in the hutch? But
just break off as Duffy bowls, and that's nicely driven by Will Rhodes, but no run, Dolivera fields.
I think, knowing probably what I know about New Road and that heavy roller, the effect it can have, I do wonder whether the team that would want to be coming back tomorrow morning, as we stand here now at 16 for 1, is Worcester, whereas traditionally it would be 20 overs left in the day, let's see what we can do to break the back of this innings. Maybe that's me.
No, I understand what you mean. Anyway, Duffy's made a breakthrough. He comes in there from the Diglis end and bowls. And that one maybe just kept a little bit low, a little bit of an inside edge from Will Rhodes, just dribbles out on the offside. But it must be said that McKinney has actually made it look a bit easier than anybody else today.
Absolutely.
A fairly short period of time. I thought even Henry Nichols, with all his class, I mean, it was his first innings for a while, and first innings at Worcester, but he had to really focus and apply himself in order to stick around out there. They did bowl very well, I thought, as a unit, Durham.
Yeah.
Here comes Duffy again, bowls, and Rhodes is taken on the pad as this one goes out on the leg side. Good from Jacob Duffy. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3, his figures, and Durham are 16 for 1. So Joe, testimonial last year, that all ended well, and into a new role at the PCA. Are you missing playing?
At the moment, no. If I'm honest. No, I said it more than once. It was definitely the right time for me personally to finish. I was made the decision on my own terms, and luckily don't feel any different to that now. I mean, look, there's elements of it I will miss, but time was right for me for sure. Pretty sure everyone's going to be glad to hear the back of you plugging the testimonial though, Frank.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, I'm glad not to be doing it anymore as well. But yeah, you're right. I'm sure people are relieved. Taylor bowls. McKinney again in the runs here, just steering this one down to third man, and it's again 4 runs. So good from McKinney. He looks a man in form again. He's timed that really well, and I think that his long arms and that big back lift and the fact the back comes down quite quickly are helping him. He's not even middled that really, but it's gone to the rope. You'd be getting frustrated if you were Tom Taylor now, I think.
Yeah, and typical of the best left-handers, any kind of width he's climbed into so far, he's been very good on hitting through the line and length, which I suppose his height allows him to do to get down to the pitch of the ball.
Taylor in again to him. Oh, and 4 more here as this one's gone off the inside edge past Gareth Roderick, diving to his right. Tom Taylor absolutely can't believe it. Ben McKinney is taking Worcestershire on almost on his own here. He's gone to 24 and he's already hit 4 fours, albeit that one pretty involuntary. And Durham off to a little bit of a flyer here despite having lost that early wicket, and all the runs coming off, or nearly all the runs coming off Tom Taylor so far, but unlucky not to get his man there. Inside edge, Gareth Roderick couldn't get a hand on it. There's Taylor again, in, bowls to McKinney, and he's solidly forward, and a rare dot ball in his innings. He's 24 off just 17 deliveries.
Yeah, and I think, look, I've obviously heard a lot about Ben McKinney, as have a lot of people, but what's apparent just in this small sample size is, like the very best players, if you miss, you're put under an immense amount of pressure as a bowler.
Taylor is in, bowls, and he's out this time. Caught it slip, edging to first slip, where Adam Hose has taken a good low catch. That is a big wicket. We were just talking about how well Ben McKinney was playing. He's continuing to play shots, maybe in that sense just keeping the bowler in with a shout, and he's had an inside edge past the keeper which has gone to the boundary. On that occasion he is caught low down at first slip by Adam Hose. Looked like a good catch.
That commentator's curse.
Yeah, we've done him, haven't we? There's the edge, and yeah, it's a good low catch by Adam Hose, going down to his left. So McKinney has gone, a cameo I think we'll call that, 24 off 19 deliveries, but he's gone and it's 24 for 2. That was actually quite an important wicket, Joe, particularly for Tom Taylor, I think, because having had the one missed and gone to the boundary 2 or 3 times, he was getting a bit frustrated, I think.
Yeah, and obvious when anyone ever starts as well as they have, as McKinney has, you need them out sooner rather than later. But when you've only got 160 to play with, you can't really afford for someone to turn a 20 into a 40 or a 50, because that, you know, they're game-changing innings when so low scoring. So yeah, good wicket from Worcester's point of view. But that being said, Durham, it's the way Durham play, isn't it? They've, under Ryan Campbell, since he's come in, they've made a conscious effort to put pressure back onto the bowlers. And
Taylor over the wicket to the new man, who is Colin Ackerman, right-hander, pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. End of the over. Tom Taylor gets a wicket. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. His figures. Duffy 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Durham 24 for 2. And I think you say that about Ryan Campbell's Durham, Joe, but it seems to be the way the game is being played now. More and more, I think batters are. It's coming down maybe from the England setup, but I think the idea of putting pressure onto the bowlers is becoming more and more fashionable. Maybe we can pick up on that as this over gets underway, as Duffy bowls, and that's left alone by Will Rhodes.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, the England Test team is obviously kind of moved the dial recently in terms of playing positively, but when you listen to, I've listened to a couple of interviews recently with, I think Luke Wright was on a podcast that I listened to recently, and he was talking about players who can put the bowler's best ball under pressure. That doesn't necessarily mean running down the wicket. And
this one turned by Will Rhodes on the leg side. In fact, it might be a leg by, I think it is.
You know, I think
umpire signal leg by, 25 for 2.
I think, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean running down the wicket and putting it into the car park, does it? And that's kind of the point I was making about actually Ben McKinney there just before he got out. From a bowler's point of view, your margin for error is so small that automatically you feel under pressure as a bowler, because you know that if you slightly miss, you're going to be put.
Yeah, absolutely.
And those are the kind of players that I think England are talking about, the kind who could hit bowlers' best balls.
Yeah, to the boundary.
Yeah.
Duffy in bowls, and Colin Ackerman slightly turned round by this one, but gets a good solid defensive bat on it, pushes it out on the offside. Yeah, absolutely. It's not just putting the bad ball away, it's actually putting the good ball away as well.
and you know, I think, you know, probably when you listen to the guy speak, there's probably a bit more nuance than some of the high level coverage has been about that style of play.
Duffy in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone and taken by Gareth Roderick. I gather there might be a little bit of difficulty with audio on the stream, so we're just trying to get that sorted out. Nothing I can actually do. Got some technicians working on it at the moment. 25 for 2. They can hear us, but not necessarily that clearly. Both batsmen yet to get off the mark. In fact, only one batsman has got off the mark. It's Ben McKinney. As Duffy comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who is forward to that. Plays that back up the pitch to the bowler. Have you seen much of Jacob Duffy, Joe?
First time live. Obviously I'd seen a little bit on the streams from the last couple of weeks. I know the guys spoken very highly of him up till now, kind of on and off the pitch. But yeah, he's got a yard of pace, a lot to like from an attributes point of view.
Gets a bit of bounce as well on the right surface, and he is now. Bowls and whoa, there you go. Wow. Not going to see a better example than that. That was absolute. I think we call that a snorter, Joe.
Yeah, that's
in the trade.
Yeah,
a very, very good delivery to finish the over. Excellent. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3, 25 for 2. Joe Leach, the former Worcestershire captain and all-rounders alongside me, and I think Mel Fowler's going to come in and join me and join Joe, and you can have a chat with somebody less boring than me.
I'd never say you're boring, Frank.
Apologies, just doing the old two-step, the commentary box two-step with Frank. He's quite nimble on his feet, still wearing shorts like an absolute idiot. I notice, Joe Leach, that you're far more suitably attired in trousers. As we start a new over, and it's Taylor who's coming in. He's bowled to Rhodes. He's just left that one alone, and I can see there's a fire in the distance.
There is.
There's some black smoke.
Over in Diglis.
Of course, Diglis End. Yeah. That makes sense. And I've heard some fire engines out there as well. So hopefully, it's, no, but there's a plume of dark smoke that you can see quite clearly against the white clouds. In comes Taylor. He's around the wicket. He's angled that one in. And so anyway, it's so lovely to see you.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. I mean, it's a bit weird. First day back at New Road.
Must be.
Kind of felt a bit like the leaver from school who comes back the first day as the new term started.
Yeah, it's when you go back, I've got friends who went to my school and quite quickly went back and were teachers, and I've never known how they've done that.
No.
As Taylor is in, and just squared up Rhodes a little bit, ends up going to backward point. So yes, it's, I imagine it must be, and I remember talking to you at the end of last year, and you were kind of the mind then that you'd probably got to stay away from cricket.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah, it's got a way of sucking you back in. It was an interesting winter, actually. I think people probably presume, given...
It's Taylor is in, bowls. Oh, and that one has stayed low.
Very low.
Very low. Roderick had to dive to prevent that one from heading to the boundary. We've already seen one of those, but something of interest in there. Just a couple of them have stayed low. We're just looking at the replay. It's just missed the outside edge with the bat. But there's certainly some interest in there for the bowlers.
Yeah, there is.
I love this. You would.
I think I certainly might have done it at 11 o'clock this morning. I don't think I would have enjoyed bowling at Ben McKinney the way he was hitting it. I would have thought that was... Well, life was in danger. He was absolutely smacking him, wasn't he?
It was. That last delivery was just played late. Can't get past the protection behind the stumps, but into the ground. Yes, it's. I think we might. Wouldn't surprise me if we'd see a couple more wickets. But McKinney looked the most brash and confident of anyone we've seen bat today.
Yeah, certainly the most fluent.
In comes Taylor, and that ball's just played straight back to the bowler by Rhodes. He picks it up to finish his over, and Durham now 25 for 2. So they've really slowed since the departure of McKinney. Neither Rhodes nor Ackerman have managed to get off the mark yet, and they'll now have Duffy to face. Duffy, he started well against Essex, and then sort of struggled a little bit more as the game went on when Paul Walter was in there. But terrific signing for Worcestershire, that one.
Yeah, he's obviously... I think, is he number one?
Yes.
I know we're playing 4-day cricket.
Big shout, first ball. Umpire unmoved.
Yeah. Is he number one in the world?
Number one, yeah. So just a few weeks ago, he was named as the number one T20 bowler in the world, and I spoke to him about it, and he was like, "Look, no one was playing international cricket. The IPL's on. I don't put too much in that, but he had a terrific white ball series against Pakistan at home in New Zealand. He's running in now, bowls over the wicket. Oh, 1 foot up, tries to flick that down the leg side. It ends up missing, and Roderick's, I think, got it like a glove tip to it.
He's definitely got a yard of pace. I mean, he's probably the quickest we've seen today, I'd say. First time I've seen him live.
That was a terrific stop by Roderick. Yeah, he was struggling to find his rhythm coming back into it. He's hardly played any red ball cricket in quite some time. Not a single game since December. So
Yeah, that's actually, it's really challenging to.
next ball. Look, Roderick is having to dive all over the place behind those stumps to stop the ball going past with these plays and misses.
Yeah, it's feels like the heavy roller lasts kind of 10 overs normally. It does just feel like the last 2 or 3 overs we've seen one stay a bit low, couple bounce from this end. Just feels like a little bit more going on at the moment.
I wonder if McKinney thought, well, just got to go for it a little bit. Here's Duffy. It was a bit like that in that game last week as the ball's left alone and goes through to the keeper. Occasionally you see batters coming out in situations like this and saying, well, a ball's going to have my name on it, so not throw caution to the wind, but be positive about it and try to get the score moving along.
Yeah, well, especially if a team only gets 160, if you can come out and create momentum for your side batting and get off to a bit of a flyer.
As the next ball is just a little bit too leg sidey, and it's clipped away to the leg side. They'll get 2 runs for this, and that is Rhodes off the mark. Those 2 runs. But talking about you're coming back and it feeling a bit like ending school. Has it been a bit of having been involved in cricket for as long as you have, really difficult to get your mind around this other side of it, as Duffy in once more played straight down the ground, nicely driven, and I think this will pull up. Yes, it will. I'll get another couple of runs.
Honestly, probably not. It's something that I definitely tried to prepare myself for while I was playing. I studied kind of leadership in sport, which was, I think people probably thought or presumed that was kind of on the pitch leadership. It was actually off the pitch, so kind of executive and kind of director style leadership away from the pitch, some of the off pitch stuff. And then I've been a PCA rep at Worcester for 5 or 6 years anyway, so I was well across what the PCA did.
As Taylor starts a new over, he's in and has beaten Ackerman. First ball, again you hear the oohs and ahs on almost every ball. End of that last over, by the way, is 30 for 2.
Yeah, I was kind of well across, broadly speaking, the issues in the game have been there and thereabouts for quite a long time, haven't they? Schedule issues, which is very live at the moment. Obviously we've got the 100 and private investment coming into that, so that none of that stuff was anything that I wasn't aware of, or certainly a kind of a headline level I knew.
Taylor's in again, and Ackerman plays and misses again.
Kind of knew the goings on, for want of a better phrase, kind of off the pitch. It's been interesting to get different dressing rooms perspectives. Obviously, I now kind of across all 18 men's teams and the new 8 Tier 1s women teams as well. So that's been really interesting to get perspectives outside of Worcestershire, which, let's be honest, is.
Taylor is in again. It's pushed down past the bowler, but Midon moves across to prevent the run.
It's kind of it's one of the smaller counties, so kind of being around the test grounds, kind of understanding the mechanics of how they work and how their business operates has been really interesting. So up till now, I've really enjoyed the role. It's kind of best case scenario from my point of view in terms of where I've landed. I've kind of got a little bit of knowledge, but I'm learning a lot as well. So yeah, it's been a really kind of enjoyable first couple of months in situ.
And Taylor's next ball's just pushed out to the offside, no run. I mean, you mentioned scheduling. What are the scheduling's obviously it's probably the biggest issue in world cricket, let alone county cricket. What are the other issues that you see as being the pressing ones within the game at the moment that really need to be looked at or up for discussion. It's just as Taylor runs in, bowls to Ackerman, who defends to backward point, no run.
Oh, that's I think we're in such an interesting time for the sport. I think you're right to mention globally as well as domestically. And I think it's naive for any of us to think that what happens on a global scale isn't going to affect English domestic cricket. That's it's just not only just the economics of the game, which I know takes some of the romanticism out of being here on a Friday night in New Road, but
Taylor in, bowled, that's driven nicely straight down the ground, beats a fielder at mid-off, but it's going to do what it's done all day. It's going to slow up, and they'll just get the 2 runs. We
are absolutely living in a world now where global franchise leagues are prevalent, becoming more prevalent. They're probably, in terms of the finances, they're the most heavily backed. In terms of, if you think about kind of football, it's the most similar thing we have in the sport at the moment. But I think probably more relevant to what people who are listening to this would think, the schedule is a very live issue, certainly for players. I think there's probably been, if you think about the noises coming from the playing group.
As Duffy begins his new over the wicket to Rhodes. That's defended, no run.
And it's actually pretty unanimous when you go around the grounds. We survey players, we don't just go out on a whim. 80% of players think that there's too much cricket being played and that it's causing them physical and mental stress. They're quite scary numbers when you think about, very aware of the mental pressures of what they do. I know that I can hear the voices coming back down the earphones at me as we speak, but these are issues that are live to players. They're being asked to perform at a higher intensity, probably more so than ever in the history of the game.
That last ball from Duffy, by the way, just defended to backward point.
Yeah, so in terms of the one issue that is live in domestic cricket, we've obviously got the investment coming in from the 100, which is kind of that's an issue that's certainly a subject that's coming in the near future. But as we sit here now,
as Duffy bowls again, this time it does get past. Oh, that's going to go for 4 runs, much needed for Durham to just get themselves out of a little rut that they had got themselves in. Just seeing what the umpire signalled there.
Buys, I think.
Buys in the end.
Rolled along the ground.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness, that died. That absolutely died. Really stayed low. Oh, keep an eye on this. That's going to cause a few nervy moments for the batters. On that occasion, it was Roderick unable to stop it as that ball just shot along the ground at the end. 4 buys, takes the score to 36 for 2.
Yeah, so that's the live issue at the moment. I think players feel they're being pushed probably too far.
Duffy in once more. This time Rhodes is able to turn this one around the corner. It dribbles out down towards third.
And it actually is coming from, and it is coming from a good place. When you listen to players speak, it is coming from a place of, we want to perform at our best as much as we possibly can. And the schedule at the moment, the way it is, just doesn't allow players time to breathe. It doesn't allow groundsmen time to breathe. So I think there's a general feeling out there that what's being put out on the pitch,
as Duffy bowls again, just defended into the covers, no run,
isn't as good a quality product as it probably could be. And we're not I don't think anyone, certainly when you speak to players, they're not talking about radical change. I know there was the Strauss review a few years ago. I don't think there's appetite amongst players for something quite that big, but a bit more breathing room in the schedule, I think, would allow the better players to be fit more often, to perform at their highest level for more often. And it would also, I think,
as Duffy bowls once more, and this time Ackerman manages to find a gap down towards deep third, but again just a couple of runs as the ball is chased down the end of Duffy's over. It's 37 for 2. Rhodes on 5, Ackerman on 2, and with me, Melinda Farrell, is Joe Leach, former captain of Worcestershire, now with the PCA. Yeah, so it must be. It's always going to be hard trying to fit 4 formats into a summer. A lot of countries struggle to fit 3. So you do wonder where that is going to fit. Are there, you talk about the fact that you do the surveys around the country. Is there a difference, much of a difference, between the views of players who are playing for clubs where there is 100 side heavily involved, and then you've got counties like Worcestershire where they don't have those sides involved?
In regards to schedule?
Schedule. Also the different issues that are around.
Look, funny enough, I've had this conversation today. Every county, every playing group.
Ben Allison into the attack. First ball's defended by Rhodes into the offside.
The reality of the way county cricket works is we have 18 businesses, 18 separate organisations, teams, each with their own unique challenges. I'm staring at a ground that's underwater for 3 or 4 months of the year. You know, don't need to tell anyone who's a Worcestershire fan the unique challenges that this place offers. But you know, every team, every county has their own challenges, ways they run their business, and that means that each dressing room has their own.
Allison to Rhodes, it's wide of off stump, and that is driven beautifully, manages to find the gap, and once more the ball is going to hold up just inside the rope. It has been a bit of a theme today, that ball just stopping. It's very lush, the outfield here, and very slow, but Durham now move on to 42. They were able to pick up a 3rd run on that occasion, and Rhodes is now on 8.
Yeah, so obviously each team has their own unique opinions. I think the compelling numbers are when you start getting
next ball defended.
As I said earlier, 80% of players feel that the schedule puts them under mental stress. Not, and that's not. Oh, it's a bit hard today. You know, that is not. It's not what I'm saying. That's. You know, one of the questions was, do you feel like the schedule put you under kind of unnecessary physical stress beyond what you'd expect? And I think, yeah, that the feeling is out there that it does. And
in once more, next ball driven straight back to Allison by Ackerman.
Again, can hear the voices coming back down the headphones at me. Players used to play 34 championship games in a season. That's great. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's right for now. The reality of the situation is that players are being asked to perform at 100%, because I don't want to hyperbolise and say 110%. You know,
next ball by Allison defended.
The expectation from teams and de facto from members is that you as a player are operating at your best as much as you possibly can be, and it can be. And I think there probably is a world, I'd like to think there's a world where players can do that with not a massive radical shift in reduction in cricket, but just a little bit of breathing room. I think not only would it allow, and obviously my job is to focus on what players think and represent the players' viewpoint, but
Allison bowls, and that one's come off the inside part of the bat, and they'll just get 1 run to square leg to finish the over. 4 runs coming from it. Durham 43 for 2. I just scoreboard a bit slow.
But if you think about every other moving part that happens to put on a game of cricket, you know, office staff, and I'm now operating in the world of personal opinion rather than, you know, PCA hat on, but office staff, kind of stewarding, but I think most importantly ground staff, the pressure that they're under to put out wickets that are deemed fit for purpose in this day and age. And it's not necessarily as live an issue, although if I spoke to Stephen he'd definitely probably tell me it was. You know, it's not necessarily as live an issue here at New Road, but if you think about some of those test match grounds, those guys work so hard, way beyond the pale, really. And I think just there's a world we can live in where just a bit of breathing room's created, where I think it would benefit the game as opposed to take away from it. On that note, Mel.
On that note,
I'm afraid I'm going to have to
go.
leave you.
Oh, you're going to leave me.
I'm going to mic drop before I start getting tweets.
Oh, it's been so lovely to have you with us, Joe. You're one of the great men of county cricket, and I felt very privileged to be here for your last game. I did take some photos that day, but always lovely to see you. I look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, I'm obviously around the ground, so it'd be nice to catch up soon.
You will.
Thank you.
Waite is in, and Waite's got a wicket. Second ball that he delivers. He's bowled him, and Ackerman's day is reasonably short in the end. So all we needed to do was get rid of Joe Leach, and Worcestershire take a wicket. Thanks very much, Joe, for your time as Frank comes back in. Well, it felt like it was maybe just a matter of time. Ackerman has played and missed at quite a few, and on that occasion, Waite, who bowled really well last week, has picked up where he left off and taken a wicket with his second ball. He's just bowled a nice tight line. It's got through Ackerman, and it is the third wicket to fall. Durham now 43 for 3 as Ollie Robinson comes to the crease, and Frank Watson joins me once more.
Yeah, good bit of bowling from Matthew Waite. I was going to say he's probably been Worcestershire's best bowler this season in terms of week in, week out, consistently, and that is a big wicket. Colin Ackerman, always a dangerous player, capable of playing the big innings. Speaking of which, coming to the crease is Ollie Robinson, who, as I said earlier today, has memories on this ground of a white ball double 100 for Kent, which was one of the most astonishing white ball innings I've ever seen. So, and I suspect that however long he plays the game, he'll have fond memories of New Road for that reason. There'll be one or two out there who were playing that day, not that many, and they will be keen to see the back of him. It's not a nice time to bat, bit gloomy tonight, and a bit of drizzle, Marty is suggesting, as
13 overs still, supposedly.
Yeah, he's waiting in anyway.
He's in next ball, first ball that is faced by Robinson and gets through him as well.
So yeah, good start for Matthew Waite, who's been pretty consistent this season for Worcestershire. Gets good shape on it, moves the ball away from the right-hander generally speaking. And
I thought he was terrific against Essex.
Yeah.
He's in again, over the wicket, this one left alone by Robinson. And he was the best. Duffy started well in that game and kind of fell away a little bit again, and it seemed like Waite was the spearhead. He'd be encouraged if Duffy can bowl like he did bowl in this first game today.
He's bowled well here today, hasn't he, Duffy? Best he's bowled probably for Worcestershire.
Yeah, and just
tight.
Once you've got that, that's been it. It's the tight lines. In comes Waite again. Ball pressed out to the covers, no run. You're not having to do anything extravagant. Generally, most of the wickets have been LBW or caught behind.
Yeah, I think, and that emphasises what we were saying earlier, Mel, about there being just enough movement, not massively extravagant movement, but just enough movement. Catches going to the keeper and first slip rather than wider, and nip backs that brought the LBWs.
Here is Waite once more. This driven up to mid on no run. So what an over for Waite. Comes in, bowls a wicket maiden, takes the wicket of Colin Ackerman, the third wicket to fall for Durham. They are 43 for 3. And what has been a day for the bowlers. Worcestershire, as a reminder, he scored 162 earlier, it was really tough going for their batters. Their bowlers have responded well so far, but they have only got a small first innings total to defend.
12 overs left in the day, should we get them. Might play a part in that. It is gloomy, but Ben Allison to continue from the New Road End. Mentioned Jacob Duffy, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10, and he went past the bat several times too. Very good effort from him. Allison round the wicket to the left-handed Will Rhodes, who plays that defensively back up the pitch. He's faced 28 balls now for his 8, Will Rhodes. I've just got a feeling that he is becoming a key man here, because he's just that sort of player who can stick around in difficult circumstances. I've seen him do it quite a few times before. He's a hugely experienced, quite phlegmatic at the crease. If he plays and misses, he doesn't tend to let it worry him, or so it would seem from the side. Just plays the next ball. Allison in bowls, and he's very solidly forward again, playing up to mid-on where Matthew Waite is the fielder. So the men out. Alex Leese bowled by Duffy without scoring, chopping on. Ben McKinney played beautifully, made batting look easier than anybody else has today, that's for sure. Hit 4 fours, 24 off 19 when he was caught low down at first slip by Adam Hose off Tom Taylor, and Colin Ackerman bowled by Matthew Waite in that last over. 43 for 3. Allison round the wicket, bowls, and Rhodes just again plays defensively on the offside. But Worcestershire have started well, needing to, having only got 162 on the board, and they've at least got a point. They've got a bonus point on the board. Because they've taken those 3 wickets to 4, and they'll be hoping they can pick another couple up tonight. And if they do, this game will be pretty well advanced at the end of day 1.
Yeah. It's reminding me of last week.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Allison bowls. Oh, and that's a good one from Ben Allison. Has Rhodes reaching for it. Went away, I think, off him. Just tend to move it away from the left-handers with his action. Just have a look at the replay on this one. It looked a good one. Yeah, just the perfect length as well. Drawing Rhodes into the shot and then just doing a little bit off the seam. Good from Ben Allison. Only medium pace. Margins for error perhaps a little less than somebody who's a bit quicker. He's in again and bowls, and Rhodes is forward to this one and pushing it back up the pitch. I'm told my grandson is listening to me for the first time on YouTube.
Aww.
So I'll give him a shout out.
How old?
He's 6 years old.
Oh, hello, Hal.
He's starting All-Stars cricket again soon, and beginning to get interested in the county game. So good evening to you, Hal. I hope you're enjoying watching the cricket. As Ben Allison comes in again round the wicket and bowls, and forward again comes Will Rhodes and plays that up to mid-on. That is the end of the over. 43 for 3. Rhodes has 8, and Ollie Robinson yet to get off the mark.
So what are you? Are you a poppy? Are you a grandpa?
Grandad.
Granddad.
Oh,
granddad.
Yeah, simple as that. Yeah.
Granddad.
Yeah. And he's, as I say, just All-Stars cricket. I think it starts again in another week or 2, and hoping he's going to fun.
Waite continues from the Diglis end. Over the wicket, there's a big shout, but it dies just as soon. If there was no bat in that, I would imagine it looked a bit high. Hard to tell from the angle we're at, to be honest. Do remind you of that. It's not the best vantage point for seeing what the ball's doing from where we are, but we love being here at Worcester.
One story higher. We were talking about it last week, weren't we?
Yeah, that would help. In comes Waite. This one left alone outside the off stump. But it's and then we see the live stream. We actually see about 20 seconds after it's happened. so we don't have the live stream to be able to cheat and look down.
I quite like that, seeing it a little bit delayed though. It just gives you time to make your assessment and then check it, doesn't it, rather than have to get it exactly right first time, as it were.
Weight in.
Shot.
Is driven nicely, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. What I don't like seeing on the live stream is myself, like I just did.
Yeah,
right,
agree.
I'm going to find you, Mr. Director, or Ms. Director, wherever you may be.
No.
We're at their mercy, Frank. Oh, stop it!
Yeah.
They're doing it now just to annoy me. People will say, having a go at my Bjorn Borg headband as well. In comes Waite. He just pulled his bat out of the way in the nick of time. Ollie Robinson was in two minds for a heartbeat.
That said, I must say the team that are behind our live stream coverage this year doing a great job.
They are.
Lots of good replays and different angles and so on, and it's a great improvement. And I say that despite the fact that I reiterate what I said this morning. We are not live stream commentators. We're commentating on what we see out of the window.
Down comes Waite, and it's left well alone outside the off stump. Have you seen a couple of those balls, Frank, staying very, very low?
Yeah.
That one didn't.
Well, that one just rolled along. You don't often see Gareth Roderick flummoxed by a delivery like that when he's standing back, but that one skidded through really low.
Yeah.
And it's not a pitch that you ever feel really in on. I don't think anybody, even Henry Nicholls, who played so well in the Worcestershire innings, really truly in.
Waite bowls up on the back foot is Robinson punching out to the covers, but there is no run. It's a maiden over from Waite. Boy oh boy, he has been good. That's two maidens for his first two overs. He's got figures of one. Oh my goodness.
What does that mean?
If you're listening on the radio, there on the live stream there is a graphic that has come up at what we call a lower third.
It's Joe that's doing the pictures. It's not a team of directors.
It says just
so he's just telling me it's me, and to prove it, have a look at the bottom of the screen. It's Ben Allison around the wicket, bobs outside the off stump to
Frank
Will Rhodes.
Is responsible.
Yeah,
really,
take it off, please, immediately.
Is what is on the live stream.
Take it. It's gone. Thank goodness for that. Joe Troman's messing around. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Ben Allison, 43 for 3. Ben Allison, 2.1 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 4 so far, but really good delivery going past Will Rhodes in that last over. Comes in again now and bowls, and he beats him again outside the off stump. It's good from Allison. Just you need to
probably
go to your other duties.
Yeah,
I think Marty's hovering, so
Martin's hovering, so I'll hop off at the end of this over. I was just going to mention that fact that it's working well for him. You know, we spoke with Don Topley, our Essex colleague, last week about that. The fact that he comes over the perpendicular. So if you think of a clock, it's like at almost 11 o'clock rather than 12 o'clock.
So he's always going to bowl it away from the left-hander and into the right-hander. And he's found the edge there, and that's what he can do. And he also can hit the seam and just make it hold its line. But that one's actually gone for 4, which is rare for a shot down to third man today. Lots and lots of balls have stopped just inside the boundary, but Rhodes gets 4 on that occasion, and he moves into double figures. 47 for 3 in the 16th over. It's tough work for the batter out there today. It has been all day. Batters from both sides, and it's very like last week at Chelmsford again, Mel, where we said if one player gets 100,
that's it.
He'll be on the winning side. Allison in bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Rhodes, clipped away on the leg side, but a good half stop by Brett Dolliver at mid wicket means they only get a single.
We did note that that Durham in the field only had one player on the boundary. Well, at times now they've got all their players on the ring or in the slips. They're just sending one out now, back to long leg. But again, they've for the first few balls of this over, there wasn't a single player out.
No, that's the way it's been most of the day. Durham seamers operating really well as a unit today, as Alison bowls and Ollie Robinson plays this down on the onside. And by that, what I mean is that although it was Jake Ball who got the 5 for 47 and led them off on debut, on loan, feeling good about himself, it was a unit that operated collectively. And Ben Rain, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 16, probably played a big part in those wickets that Jake Ball took as well. And a word for Yusuf as well, who bowled very well on debut. Robinson on the back foot, plays defensively out on the offside, and that is the end of the over. It's also the end of Mel Fowl for today. She goes away to do her other duties, and Martin Emerson will come back in alongside me, and I'll move over actually, Marty, probably easier. So hopefully we'll have no more shenanigans from our director. So there we go. Ben Allison's over finishes. He has figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 9. And here comes Matthew Waite in to bowl to Will Rhodes, who plays defensively out on the offside. And there's no run. I just think Will Rhodes, Marty, is going to become quite a crucial wicket here, because he's that kind of a player, the sort of glue that can hold an innings together with his experience and his calm head out there.
Well, he's struggled so far since arriving at Durham from Warwickshire, and Ollie Robinson's been struggling as well since high summer last year. Big knock at Essex, 198.
Good time for them to come to the fore then today as Waite bowls, and played down on the onside by Will Rhodes, and there's no run. 13 to him. Robinson yet to get off the mark. He's faced 12 balls, 48 for 3.
He had an excellent season, first half of the season last year. Ollie Robinson got 171 on out of Blackpool, 198 at Essex, quite a few half centuries as well early in the season. But since that Essex score, which was late June, he's scored 179 in 14 innings.
Played out on the offside, this one by Will Rhodes. So the men out in this innings: Alex Lees bowled by Duffy without scoring. Ben McKinney caught by Adam Hose at slip off Tom Taylor for 24, and Colin Ackerman bowled by this man Matthew Waite for 5. Waite now turning at the Diglis end and moving in to bowl to Will Rhodes, who turns this one off his pads down to Jake Libby. Long leg, they go through for a single.
Rhodes got 13 in Durham's only innings against Yorkshire in the draw last time out. He got a duck and 18 against Warwickshire, his former club, and he got 10 and 2 on his debut at Trent Bridge. But he did get quite a lot of runs last year, 1,020 runs for Warwickshire last season.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, no question about that. His weight is in and bowls to Robinson, who pushes that one out on the offside. 49 for 3. He's done well on this ground in the past. Will Rhodes, when playing for Warwickshire, I just think he's one of those players that exudes calm at the crease, and he can play properly long innings and just hold things together. It's a good signing. His weight again in Robinson. 3 slips waiting and bowls, and Robinson is still not off the mark as he turns that one away on the leg side, and the score remains 49 for 3.
Difficult conditions to be batting in now. The light meter was right on the cusp, and I looked at it a few minutes ago. I felt a few spots of rain as well. How many overs are left tonight? Half an hour in theory still to go. 8 overs. A few pigeons have arrived for tea. 7 of them. Been looking for a few seeds, maybe the odd worm. Start of a new over, and that scared the pigeons away, that shot from Rhodes. Off the bowling of Allison. Tall player Ben Allison. Comes running in from the New Road end, running away from us. Round the wicket he comes. Edged along the floor, stopped almost in the slip cordon at 3rd slip. Is that Libby, is it in there? I'm trying to think who's...
Rob Jones.
Rob Jones. They've all got cable knit sweaters on with no numbers on them, which helps.
I know, it's not easy, is it?
Having said that, I can't see any of their faces. So gloomy. Allison comes in again, bowling to Rhodes. Goes through. The keeper stayed very low.
Yeah,
Keeper takes it as
quite
it's
a
hitting
few
the ground.
have kept low. Did you see that one that rolled along the ground from Duffy? Just rolled along the ground, 4 byes.
Yes, earlier on, yeah.
Not so many have bounced yet in this innings. I think that's the heavy roller effect. When I say bounced, I mean steeply. There was that one from Duffy to Ackerman, almost unplayable.
Allison to Rhodes. Rhodes forward to this one, plays it up to mid-on, no run.
But it's been hard work batting all day, I think, when you see players of the quality of Henry Nicholls struggle as he did. Well, not struggle, but battle. Faced 115 balls for his 42 and only hit 3 fours. It's been tough. And Worcestershire trying to make it equally tough for Durham as they did with their excellent seam bowling.
Allison comes in. Ball played up to mid-on, no run.
7 overs left in the day. Will we get them in?
Well, I thought they would have gone off by now, so they haven't, so I say we will.
Yeah, okay, maybe. It's not that dark. You wouldn't worry in a league game, would you, at this level? But
there's a little bit of higher cloud to the south of us and just very pale blue sky on show down there, just little slivers of it. Last ball of the 18th over. Rhodes with a play and a miss.
It's been unlucky, Ben Allison, hasn't he?
Pushing forward at that one there.
It's been unlucky. He's gone past the bat a few times.
6 o'clock. Just stayed low.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a wobble. Matthew Waite to continue from the Diglis end as the clock strikes 6. 7 overs left in the day. Rhodes has 14. Robinson still not off the mark. Worcestershire pressing for a 4th wicket before the close, which would probably mean that you'd say honours were about even. Were they to get one? Waite is in and bowls, and well, is he off the mark now, Robinson? It's gone away on the leg side. No, he's not. It was off the pad. It's a leg bye. It's just half an appeal as the ball went away down the leg side, and the lone clapper, you can probably hear him outside, come all the way down from Durham to clap for the 50. 50 up. Hard work. 50 up in the 19th over. This is not one of those games of cricket where the scoreboard is ticking along merrily. It's hard graft. Waite into the left-handed Rhodes, beats him outside the off stump. Of course, he's played and missed a few times, Will Rhodes, hasn't he? Entitled to, I think. And now, umpire at cover point marching in. Is he crossing over to square leg, or is he going to come in and take a light reading? He's marching over to square leg. That's Graham Lloyd.
So he's now going to be looking at a dark green bush instead of the black building on our right.
Matthew Waite turns at the Diglis end. Comes in again now to bowl to Will Rhodes. He leaves that alone. So the off stump just slanted across him and having nothing to do with that one. 50-3. Durham replying to Worcestershire's 162 all out. Just tell you what's happening in games elsewhere in the country. Quite a few games fairly well advanced, especially the one at Trent Bridge. Start at Bristol, where Gloucestershire made 252. Good recovery against Leicestershire, and they've got Leicestershire in trouble at 56 for 4. Waite to Rhodes, just dabs this one down on the onside. Takes a single. And at Derby, Derbyshire going nicely, 253 for 5 against Middlesex. And for Derbyshire, Harry Kane made 73, 93 for David Lloyd, and Wayne Madsen, ever reliable, made 49. So good stuff from Derbyshire, who've had a good start to the season. Sussex 169 all out against Notts. Notts replying in good shape, 137 for 3 at the moment. Jack Haynes 27 not out, as Robinson is beaten by Waite outside the off stump. There's a shout for a catch, but although there was an appeal from behind, Waite didn't really join in, and then he did join in, and umpire's not interested anyway.
That's nowhere near that.
Hasib Hamid 49 not out for Notts, so he's continuing his good form. And then Somerset 228 for 7 at the Oval against Surrey. So you're up to date with what's happening elsewhere. One ball left in the over here, and Matthew Waite to bowl it in now and bowls, and Robinson is taken on the pad and he is out. LBW, I think he might have been hit on the back leg there. He doesn't look very happy, but it was a big appeal and the umpire wasted no time in giving him. So Ollie Robinson is out without scoring. He's faced 17 balls and he's LBW to Matthew Waite, and it's 51 for 4.
Yeah, back leg.
So
this could be all done tomorrow night at this
double
rate.
strike for Matthew Waite, and Durham 51 for 4 in the 20th over. Last ball, was it actually the last ball of the 19th over, and a big wicket for Worcestershire, as I say, who were hoping to get another one before tonight. They might now hope for yet another before tonight, and they might feel, if they get that, they've actually moved into a position of some superiority. But there's not much in it, to be fair, when you've only got 162 on the board in the first innings, because it only needs one partnership, doesn't it, really, to make a big difference in a low scoring game. But Ollie Robinson has gone. LBW to Matthew Waite without scoring, and Durham are 51 for 4 as Jack Blatherwick, night watchman, comes out to the crease. Now I think I'm right in saying, Marty, you're not a fan of night watchman, are you?
Very rarely works.
Yeah.
And give you one example where it was a massive success last year when Matty Potts came out and ended up making 149 not out at Warwickshire, but I can give you hundreds of other occasions when it doesn't happen.
Anyway, Jack Blatherwick it is who's come out as night watchman to join Will Rhodes. Will Rhodes will be on strike against Ben Allison. Rhodes is 50 deliveries. That's how hard batting has been out there today, and if Worcestershire could get rid of him tonight, then I think they might well feel that they were on top. But he is, as I say, a tough man to shift, Will Rhodes, in my experience of watching him.
Here comes Allison. 2 Rhodes, round the wicket to the left-hander. Played back down towards the bowler's end. No run. Allison again. New road end. Played back to him by Rhodes.
Really quite gloomy now here at New Road.
Yeah. Been difficult conditions for the batsman all day today. The ball nipping around, staying low. Slowish track. As Rhodes looks to play this through the leg sides, gets a leading edge out to the covers, no run.
For all the fact that it's been tough out there, it's been good to watch, hasn't it? It's been quite interesting, gripping cricket. Batters having to work
Attritional
really
for the
hard.
players.
Yeah.
You'd want to be a bowler on a day like this, wouldn't you, really? Allison comes in and bowls. That is played up to mid-on, no run there. So Ollie Robinson now 179 in 15 innings. Allison in, bowls, Rhodes gets behind the ball, plays it back up towards the bowler's end. Rhodes born in Nottingham, then lived in Cottingham. Played for Yorkshire initially and then 7 seasons at Warwickshire. Bowler comes in again, and that takes off a little bit there, playing a miss. That had a bit more bounce in it. And that's the end of the over. 51 for 4. 5 overs remaining. And Durham trail by 111 here on the BBC.
Yeah, another decent over from Allison. It's been a little bit unlucky not to have picked up a wicket. 5 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 9. 5 overs left in the day. Bit lighter now than it was a few minutes ago, if anything.
Because we've got that little sliver of blue sky now.
And Blatherwick, the night watchman, on the strike. Put his hand up maybe when the captain sat in the dressing room and said, right guys, I'm looking for somebody to go in. And Blatherwick volunteered for the job. And he's out there now facing his first ball from Matthew Waite, and there's an appeal for LBW as it hits him on the pad. They're all getting a bit excited. Not sure there's any real reason.
Quite a bit
that.
of bat in that from the sounds of things.
But I think it was sliding down anyway. Blatherwick though will be tense. Waite doing a bit with it. Tough conditions to bat for any batter, let alone for a night watchman. Here comes Waite again in to bowl to him, and this one's down the leg side. He missed it. Roderick dived away to his left, got a glove on it, couldn't gather it cleanly but stopped it. Don't want to give away any runs at all. We've had 4 byes and 3 leg byes, 6 leg byes and 2 no balls in the Worcestershire innings. Not many boundaries all day. 51 for 4. Durham trailing by 111 runs at the moment, as Waite is in and bowls to Blatherwick, who plays a very solid forward defensive shot out on the onside, and there's no addition to the score. Top score for Worcestershire was Henry Nichols, the New Zealand Test batsman on debut for Worcestershire, batting at number 3. He made 42, but it was hard work, hit just 3 fours, faced 115 balls. Only 3 other players reached double figures, they all got into the 20s. Waite in again bowls. Blatherwick, the night watchman, is forward, playing out on the offside, and there's no run. And they were Adam Hose, who made 23, Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, who made 28, and Ethan Brooks, who made 27. Ben Rain 2 for 16 from a miserly 17 overs. Jake Ball on loan from Somerset on debut, delighted with a 5 for 47 from 16.2 overs, and there were also 2 wickets for Cody Youssef, 2 for 36. As Waite bowls and Blatherwick on the walk leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
Isn't it Oxford they talk about the Dreaming Spires? Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. So part of our total sports show tonight is coming from a hotel room in Oxford. Sunderland are playing down there tomorrow. Gary Bennett doing his part of the show from a room with a view of all the spires. I'll be doing an update on there and Reading Newcastle in a few minutes when they call for me.
Matthew Waite in again, bowls. Fuller, and Blatherwick is always, well, could have been a bit of a disaster. It ends up not being. He drove it up to mid-on. He wanted a run, and I can see why, because night watchman, you're meant to keep the strike as much as you can. But Brett D'Oliveira was quickly across to his left. Rhodes sent Blatherwick back. Blatherwick then slipped and could have ended up sat in the middle of the wicket with the throw coming in and being disastrously run out, but he managed to regain his feet and disaster averted. Jacob Duffy coming on for a first ever ball at the New Road end, and he will be bowling to Will Rhodes, who's on 15.
There's a few people when that over just ended there were up and out their seats. They're now leaving the D'Oliveira stand, heading to the car parks, trying to beat the rush. I think, Frank. 4 overs to go.
Much of a rush, a little bit of a rush to get out of the car park, but not much. Turning into the one-way system as you go out. Left and left again for you, Marty, on the way to Malvern tonight.
And Duffy bowling, as Frank said, from the first time tonight from the New Road end. No run there.
First time ever he's bowled from the New Road end. Don't think he's ever played here before.
I don't think he's played in England before, has he? I don't think
played a couple of games for Kent.
Did he?
Yeah. And maybe for Notts as well.
This has gone off towards point no run there. I said that off the top of my head without reading my notes on him.
Yeah, I think he might have played a couple of games for Kent and for Notts, but not much.
Oh, Kent 22, Notts 24. So forget what I said because I just made it up.
But he hadn't played here.
Yeah. So Simon Pride, our sports presenter tonight, mentioning that he'll be throwing to me at New Road. The New Road, he says, was actually built in 1781. As Duffy bowls, this is left alone by Rhodes.
There's no cricket ground here then.
No.
There were meadows belonging to the Dean and Chapter of Worcester Cathedral, from whom this ground was purchased as recently as the 70s.
Edging towards the close of play today, 14 wickets have fallen for not many runs. Worcestershire all out for 162, Durham 51 for 4. I'm struggling to think of a day's play where so few runs have been scored for so many wickets.
No, I agree. Yeah, a whole day It's not been Bazball, that's for sure. But it's been good, it's been competitive, it's been tough, it's been attritional, and all those other adjectives.
Last year in Chesley Street, Worcestershire out for 112. This has played away up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, no run there. Durham ended up with a first innings lead of 78, then they were dismissed for just 152, having made 190 in their first innings. So the pairs set 231 to win, and Ho's got 50. Ali made 76 in the second innings after half century in the first, and they won with 6 wickets to spare, cruised home. Their first win at the Riverside. Rhodes forward to this ball, plays that defensively up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 3 remaining today.
Yep, 3 overs to go.
It's a signal for a few more people to get up and leave. What is it they know, Frank? What do they know that we don't know?
I have no idea. Maybe they've got a bus or a train to catch. Yeah. Could be a train back to Malvern, or...
We got the train for a night out in Malvern a few years ago and went to the Nag's Head for the quiz night. Met up with Bradders. There's about 4 of us got the train across.
Easy walk from the station at Malvern Link.
Yeah.
There's Matthew Waite, bowls to night watchman Jack Blatherwick, plays that up to mid-on.
Yeah, we got off at Malvern Link, but to get back later we had to go to the other train station in Malvern and come
that's
back.
a bit of a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was quite a long way out. We got a taxi, I think, in the end.
Yeah, Malvern Link is more convenient.
There was a train came in which was going off to Wales, and it had nobody on it. It was like a ghost train.
Waite in again, bowls, and this one is again played nicely by Blatherwick, who's doing a good job as a night watchman here, just getting solidly in behind it. He's faced 7 deliveries so far, 2 overs left in the day. Worcestershire can nick one more out, they will really feel they've had an excellent little session here. Even if they don't get another one out, they'll feel they've had a pretty good session. And I'd say the game's pretty evenly poised at the moment. Slight change in the field. Helmet and box called for. I'm going to have somebody in close in the next over, I think, as Waite is in and bowls, and Blatherwick leaves alone outside the off stump. I'm going to have somebody in close now, I think, because Ethan Brooks making his way to the boundary, having signalled for helmet and box. And is it coming down the stairs? No, maybe it's taking a bit too long. So he's gone back in, holding his arms out now in supplication, saying, come on, let's get them out here. He's going to go in fairly close on the offside, on the drive at short extra, as Waite is into ball to Blatherwick again, and he's forward to that one and steers it out on the leg side. Brooks now sprints to the boundary to meet 12th man Rana Davalath, who's bringing on that helmet and box. Actually, I'm not sure it is Rana Davalath. Anyway, he's got what he needed. Helmet and box, Ethan Brooks, and he's going into short leg. Try and put a bit of pressure on the night watchman. Quite deep at short leg in front of square. Waite is in and bowls and shouts for LBW. Ooh, must have been a decent shout. Umpire says not out. Looked reasonably adjacent. We'll just have another look at it now.
Maybe sneaking down leg.
Gosh,
It was certainly worth a shout.
it certainly was. Certainly was.
That was low.
Yeah, that looked fairly close, I think. But the man that matters said not out.
Probably just angling too much down leg side.
Here's Waite again. Ooh, a now they're shouting again this time. They don't know whether they're shouting.
They're appealing for
They don't know whether
47
they're
different
shouting
things
for
there.
LBW or caught behind. But neither.
I think he's played at that, and he's played his bat onto his pad and missed the
that's
ball,
right. Yeah,
and it's
so
just
do
missed
I.
the off stump.
It was testing that over. I think the LBW shout was definitely reasonably close, and maybe the umpire just giving him the benefit of the doubt. But no, he didn't get anything on the last one. Good over though from Matthew Waite. Good figures from Matthew Waite. Good spell from Matthew Waite. 6 overs. 4 maidens, 2 for 2. Doesn't get a lot better than that, does it?
I think I'm going to have to go and dial in.
Yeah, no problem. 2 overs left in the day. And Jacob Duffy to bowl the first of them. Bowls short, and Rhodes, I beg your pardon, yeah, Rhodes thinks about a cut but pulls out of it. I had a message from John Cox, who lives in Norwich. He says he's a fellow Pears and Canary fan, because he, like me, is a Norwich City fan, watching on YouTube, and that's a nice description. He says it's been more bog ball than Baz ball, and I would certainly go along with that. But it's been gripping stuff nonetheless. Here's Duffy again over the wicket to Rhodes, who turns this one hurriedly around the corner off his pads, picks up a single. 52 for 4. Rhodes goes to 16, and the night watchman Blatherwick will face the increased pace of Duffy for the first time. So John Cox, like me, will be wondering who Norwich City are going to appoint as their new head coach. None of us know. Jack Wilshere in charge for the last 2 games of the season, maybe in the frame. Some people calling for Gary O'Neill. I'm not in favour of that. Personally, here comes Duffy again. Bowls, and Blatherwick edges down to third man. Will it go all the way for 4? Some pace on it? No. Yes, indeed it does. The pace of the bowler taking the ball down. Oh, indeed it doesn't. It goes for 2. It's stopped. The way that Rob Jones jogged after it, I thought he decided that it was going for 4, but in fact the reason he jogged was because it actually stopped in front of him. Going back to Gary O'Neill and the Norwich job, John Cox, I don't think he would be the man for the job, because he's got no experience of managing in the Championship. He's got experience of managing in the Premiership, but not in the Championship. I think it takes a different way of doing things. So that's my thinking on it. Sorry for that digression, cricket fans. You haven't missed anything. The umpires have just conferred about the light, decided to stay out there. Duffy in again, bowls to Blatherwick. He's forward, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. Rhodes on 16. He's faced 64 deliveries for those runs. Blatherwick, the night watchman, is on 2. He's faced 14 deliveries. The men out: Alex Lees for 0, Ben McKinney for 24, Colin Ackerman for 5, and Ollie Robinson for 0. Here's Duffy in again, bowls to Blatherwick, who pushes defensively up to mid-on, where Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. 1 more over after this. Looks like we'll get it in, despite the gloom. So 7 deliveries left in the day, as Worcestershire strive for a 5th wicket. I'll give you all the bowling figures and the story of the day very briefly at the end of this over, which is completed now as Duffy is in and bowls. Left alone outside the off stump. End of the over, 54 for 4. Worcestershire lost the toss, put into bat, and Jake Ball, on debut on loan from Somerset, struck 3 times in successive overs to remove Gareth Roderick for 4, Jake Libby for 9, and Rob Jones for 3, all caught behind by Ollie Robinson. That was 22 for 3 in the 12th over, but a good recovery fashioned by Adam Hose and Henry Nichols, the Kiwi on debut for Worcestershire, took Worcestershire to lunch on 75 for 3. But they were parted shortly after lunch when Hose was LBW to Ben Rain for 23. They added 55 for that 4th wicket. Henry Nichols then was LBW to Yusuf for 42, top scorer in the innings. just break off as Matthew Waite starts a new over, bowling to Will Rhodes, who tucks him away on the leg side for a single. Happily get up to the non-striker's end, where he'll want to stay for the rest of the evening. And after Nichols was out, Matthew Waite was also out to Yusuf for 8. D'Oliveira then LBW to Rain for 28. Suspicion it might have been just outside the line. And then Tom Taylor LBW to the off spinner George Drizzell for no score. At tea, 142 for 8, and then after tea, Ethan Brooks out for 27 and Jacob Duffy for 5, also falling both of them to Jake Ball, who finished with 5 for 47, leaving Ben Allison unbeaten on 5. Waite is into Blatherwick, the night watchman, pushes out on the offside, no run. So Worcestershire 162 all out, 2 wickets for Ben Rain, 5 for Jake Ball, 2 for Yusuf, the debutant, and 1 for Drizzell. The other bowlers used Blatherwick and Rhodes. Ben Rain, though, perhaps the pick of the bowlers in many ways. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 16. Durham beginning their reply early on in this evening session. Matthew Waite again bowls and Blatherwick defends, and there's no run. Lost. Alex Lees bowled off the inside edge by Jacob Duffy without scoring in the 3rd over. That's 4 for 1, 24 for 2 in the 6th, when Ben McKinney, who had been more fluent than almost anybody all day, was out for 24, caught at first slip by Adam Hose off the bowling of Tom Taylor. And then a double strike from Matthew Waite. Colin Ackerman bowled for 5, Waite's second delivery of the game, and Lee Robinson LBW without scoring. 51 for 4 at that point, 55 for 4 now, as Waite comes in from the Diglis end and finds the edge of night watchman Blatherwick's bat, and it runs down to third man. They probably could have got 2, but maybe not, and so Will Rhodes says no. So no runs accruing from a shot that might have brought 2, and on a quicker outfield might have been 4, but the outfield has been very slow throughout the day. It's been hard work. So Blatherwick, the night watchman, stays on 2, but he's faced 19 deliveries. That's the object of the exercise for the night watchman. Waite is in, bowls too many drives, quite loosely this time. That's easily the most attacking shot he's played since he's been in, and it goes in the air just briefly on its way up to mid-off. There is 1 ball left in the day. Bowling figures for Worcestershire: Duffy 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13. Taylor 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. Allison 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. And Matthew Waite about to complete his 7th over. Bowls now. Blatherwick plays defensively out on the offside, and that is the end of Matthew Waite's 7th over. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 3. Close of play. Durham 55 for 4, with Rhodes on 17 not out, having faced 65 deliveries, and the night watchman Jack Blatherwick on 2 not out, having done a jolly good job since coming in at the end of the 19th over. So there we are, that's the situation. Durham 55 for 4, trailing by 107. It's not been bright attacking cricket, but it's been hard fought attritional cricket here at New Road. We hope very much, Martin Emerson, Melinda Farrell and myself, Frank Watson, that you've enjoyed our coverage. We will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Do join us then.
Sweep down again from Roderick. He's picked the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point. And right between them, that's raced away twice in that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live. Day in, and day out. And the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team. Standing side by side. Together. Looking ahead.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davies at a backward point? And right between them, that's raced away twice in that shot.
Some things are built over time. Not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live. Day in and day out. And the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club. Because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county. In the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team